mean, dear Lord above, it doesn't get any worse, does it? I've heard of people being dragged into chocolate machines before, and he couldn't reach the off button. I mean, goodness sake, honestly, it frightened the life out of me. Also, jabs on the high street. Injection. Chemists to join the efforts to vaccinate for the first time. And Torvill and Dean in the new ITV series of the Dancing on Frozen Water have to keep 2 metres apart. Plane crazy. You could be nicked for having a coffee whilst flights pour in from Brazil. And Spain still reigns for second homes. All of that, and the fact that Katie Price, it's another story where she, I mean, to be honest with you, she must be running out of stories to talk about her family this time, and it's not the first time we've heard it. Devastated Katie Price has made the heart-wrenching decision to put disabled son Harvey into care. He's 18, he'll live in a residential college in a move. I thought he was already in somewhere. Perhaps I got that wrong. I'm sure she told that story a while ago. She says, "It kills me to think I won't see him every day, but this is the best thing for him." I always keep asking the big question, and these are old pictures that they've got on the front of the Sun this morning, because we know she's had all her hair extensions taken out. So any pictures where you see she's got long hair, it's an old picture. It's as simple as that, because now she doesn't have very much hair. Also, I should imagine he must be a handful to look after, and so consequently he goes into a home again. Where's the father? Where is the father? We all remember, don't we, when Peter Andre goes on television and goes, "I'd like to adopt Harvey," and Harvey's real-life father goes, "Are you mad? You're not adopting my son." Peter Andre is going, "I love him as if he was my own." But the trouble is, he's not your own. And so we had to sort of slam dunk poor old Peter Andre. Sarah Duchess of York is urging you all to sign up to the Jabs Army in the Sun to help out. I'm afraid I am one of those people who take no notice of anything that Sarah says to anybody. I really couldn't care less. I really couldn't care less. You know, go talk to people who really care about you. Unfortunately, I don't. Britain's Got Talent tops the TV target. How many complaints did Britain's Got Talent get? 31,000. 31,000 people contacted Ofcom. Some 25,000 followed Diversity's Black Lives Matter dance. Thousands complained about the finalist Nabil's stand-up routine about race and religion, and Judge Alicia Dixon's BLM necklace. I mean, people complain about the stupidest things. Good Morning Britain, and This Morning had the next most complaints. A Freedom of Information request showed the BBC handles complaints about its shows. Not anymore. Gogglebox was complained about over 1,000 times. How can you complain about Gogglebox? What, the fact they were dreary and boring? Yeah, it wasn't funny anymore. We're sick to death of, there's a couple of girls there who sort of like, you think you're acting badly for the camera, you really are. That's why they've got nowhere. Emmerdale got 1,000 complaints. I'm sorry, are these people, are they farmers? Well, you know, my auntie, she used to have a farm out at Dethick, and, you know, they looked after it. And who are these people? Answer, they're actors. People complained about loose women. 1,300 people complained about loose women. It wasn't interesting enough. Oh, there's more on poor little Syra Khan. Oh dear, she's a woman scorned. Isn't she just? There are certain people she'll not be keeping in contact with. Come on, Gobby, tell us who it is. Don't be clever about it. Oh, I'm talking about it. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're inundated with offers. Can't wait to see what rubbish they're going to come up with for you. Coronation Street. 1,600 people complained about Coronation Street. Why? Why would you complain about Coronation Street? Are these people who go, "I'm going to write and complain"? You know, so I get a letter back from them. It's probably their only letter they'll ever get. 1,700 people complained about Love Island. Well, I can understand about that. I mean, you know, it's a lot of drearies walking around trying to pull each other. Can't be that difficult. They didn't have any trouble in their hometowns, did they, on a Friday night? Sky News, 2,000 people complained about Sky. Why would you complain about Sky News? It's a news programme. Hello? Don't get that at all. This Morning, in fact, Sky News, okay, 1,900 people. This Morning, nearly 6,000 people complained about This Morning. Oh, you don't think it's when Pip Schofield decided to do his big coming out speech, do you? Why would people complain? I cannot imagine why you'd ever complain about that. Good Morning Britain, 13,000 complaints. Can't imagine why. And Britain's Got Talent, 31,000. I mean, are there people who just sit down and go, "I've been outraged by this. I turned on a programme called Naked Attraction and a lot of penises on the television. My wife, Ethel, had a bit of a turn, and I thought she was having a stroke. But it turns out, no, it was a turn. And she wasn't. So I'm writing in to complain. Can we see more, please? We didn't see enough of them. Can we have close-ups of these people's genitalia? And they do it, and well, I mean, it's awful, isn't it? Just dreadful. So Adrian Childs now features as Mr. January in the World's Dullest Men. Oh, I'm Adrian Childs. Welcome along to breakfast on television. I mean, it was the most boring programme. Him and the, I mean, seriously together, she was like sort of Jack in the Box. The one who doesn't thank the people at the NHS for, helping her give birth to her next child. She just wants Frank to be there, as indeed we all do. Revealed the love agony behind Harry Styles' new relationship. What a pile of cock and bull, honestly. Have you ever heard anything like it? Who cares? Harry, little bit affected Styles. And some girl that he's going out with called Olivia. She's praised him for his lack of toxic masculinity. Well, looky here. Very exciting. Very exciting. 8-inch drifts in -6 degrees whiteout. That's what you're going to get this weekend. I hope to God we don't get it in London. I really hope we don't get that in London. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of it at all. And a fundraiser got a big tattoo of Boris Johnson on his stomach to help a pal with cancer. He spent 2 hours having this done, which is, it's really nice. But to be honest with you, I mean, you're a bit of an idiot, aren't you? I mean, 2 hours to have a picture. Why don't you just sort of hold a photograph up? Would it make it easier? The Untold Story. I haven't seen this. The TV hit Pembrokeshire Murders. I haven't seen it, so I don't know anything about it at all. Not a clue. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't... Listen, who cares? Does it make any difference? Probably not. But yesterday it got soaking blooming wet. It went on and on, because what I had to do, I had to go home, went on the train. Nothing worse on the train. You can see the steam rising, all the time. And it's so funny. It's so funny. And you sit there, and I got off the train, and it's still bloody well tipping it down. Still tipping it down. And then that sort of went on, and I thought, oh, good. So I had to go home, do the sample, then take it round to the doctors, and it's still tipping it down. But luckily, they came back to me yesterday and said, we've had a check, we don't need to send it away, it's showing clear. So that's good, but we had this last time. I had 2 or 3 days of respite, and then blow me down, the blooming thing came back again, which is very interesting. And somebody says, Steve, I complained about Coronation Street. I complained there wasn't enough nakedness and gratuitous sex. Oh, would you not? Obviously not watching the one I'm watching. There's more... Have you seen that Rita in the corner shop? Oh, my goodness me, she's at it all the time. Aaron Norris... oh, what a horrible thought. What a horrible thought. But no, there's loads of gratuitous sex. Of course there's got to be. It's Coronation Street. If you lived in that godforsaken hellhole of a little town or offshoot of Manchester, you'd be having sex all over the place. I mean, look, Ken Barlow slept with practically every single woman in the street. There's not many that he's missed. Have a check. Honestly. Brian says, anybody complained about you? Well, not who's living, no. I mean, there might be a few people out there. Somebody says, how many complaints does LBC get for Steve Allen? None? I mean, why would you think there would be? Unless, of course, you're one of those, I'm a little snowflake and I'm going to open my curtain and I'm going to complain because the people over the road are having a party. I'm going to phone the police very quickly. See, Friday night, what do you have for dinner? I don't know, actually, Friday night. What are we supposed to have for dinner on a Friday night? Penang curry. Oh, that was nice. In the Marks and Spencer's range. That's nice. I can have 2 of those. Well, I can eat, yeah. Oh, can you only eat one? Average. No, I mean, I can, yeah. What I do is I put them both into the saucepan and then I add the rice on top of it so it all cooks together. Because you might as well... I can't bear somebody who puts the rice separately and then the mango chutney. But no, the Penang curries are very nice. I don't know what it's made of, but it's very... And you get quite a bit of chicken in it. So that's not bad. Yeah, I might have that tonight. No good thinking about it at 4:15 in the blooming morning, is it? Who in their right mind turns on the radio and he's talking about curry? This is the best time. Best time. Talk about curry. And Shane says, I like Coronation. He's in Sydney. He actually gets it on his phone. Good Lord. Which is very interesting. Very interesting. Matthew says, you're right about Sky Arts. Watched a great Bowie show in the early hours. I think Sky Arts is brilliant. Seriously, I mean, I've learnt more and caught up with more shows on Sky Arts. The quality is brilliant. You know, the ones that they've been having about selling art at Sotheby's and all the other great big houses. You know, I mean, absolutely fantastic. really educational to, you know, you look at art, which you normally wouldn't have seen before. And I'm a bit fussy about art. I like a painting to look like the person involved. If it's sort of cubist or anything like that, I don't get it at all. I really don't. So I've been to the National Portrait Gallery just around the corner here, and I love it in there. And the National Gallery, fantastic. Have you been to the National Gallery? Free. I mean, you can't go at the moment because I think it's closed, but oh my goodness me. There's a day. You only need to do a gallery a day. There's a whole Tudor gallery, all pictures of Henry VIII. So we know what he looked like. Short, fat little thing. And dead, of course. And you get some of these beautiful pictures which you've seen in the newspapers, and here they are right in front of you. The National Gallery is a fantastic place. I would recommend that to just about everybody. And free. Free. Connie says, you're very lucky to have such good-looking producers. Have you been to Specsavers? Good-looking producers? Are you serious? Yeah, you like Connie. Yeah, you like Connie. Corey says, it's all right, Connie, I'm having a one-way conversation with the producer. Sort of. And he said, I've always liked Connie. And she says, so happy to have had a conversation with Corey on the Darren Adams show. Please be nice to Corey and the others. Oh, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The trouble is, you've got to keep 'em mean. Keep 'em mean, keep 'em keen. Don't like... I mean, today I was going to bring in sweeties, and I didn't bring in sweeties. I brought in a few for the other people out there, but instead I bought him because he seemed to like the pears yesterday. Yeah. And I've already eaten one of them, which are actually quite nice. And what else? Some apples. They're quite big apples, these. They're Braeburns, but they're quite a size. And some Satsumas. Because I'm thinking, if we're going to go on this healthy kick for this year, you know, then that's what we're definitely going to go for. I like the idea. Somebody says the only thing you've been nice about this morning is a Penang curry. Grow up and get your ears syringed. Honestly, have you ever heard such a thing? I'm nice about everybody. Not about you. Not about you, because you're one of those curtain twitchers, aren't you? Nothing worse than... lovely cup of tea. I like a nice cup of tea in the morning. Steve, you talked about lack of female game show hosts. What about Ulrika Johnson on Gladiators? Well, she wasn't the main presenter. And also, Gladiators isn't on the television now. It's no good going back into the archives. You won't find game shows. You know, not... I mean, I never... Did you class Gladiators as a game show? I didn't. I classed it as a sort of a bunch of funny people who call themselves Jet Wolf. You know, and you look at these people, you think, you're just people who go to gymnasiums. And they sort of do a workout, and then they were fighting each other with giant cotton buds. I never thought it was a game show. I thought it was just a test of strength with a little bit of sort of mamby-pamby thrown in at the time. I never thought about anything else like that. I mean, I really didn't. I would class a game show as The Price is Right. The Generation Game, I would class as a game show. Anthea Turner, there was quite a number of people, but they were second fiddle. It's like in the world of magic, you get a lot... I mean, now it's changing a little bit. You do get female magicians. You never believe it, but seriously, they're allowed out there. They are allowed to join the Magic Circle. But years ago, it was the man, and for years, the Magic Circle was, a bastion of men. Now, women, young people, there's a junior Magic Circle and everything else. I mean, it was quite fantastic, and it still is quite fantastic. And so that's why it's changed. And women used to be the one who went in the box. That's why this weekend you'll see this fantastic... Go to the Magic Circle website. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything to do. And you can learn. You'll be able to watch on YouTube the history of the soaring in half, made famous by a man called Selbit. And lots of other people have done it. So you'll see Debbie McGee on there. You'll see David Copperfield. You'll see all sorts of people on there. You'll love it. You'll find it really interesting. Really, really interesting. So just go to the Magic Circle website. You can do it now, and you can find out about it, and it'll give you a thing, and you just put it into your computer, and then off you go. And you can watch that. And I think that's on... can't remember which day of the week it's on, actually. Wait a minute. Let me find... I'll check on my phone, because the president of the Magic Circle did, in fact, write to me personally. Dear Steve. Ooh, look at me being all clever and flash. I love it. And, wait a minute, I've lost the blooming thing again. Where is it? Honestly, it's terrible, isn't it? I get more blooming things from the producer than I do from anybody else. Yeah, so there's Debbie McGee, David Copperfield, Sooty, and Simon Drake. And at 6 p.m, on the Magic Circle unlocked Facebook page, 6 p.m. Okay, and so go for it. Seriously, you'll love it. It's a great programme. Great programme, which is really good. Steve, how can I see what your producers look like, says Pippa. Well, you can't. Why would you want to see what they look like? Listen, there's only one celebrity on this programme. Hello, you're listening to The Voice. The Voice. It doesn't matter what they look like at all. Well, put it this way, they've been turned down 3 times for Naked Attraction. That gives you a rough idea. They went in, turned down for Naked Attraction. Yeah, they are really bad. They went there. First of all, the tube went up. Corey went up with the tube. There was no... because he got wedged in. And then, you know, when we had Luke do it, I mean, he didn't want to do it because it wasn't a vegetarian tube. And he had to tell them he was vegan. And by the time we'd seen him naked, we realised why. And then Jake just didn't want to do it because he has to lose a lot of weight. So he's another one would get jammed in the tube. And that's why. Turned down. Can you imagine being turned down for Naked Attraction? How embarrassing is that? Goodness sake, honestly. So, I love the show, says Pippa. If I'm asleep, I wake up, then I sleep for an hour before work. Oh, right, that's okay. Steve, I love the National Portrait Gallery. I thought, when's its sister museum, the National Landscape Gallery, open? The whole thing just seemed to go sideways. I love the National Portrait Gallery. How tall was Henry VIII? There's a question. Because his coffin's very small. In fact, they managed to cram his body into a very small little area. Very small little area. Wait a minute. I mean, he had 6 marriages. Look at the state of him, honestly. And he stood head and shoulders above most of his court. Well, he didn't really, because he had a stomach that fell out in front of him. Poor soul, honestly. And Queen Victoria was only 1.52 metres. That's about as big as a Polly Pocket. Not a very big person at all. But actually, the funny thing was, I was watching a programme on Sky Arts about Queen Victoria, how they were trying to get her out before she became Queen. There was a nasty piece of work at Kensington Palace who was trying to get rid of her. And she then saw Albert, who wasn't the most exciting person in the entire world. She met him a couple of times, and then all of a sudden, she's still... I mean, you weren't going to argue with her, were you? So they sort of sat there staring into the distance. And then they got wed, and there's all the rest of it. And then she got her own back. She was very friendly with the Prime Minister at the time. And they worked together to get rid of her, including her mother, who was a vile old specimen. She was an old baggage of the First Order. But there again, in court, she wasn't allowed out. She literally just walked the corridors of Kensington Palace. And you can join. You can go to Kensington Palace. You can walk those same corridors, walk up the same staircase that Victoria walked up. Seriously, you should join historic royal palaces. Can't recommend it enough. What are you wearing, says somebody. Oh, here we go. Just make a mental note. So you definitely got the wrong channel. Apparently it was Dave O'Brien's birthday on Wednesday. Yeah, I know. How much is he admitting to? What is it? I couldn't believe it, honestly. He had it, I mean, because I know that when the cake arrived and we lit the candles, the closest anybody could get was 15 feet. And, which was not very good. What do you buy the man who has everything? Another book deal, I suppose. Another book deal. So, happy birthday to Dave O'Brien for Wednesday just gone. And, another one here. Henry VIII was apparently over 6 feet. Yes, now he's under 6 feet. Which is very good. He was just a fat, pus-oozing, disgusting person. He used to sit there at Hampton Court and people would pay, I think it was either a penny or sixpence or a shilling, to watch him eat. That's why he was so fat. He was gross. And he would eat. You would pay. People would queue around the block to stand in a room, peering over each other's shoulders to watch the king eat. That's how he sort of topped up the coffers. So that people... I mean, I don't know why. I mean, nobody's ever paid to watch me eat. Very odd, isn't it, the things that people used to do? But, you know, I'm all in favour of things like that. Steve, you mentioned curries, says Matt. You can use the Hampton Tandoori. We have a place a little bit closer, thank you. The David Bowie and Prince thing was... I was never a fan of Prince. I remember when Prince came over here, he apparently had a habit of walking to the bathroom and shedding pants. He only used to wear white underpants. And so his hotel rooms were full of white underpants. And he turned up for an award ceremony, but they put a bouncer with him who looked like giant haystacks. He was huge. He was an enormous man who sort of walked in as if anybody's going to touch Prince. I mean, he looked fairly peculiar anyway. And this little tiny bloke came from the back of the hall. They said, and the winner is blah, 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 Prince. and the cameras cut to, because nobody had really seen very much of him. Was it Purple Rain? It was all this kind of thing, but it was all a bit doolally. And so he has to walk from the back of the room for this thing. And the applause had died out by the time he reached the stage. And he leant into the microphone and went, "Thank you." And then turned around and walked all the way back again. I thought, well, you could have pre-recorded it. Who was interested, Paisley Park, my red, yellow, whatever it was, Corvette or something. I can never remember. I was never a fan. Never a fan at all. I couldn't really care less. Really couldn't care less. That's right, he was the artist formerly known as Prince. Mind you, quite a number of other people. Anthony Wedgwood Benn became Tony Benn, then he just became Ben, then became Tony. It was all a little bit peculiar. People do that. Cheryl Fernandez was also, Cheryl Spagbol, and then she managed to get herself pregnant, so she got Babby, and that's nice. No career, but Babby, which is good. She must have made a bit of money. She was constantly advertising things, but then, of course, the American disaster for her was going to America. That's where it all went pear-shaped, and people started going, I'm sorry. And then, of course, with her court appearance, and we all remember that so well, don't we, when she had a little bit of an altercation. That didn't help. And the only reason she got back into the charts again was because she was a judge on the X Factor, and Simon went, well, to fill a bit of the programme, put her on so she can sing her little song. We're going to fight. Oh, sorry, that's your history. Fight, and all the rest of it. Of course, it was very appropriate. There was a rumour that Simon Cowell used to invite her out for dinner. When he had people to take out to impress, he'd invite her out as well, so they could see how dumb she really was, which I thought was very cruel. We were like this about Skodas yesterday on the programme, which is good. I spoke to a friend of mine the other day. How would you describe them, says Matthew? What Corey, Luke, Jake, Joe look like? Bit random, but how would you describe them? Odd. There's an agency in London. It's a model agency, and it's called Ugly. Okay, and I don't want to make a big deal about it, but they're all founder members. They're all there. Dale was a member of the Ugly agency, and it's for people who don't look like like myself, these stereotypical, good-looking, in-your-face, blonde, Adonis kind of figure. They are the people who look like the sort of person you'd step over on the street. Dale was a member of Ugly. His first job, he were working at UBN, and he said, I've got a job. I said, oh, lovely, what are you doing? He said, I'm with an agency. And so I said, oh, lovely, what agency's that, dear? And he said, Ugly. And I went, oh, right. He said, no, it's not ugly people. He said, it's sort of people who are slightly away from the norm. And what was his first and only job? It was a coffee advert, and he played a taste bud. He had to dress up in pink lycra. He brought the pictures back, and we all went, what the hell is that? And he went, I've still got the photos at home. I've still got the photos of Dale in a pink leotard. Not an attractive look, I have to tell you. And he was, I don't think the advert ever saw the light of day. It was obviously, but he was so pleased that he'd done it. But still my favourite story. I'll have to tell you after the news again, because it was how he actually got onto television. Having been kicked back at every opportunity, and having been £30,000 in debt, he was practically living proof that, you could come back from the dark side and achieve quite a lot, and he revelled in it, as I'll tell you very, very shortly. Plus, the Renault 5 in a return, and also some polar bears. Do you know, aren't polar bears so cute? They're so, in fact, they could kill you with one swipe of their paw, but they're just so, so cute. These are in Manitoba, in Canada. There's two, and you very rarely get two that survive. You very rarely get two little polar bears that survive. One will fall by the wayside and won't eat anything. The food giant Nestlé, used to be Nestles, now it's Nestlé, apparently, I don't know why, has been fined £640,000 after a worker's arm was broken. I mean, only broken. He was dragged into the production line making after 8 mints. And you know how thin they are. You take your hand out, it looks like a piece of paper. That's your hand. They admitted failing to prevent access to dangerous parts of machinery. Further guards have now been fitted. The technical operator had been trying to fix a machine fault in West Yorkshire in 2016. It's only just come through. So that's not very good, is it? 4:30 is the time. Should we get the news headlines? Why not? Let's go down to the LBC News Desk. I love the people who actually dress up. I really do. I really do. I think the people who dress up and do the stuff, and they're all in little huddled groups. You go to Hampton Court Palace and you'll see Henry VIII and courtiers standing there going, ooh, and they really play up to it. They're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Steve said, I've tested positive for COVID, even though I hardly ever go out. I'm high risk, says Brian. I've got to self-isolate. The highlight of the day is 8 p.m. when you come on in Vancouver. So you're helping me get through it. Well, a friend of mine had 2 weeks of isolation, and he said you don't want it. I saw him yesterday. He said you don't really want it. He said the last 3 days I've been fine, which was good. What was the name of the burger chain in the 80s with the picture of the little girl in the logo? Oh, I've got no idea. No idea. They did cracking burgers in proper bread rolls, says Lawrence. I've got no idea. My son Daniel, Steve, got me hooked for the last 12 years on your programme, which is good. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody says, why do you run people down like lovely Chrissy? Who's Chrissy? Who's Chrissy? I love it. Leave the drink and pills alone. You talk a load of plonk, says Gillian Richmond. Are you still on medication, Gilly? Goodness, what are you talking about? Lovely Chrissy? What? No. I don't know what she's... Not of the real world, sadly. Yeah, there you go. Never mind, Gilly, we've saved you from yourself. That's what the producer can do here. He has got the power in his finger. He might not be good looking, but he's only got to move his little finger, and we save you from yourself. I wish somebody could have saved me from all the rain yesterday. God, blimey, it was dreadful. You get... oh, no. Do you know that's illegal? If a bus drives through a puddle and you get wet, you sue. Absolutely. You do get sometimes cars who drive through to wet people. You take their car number and you sue them. It's a totally illegal thing. That's an assault on your personage. Mind you, in your case, you probably deserve it. But, I mean, you know, it's, yeah, that's what they actually... You sue. You can't drive through a puddle and wet somebody. Definitely not. Imagine standing there in your bed, and you were wearing one of your best outfits yesterday. One of his, well, certainly a favourite. And a bus goes through. Because when they do, their wheels are so big, get drenched. I always shout obscenities. You, hey you, I always go, you know, they would look a bit frightened. The burger place was Wendy's. Oh, they were the best burgers. There was a place, yes, you're right, there was a place in the Strand, where the Pizza Express place is, or whatever it is. That was a Wendy's burger, and we went there. I think I went with Dale, and it seemed to go everywhere. Anyway, so, and you could order your burger. They were square patties. They were delicious. They were absolutely I can't tell you how good they were. And you just said, oh, I'll have two patties and 2 cheese, making a double cheeseburger. And by the time you got to the end of the line, there it was ready for you. Freshly, oh, it was delicious. Delicious. Steve, I wouldn't mind Corey's head of hair, says Shane. Oh, you really wouldn't. Honestly. Listen, I mean, he actually bought it online. I'll tell you now. I'm not breaking any confidences. He decided to go for that sort of caveman kind of look, and so he went out. He bought it. I think he got it from the same place as Joe Swash. But the difference is that Corey paid a bit more for his hair. Joe obviously didn't, because he's not working, so he hasn't actually sort of got any money coming in. Another one says... couldn't the GC open a YouTube channel? Oh, listen, the least we hear about her, the happier everybody is. We don't need to hear about her at all. It's best not to. And somebody says, have you been to the Waxwork Museum? I don't even know what it is, Catherine. The Waxwork Museum. Well, you mean Madame Tussauds, or is that something completely different? I really don't. You'll have to tell me, actually. You'll have to tell me. Joe's in London, trying to get some sleep. Not on this programme. Not on this programme. Steve, are cab drivers considered key workers? I think so, yes. I think so. There's quite a number of key workers. It's not just people who work for the... That's why we got some stupid person the other day. Luckily, they won't be bothering anybody ever again. But it's a case that there's lots of people. It's not just ambulance drivers and nurses and doctors and people like that. Key workers can be people that serve your food. You know, people that work in the supermarkets, people that work in takeaway, people that work in chemists. I mean, there's a raft of people. People who work in dry cleaners, people who work in laundrettes. All key workers. Television presenters could be seen as key workers. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So that's what it is. The pub in Hever in Kent near Hever Castle used to have King Henry's printed all over the carpet, says Jean. I love Hever Castle. Have you been to Hever Castle? Go. And that's nice. You'll like it. So go now. Get in the car. It'll never get there, but you can try, can't you? Can try. I don't know what to do. I got a bit excited yesterday, and then my excitement was sort of damned, and that sort of disappeared a little bit. And then I thought, oh, good, it's Friday today. It's Friday. What am I going to do today? And I thought, do you know, I could do anything. I could build a fun fair, join a circus. I could climb the high wire. I could be a trapeze artist. None of those, of course, are perfectly feasible because I can't do anything. I've got a dread fear of height. I've only got to stand on a chair and I'm completely lost. Terrible. I had to turn around quickly in the kitchen the other day. Well, it nearly blew my brains out. It was terrible. I bang into things because I've got things hanging in the kitchen. Listeners mainly. And I've got pots and pans on a thing that's fixed to the ceiling. It's lovely. It's really good. And Steve, I read that a Nestle worker, you have to call them Nestle now, Nestle Milky Bar, worker got crushed to death by 100,000 bars of chocolate. The staff just laughed when they heard him shouting, "The Milky Bars are on me." Do you remember that? You used to get all these kids, the Milky Bar kid is strong and tough, and only the best is good enough. Creamiest milk, the whitest bar, the goodness, that's in Milky Bar. And there's this kid, the Milky Bars are on me. I'd have battered him to the ground to get all the Milky Bars. All the kids, and it always had to be a blonde kid, most of the time, and he had to have glasses on. He was like, did you ever see George and Mildred? No, before your time. But the kid who lived next door was really good. He was only little, he might have been 9, 10, something like that. And he was blonde with glasses on. Well, of course, he's grown up now. He looks completely different, but I love it. And here's a cute little kid. He's 5. He misses visiting Poundland. I don't know why, actually, because our Poundland's open all the time. Although, I went yesterday to get a Jiffy bag, because it's the cheapest place to get little Jiffy bags. And in the end, I went to Mrs. Modi's shop, and I bought some little tiny, only 40p each. I thought it'd be good, actually, but what I'm going to do today, I've got no idea. I don't know what to have to. I've still got my KFC voucher, but I don't know what it's worth. It doesn't tell me what it's worth. It just says, next time you go, they present this voucher, and it's on us, which I thought was quite sweet. Whether it means I have to go and work there and clear tables for half an hour, I've got no idea. But so I could have that, or I could have fish and chips, or I could have the Penang curry. And the Penang curry is sounding a little bit like yum, yum, yum. I might have to do that today, because you're not coming round. No, you're not. No, I'm not sharing my food with you. Isn't that awful? You're sitting in a place, and you're with the betrothed or whoever it happens to be, and then all of a sudden they go, "Oh, I'll just have one of your chips." You go, "Get off! I'm not. If you wanted chips, go and order a portion of chips." That's what people do, isn't it? What people do, they say, "Oh, I won't have any chips. I'll have some of yours." You think, bloody well not. I'm terribly sorry. And another one here. Ballon's in Old Compton Street are great for burgers. Yes, Dale and I used to go into Ballon's. Oh, I forgot to tell you the story. Into Ballon's all the time. We knew Prady Ballon very well. He died. He used to go and see Dale over in America. We loved Prady Ballon. Really good. But anyway, so Dale goes, bearing in mind, he hasn't worked in ages. He's got, he's on borrowed time. The only thing he had was a house, which his mother had in Hatch End. Smallest house in the road. I mean, literally small. But he was borrowing basically against that. He had this house was worth, and in those days, houses weren't worth what they were worth now, and it was a case of he rented it out and lived on that income, which where he was living was very good. But he didn't actually have a job. He worked for Radio Trent, and then something, whatever it was, it happened, and he decided he wanted to move into television. And he tried various little bits and pieces, and none of it had really worked. And he gets called up for an audition. His agent put him up for an audition for this thing called Supermarket Sweep. And he goes up, and there's all these, and I know because I've spoken to the people who were at the audition, and he comes in, hi, and all this kind of stuff, and they sort of quiz him about, his sort of take on a quiz show. Had he ever seen the show? Yes, he'd seen the quiz show before. He knew it. And he said, I sat there, Steve. He said, and I suddenly thought they've got no intention of giving me this gig. They wanted Keith Chegwin. And so he'd heard this rumour that there were a couple of people who were ahead of him. In fact, quite a few people ahead of him. In fact, most people were ahead of him. And he said, I just got this feeling that they were just talking to me just to go, well, we've seen somebody else. And he said, I thought, I've got nothing to lose. And he stood up, and they all thought, oh, good, he's going to leave. And he went, listen, We're sick to death of seeing the same people hosting the same programmes on television. You will find Lord Lucan before you find a better presenter than me for this programme. You know, we're sick to death of seeing these people. Why don't you take a chance with somebody and put your money where your mouth is? Thank you. And he turned around and walked out. He said apparently there was a hushed silence. He said as they all looked at the door. And then they went, all agreed on that one then? And they went with him. And they went with him for the first series he said, I've got this show to do. They were recording 5 in a day. He was absolutely Kerry Packard. Absolutely. And he said, we did the first series and he played straight, which of course was a bit of a feat in itself. And loosen up a bit and go a bit more cash, and he became quite camp. And it is, and I think still remains, the most requested show for people to be on. Students especially used to love it. You know why? Drunkards. Absolute drunkards. Let's go on Supermarket Sweep. And Dale had told Ab, tin of salmon, that's what I'm looking for, my bonus point here, and you can find a plastic guitar somewhere out there. And it was a fully equipped supermarket. Everything was real, except the turkeys and the frozen stuff, but all the rest of it was equipped by a well-known supermarket chain. So it was a set. Built up in Nottingham. Freezing cold because Dale sweated like a pig. And so by the time he put all his clothes on and the makeup, he would sweat. And so the one thing you don't look good at on television is sweating. I know lots of, I can name presenters who used to put things under their arms, which used to soak up the sweat, because if you lift it, and I've seen it on a few occasions, people lift up their hands like that on a quiz show, and you go, oh dear, you've sweated under your arms. And so they make these pads for people, which you sort of stick under your arm and it absorbs the sweat. And so the studio was ice cold. I mean, like sub-zero temperature. So all the contestants who made up the audience, there was never a proper audience for Supermarket Sweep. All the people who were going to take part in it were the people who made up the audience. They'd be sitting off set with their scarves on and their gloves because it was so bloody cold in there. But it was okay. Steve, my wife Sheila, is a carer at Brinsworth House. A couple of years back, a van drove past her and went through a puddle. She got drenched. A police car just happened to sit and ask Sheila if she wanted to press charges, but she declined, says Sam. Oh, she probably would. She works at, if she's a carer at Brinsworth. Brinsworth is the house that houses a lot of old famous celebrities, some of whom are that's where number of people are at. People that you would know, people you would recognise instantly and go, that's so-and-so, and they go, that's where they live in Brinsworth. There's 2 houses. And the money from the Royal Variety, and also Simon Cowell gives the money from the phone lines from X Factor and Britain's Got Talent to Brinsworth. It's a staggering amount. Steve says, Tony, agree with you about Sky Arts. Did you see the Andrea Bocelli Love in Portofino with a 40-piece orchestra? Yep. And I saw Andre Rieu as well in Maastricht, which is where I love Andre Rieu. I must be getting to that doolally age where, you know, I watch something like Andrea Bocelli with a 40-piece orchestra, because I saw him on a Christmas programme, and he was sort of singing there, I think in St Paul's Cathedral, because I loved, and you know me, I love anything like that, and it's good. So, I mean, that's why I don't know why I keep going on about Sky Arts. I wish I got paid by them for promoting them every 2 minutes, but I don't. It's just that I found a channel which, when I flip through, I can tell it's Sky Arts because of the quality of it. It's really good, and you get some, you know, some lovely... I mean, I've seen Les Miserables, Phantom of the Opera, I've seen Miss Saigon, all these programmes which they filmed especially for them, and it's knockout. It really is. Oh, Melvyn Bragg. Because you remember Melvyn Bragg because his producer, Jonathan Levi, was a big listener. Probably still might be Jonathan, I don't know. I shall tell if my phone rings in a couple of minutes whether he's listening. But he invited me to the South Bank Show Awards. And he said he was so desperate to get me to go there. He said, he won't mind me telling you this because I've told it before. He said, listen, he said, I'll put you on a really good table with a load of nice... So you're not stuck on a table with people you don't know. So I got Elaine Page, Christopher Biggins, we got... Who else did we got? Who else did we get? Sorry, to beg your pardon. Opera singer, very commercial, been touring. Not Alfie Boe, another one. We had Michael Ball on the table as well. Well, the combination of Michael Ball and Biggins and Elaine Page on drink is hilarious. I kid you. And we also had somebody very serious on our table. We didn't know who they were. So we're, of course, absolutely wetting ourselves. At one point, I swear to God, I thought that we'd lost Elaine Page. She'd slipped off the chair. It was the funniest thing ever. But there again, I've had funny nights out with Biggins. We went down to a house. He was doing pantomime down in Southampton years ago. And wherever he goes, he knows people who've got property or hotels or something like that. And so he met these two gay guys who had a house down in the marina in Southampton. And it was the campest house you've ever seen. All the staircases had lights on that went all the way up. So it was like lighting it up as you walked up the stair or down the stair. And we went back after the pantomime. He was with Cannon and Ball down at the Mayflower Theatre. And we go back to the house and we had a few bevies. And even after doing 2 shows that day, he was in fine form. We laughed and laughed till my sides ached. It was seriously a case of, I need to go to bed. I seriously need to go to bed. And at the time, because there were so many of us in the house, there was about 8 of us, and there weren't quite enough bedrooms, so I had to sort of share, not the beds, but a room. And I bought this thing to help me stop snoring, because I smoked very heavily. And this thing was like the size of a wristwatch, went on your wrist with a little microphone, and underneath were 2 electrodes. When you snored, this thing sent an electric shock through your wrist and meant that you changed your position of sleeping, which apparently helped with snoring. So if you lie on your back and you snore, this thing, and so you turn on your side. Well, I spent most of the time with my arm outside the bed because I was getting electric shocks every 30 seconds. It was a blooming nightmare. But we laughed and laughed and laughed. He's always been the best company for everything like that. But the combination of Elaine Page, and then blow me down, I go to see Cliff Richard at the Royal Albert Hall, and the box we're in has got Elaine Page in again. Like, here we go again. And we had Tim Rice in the set. He's enormous. So really good, actually. Really, really good. Did I meet Melvin? Yes. Like Melvin Bragg. You know, he'd sort of sewn up the arts programme, but it was the actual awards ceremony, which is fantastic. And there you go. Loved having you at the awards, Steve. Miss you. Jonathan Levi. I went to, I think, about 2 or 3. I'm pretty certain I went to about 2 or 3 of them. We had the most fun, but it was on the fact that he'd sort of said, "I'll put you on a good table. Don't worry," he said, "You'll be on you won't be alone." Because I did go to one ceremony once. It was a video award thing, and I turned up, and the bloke I'd been reviewing things for years. This is about 25 years ago, and he said, "Oh, go on the table over there, Steve." And I looked at this table over there, and I didn't know anybody on it. And I thought, I don't want to go and sit at a table having to watch an awards ceremony with a bunch of people I've got no idea who they are. So I left. Didn't even get as far as the food. Pinched a bread roll on the way out, and that was about as far as I got. But I knew people who would do that in London. Well, I say knew them. They would go along to a hotel, dressed up, Dickie Bow and all the rest of it, and then they'd wait till everybody was seated, and they'd look around to see where there was a space at a table. Then they'd just go and plonk themselves down on it, sit down and eat. I mean, seriously, people have the nerve of the devil. Not me. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, who's the person that presents Supermarket Sweep now, says Mo. No idea. Not a clue. I never know these things. Sorry, I forgot to mention Harry Lord, who loves shopping at Poundland. He's only little. He's only 5. And he loves maths, which is very good, very interesting. And he happily tops up the bill with his parents, with his mum. And so staff at the local branch sent the uniform, badge and a toy lorry to show they'd not forgotten their star customer. So he uses them to play in his pretend Poundland shop. No, funny, because I've got a pretend Lloyd's Bank at home, and I pretend I'm getting my money out. Give me the money, Put your hands above your head and hand the money over. So he has a pretend Poundland. Did you ever have that? Did you have a thing in your car years ago where it was a plastic steering wheel with a sticker on it, and you pushed it onto the dashboard, and then you could pretend to sit on the front seat driving with sort of Daddy or something like that? Daddy would go right, you'd be turning the wheel left, going, there's something the matter with this car, it's not working properly at all. Going up a hill, push the accelerator, but you had a little beep beep in the middle of it. You know how that? Oh, that's me again. Perhaps we had different different games when we were younger. Did you ever fix the thing on your bike which made it sound like a motorbike as you were pedalling? You got a piece of cardboard and a clothes peg, and you clipped it onto your spokes, and then as you were going, you went like that. You never do that? Just me again. I tell you, we're very easily pleased. Give us a piece of chalk, we could be happy for a year. You had a pretend kitchen. Did you? Funny that, actually, because it looks as though it's so real from here. Da, 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 da. I'm here all week. Oh, sorry, this is the end of the week. The Steve Allen Show finishes on the Friday. Hallelujah. My driver this morning, I don't want to identify too much, but his phone rang. He said, is it all right if I take this? I said, yeah, because we always chat. And it was some woman, so she said, it says that you've arrived. I'm outside my property. And he's looking around, because she's obviously got his phone number. So he said, you're not waiting for me. Not waiting for me at all. Now, I don't know whether you've ever had that on your mobile phone. Sometimes it throws up an old tweet or something like that, and you think, where the dickens has that come from? I had that a few times with old tweets coming up. And so she said, well, I'm waiting on the pavement. He said, well, do you have my car number there? That would then, because you get a thing saying, this is the car number, it's 0 minutes away, or it's arrived, and this is the driver's phone number if you need to contact them. He said, it's definitely not me. He said, I think you need to call the office. And we never heard the end of it. So next time I see him, we shall hear the end of it to find out what it was. He said, because he wasn't sure if it was a scam. Somebody going, I've got your phone number, now I can do... Because you know what people are like nowadays. Steve, didn't Harry Lord sell carpets? It was Cyril Lord. This is luxury you can afford by Cyril Lord. And there's to show you... Oh, yes, Harry Lord. Mick, it was Cyril Lord, OK? We used to have Cosset carpets. Their mascot was a white Persian cat. And we used to have a white Persian... Well, it was a white cat. It wasn't so much Persian, I don't think. I think ours was a bit of a moggy. But it was lovely. Lovely. We liked our cat. Candy. I don't know where the name Candy came from. But that used to walk... And hair... Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. I know. Do you know, I must tell you, there is some good news in the papers today. Wait a minute, I'll try and find it, actually. The infection rates for COVID-19 are in retreat. They're in retreat. Now, this is good news, but it's only down to you. It's only down to you. It's a case of, if you decide that you want to be clever and stupid and not wear a mask, in which case you're probably infecting loads and loads of people, then we're going to be in big trouble. And this is not going to go away for ages and ages and ages. But if you follow the rules and you go out and then you go back home and you sit there and you watch the television, have something to eat, you don't start thinking, I can go out and do this and do that, then we might get through it a little bit better. And that's the only reason that it's dropped. It really is. My friend Lynn said, no, I've just discovered, actually, she's very naughty. She's got about 2 different phones running. I'm sure she has. Anyway, Richmond, which is the London borough of, which I'm in, it's at bottom of the 32 London boroughs for the COVID after the drop in cases. So we're actually doing brilliantly well. So dropping cases... The Richmond News tells you that we are bottom of 32 London boroughs. So that's good news, but it can only be... I still see people not wearing masks walking up down the high street, not understanding it's airborne. You want to see the stupid people in America? Oh, blimey, there's some real Looney Tunes over there, where people are saying, oh, I'm not doing this, and they come up with the same thing. They've read it all online, even though the company who they purport to be telling the truth have already said, we haven't sent out anything, this is fake. But these people are a bit thick. And they get turned away. I'm not serving you. You have to serve me. No, they don't. They don't have to serve you. It's a private shop. They don't have to serve you, and they don't do it in America. I'm not serving you. There was one woman who stood there with a sort of a bag of oranges, and she wasn't wearing a mask, and they went, we're not serving you. You can stand there as long as you like, but you're not being served. And of course, where can she go? She makes herself look like a complete and utter prune. Somebody says, I love listening to you when at work, but I'm now thinking you're secretly in love with Gemma Collins. You're obviously either incredibly naive or stupid. I think possibly a combination of the both. Steve. Lovely hearing about Dale. I was on supermarket sweep in 96, says Joanna. He was so lovely on a break, he showed an old lady who got lost to the toilet. Myself and my sister got through to the end, but couldn't find the money behind the tea cakes, and neither could Dale at the end. We had to do 3 takes. We're listening to you for just over a year. You keep a lot of people like me company at this time of the day. Listen, Joanna, who's in Derbyshire, I'm keeping myself company. Seriously, I'm not doing it for anybody else. I'm purely doing it to entertain myself. I've never heard any of these stories before. It's hilarious. I might go home. I might start podcasting. You know, you can podcast this show. All of this this morning, you can relive the moment. You just go to the LBC, please go to the LBC website, and you download this little app. Easy, seriously, a 3-year-old could, well, maybe 4.5, could do it. And then once you've actually done it, you can download all the programmes, My Little Bit Extra, Corey's Little Bit Extra. Oh, back to Naked Attraction. Anyway, sorry, I do beg your pardon. But you can do all of these things, and you can go back years, so you've got loads and loads and loads of programmes to download. Some of them are actually quite funny. Not all of them, but some of them are quite funny. And it's free. And I always say to people, oh, did you get that thing? Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about. No, it doesn't matter, I'll have to tell you in a moment. Just ask you, did you get another email from Maddie? Yeah. Yeah, you should. Yeah, you need to read it. No, you need to read it. Well, it's not funny. Just, I thought you'd have read it. Do you not check your emails? You not check them? Yes, that's right, yeah. Honestly, I'll tell you. You have to whip, crack away, whip, crack away, whip, crack away. We're heading straight for town, loaded down with a fancy cargo. I think I could have been Doris Day at some point in my life, and then things changed. And I decided to become a radio presenter. Steve, our big van, I beg your pardon, has gone in for repairs. So we've been given, says Nathan Lester, a Fiat 500. He said, I don't know what's worse, the car or the non-mask wearers. I think really the car, but I mean, you know, I'm going with the non-mask wearers. And, Steve, I got Dale's autobiography of Christmas. What a lovely man. Great read, by the way. And the presenter for Sweep is Rylan, says Mark. Oh, I can't watch it. Seriously, I cannot watch somebody who is Botoxed and covered in makeup and badly dyed hair. I'm sorry. At least Dale never dyed his hair. I don't think he was the biggest fan. So there's more from Syra Khan. I told you there was a story. What did I say to you more than 2 weeks ago when she, oh, I'm leaving the programme? I thought, well, go. And anyway, she left, but she didn't tell them she was going. She just went. So anyway, luckily they've cleared out her dressing room. Admittedly, the toilet and the basin still remain, but it's okay. And so now it turns out she didn't like some of the people she was working with. Why would you say that after you've been happily taking the golden shilling, you know, every week, every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, whatever it is? Why would you do that? Unless you're particularly desperate. But we know she is desperate. I think that's awful to diss the people you work with. But like me leaving here and then going, oh, that Corey. Oh, can't begin to tell you. Honestly, what a nightmare he made my life. I walked in fear those days. Small wonder I was wearing tenor pants for men, you know, and so it goes on, you know. But to actually diss people, I didn't like all of them. And you think, well, you know, I don't think you perhaps made any effort. You didn't seem to make any effort to people. You were blooming useless on The Apprentice. She didn't win The Apprentice, and then they stick her on there. And then she came up with some stories to try and get coverage in the papers. Listen, dear, if you stop, you know, being a little bit, me, you know, you might succeed in the business. Where you go from here, I got no idea. Apparently she's brought out face cream. Who would you rather use? Estee Lauder, Boots, Pond's, or Syra Khan? You know, make up your mind now, okay? And thank you very much indeed. Syra Khan did not win. Also, when I'm having a sleepless night, says Graham, I tune in. What does that mean? Well, when you're having a sleepless night, you tune in to get you back to sleep again. I've discovered that friends of mine, you're obviously not a friend, or ever likely to be, will sort of listen to the programme and then they start listening. I've got friends of mine who know me and yet will still listen to the programme. Isn't that bizarre? Because they know you. I find that really bizarre. That people... I'm the same on as off. No, I think I've decided, for the purposes of tax, I'm going to do a Lorraine Kelly. I'm acting. Okay? Because she said, Lorraine Kelly, oh, no, you know, I'm just acting the part of Lorraine Kelly. So I'm acting the part of Steve Allen. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, well, because I'll come off the programme and I kind of talk like this to the team. I say, should we listen back to the programme? And Corey goes, no. And I go, all right, then, that's fine, I don't mind. So, yeah, so Lorraine apparently is acting the part. She's not really real at all. Oh, you're marvellous, you're beautiful, you're wonderful. I think we'll go to sleep. And it's a bit like Paul Raymond Holmes. I wonder what he's like. I wonder how he's going to cope with all these things that are going on. Steve, as a child, I went on a special school day out which comprised a boat ride with celebrities to Parliament. Oh, right. And then you can have... Mrs. Thatcher wasn't friendly. Oh, I thought she was great. I have to be honest. I seriously thought she did more for the Conservative Party than anybody else. And I'm not even a Conservative voter, but I thought she was strong. She was strong and tough. Only the best was good enough. The creamiest milk, the whitest bar, the goodness that's in Milky Bar. The Milky Bars are on me. Wonderful Biggins and Joanna Lumley were with us throughout the entire day, says Sarah in Putney. Oh, great. I love it. I did a thing years ago. You won't believe this. Years and years ago, I was asked if I would open a store in Tottenham Court Road. And it was a furniture store. Nice furniture. And they said, we've actually, can we book Steve Allen to open this store? And so I said, yeah, I didn't make any difference to me. And I went there, and who was there? Joanna Lumley was also doing the store. And she was so gracious to me, I can't begin to tell you how good she was. And we had pictures taken together, and she said, listen, she said, you go and get photos taken with all your fans. She said, I'll be fine here. And so I left her sitting there, and everybody kind of moved away from her and came to me. It was all very embarrassing. And another name drop. No, we only get a name drop like that. Joanna Lumley and I go back many years. She's very good. She's been in quite a number of times, actually. I love talking to her. Her and Celia Imrie. I love Celia Imrie. Celia Imrie is just fantastic. She's absolutely gorgeous. And also, I love Gwen, who is in Duty Free, Gwen Taylor. She's in Heartbeat at the moment. I think she was at Richmond Theatre a short while ago. Was it Gwen Taylor? It is Gwen Taylor, yeah. But Celia Imrie, there you go. That's Gwen. She was in Duty Free, and she's now in Heartbeat. She's lovely. I mean, not just lovely. I just warm to her as an actress, and I'm not even taken by this kind of thing. Celia Imrie, because I just think I could. Every film she's in, and they seem to pop her in. She was in Dinner Ladies. She can do comedy, straight, everything. I just adore her. And Joe Lumley, exactly the same. I never see people's ages. That's why I'm working with Corey. If I saw people's ages, we'd have had him put out to pasture. When they go, oh, is that donkey still with you? He's going into the bottom field today. I see you working on a farm, actually, or something. I don't know why. Or perhaps working in a charity shop. Then you could have the pick of the clothes. Then you could pick up the clothes when they first come in. That's a good idea, because I don't think you get many men doing charity shopping. I think it's majority. I think you go in under cover of darkness and sort of quickly whiz through the racks to find something. Did you know that most of his clothes are from charity shops? He's really... Seriously, it's unbelievable. Well, do you? I'm just dreading that day when I walk in here and I go, that's my shirt. Where'd you get that from? And he'll be wearing my items. I understand him wanting to get close to me and that kind of stuff, as people do with presenters, Can I be your friend? No, you can't. You're going to wear a bow tie? Please, God, tell me you don't wear bow ties. Oh, you really do. You look like little Lord Fauntleroy. I've got a bow tie. Oh, no. There was that dreadful person years ago on the television. He was a little boy. He's now not. He's now transed. And turned up in a few television programmes, and he was the little one who turned up on Wogan, and used to talk like this, and be terribly, terribly posh with his little bow tie, and I thought he was an antique dealer. It turned out he wasn't an antique dealer at all, it was a load of old hogwash. But they kept putting him up there, because he spoke like that, and I always used to think there's something about him. And then he transed, and then turned up on all sorts of programmes he claimed he went out with somebody famous, and we all went, yeah, of course he did, dear, of course. And what's your opinion on Ollie Murs, says Matthew. I know your various celebrities you like and those you don't, overly. No, I don't dislike celebrities. I dislike reality show folk, because they have no talent whatsoever. I like celebrities, people who sing, dance, play an instrument, paint, draw, act, comedy, anything like that, dance, doesn't make any difference. But if you've just put a bikini on, and that accounts for the men as well on some of these programmes, it's a case of, I really couldn't give a toss about you. I really couldn't care less. You've got no talent whatsoever. If the best thing you can do is be this girl from Geordie Shore, seriously, have you looked at her? She's going on a dating programme, and you go, You're doing it because it's the only way you know to make a living. You're going to pretend to fall for somebody on a dating programme, but we all know it's fake. None of these relationships, very, very few of them last, because it's fake. Shane says, I love hearing your stories. Me too. Me too. You're going to hear some more this morning. I'm in that kind of mood. I'm in a very good mood. Very good mood, which is rare on a Friday. Very rare. I don't know why. I know Friday doesn't make any difference. People go, oh, isn't it great the weekend? Well, it would be if I was going horse riding or going to Jurassic Park and seeing a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but I'm not doing either of those things. I shall go home. I shall have a piece of toast. Butter. Oh, I've got butter. It's all right. But what do I put on the toast? Do I go for a slice of cheese or do I go peanut butter? No, I'm not doing anything with maple. Maple syrup. Maple peanut butter. Oh, yeah. Do I remember that? We had it in the first lockdown. Listen, I can't remember last Thursday week, let alone a year ago, and you're going, oh, we had it in the first... Mo says it's called having talent, Steve, which none of these so-called reality rejects have. I know. They have no talent whatsoever. It's just embarrassing, isn't it? Gemma Collins' talent is apparently being a diva. No, just being a rude woman. Just being very rude. That's not being a diva. You know, if you want to be a diva, look at people like Maria Callas. You know, people who work in opera could be seen as divas. Watch Phantom of the Opera, you'll see a couple of divas on there. Oh, some old naffo from Essex called Gemma Collins used to work flogging cars, didn't she, or something? Perhaps she should go back to doing it. It's not going very well at all at the moment. And, you know, and her latest trick is, I've lost weight. Well, you've not done it the conventional way, have you, darling? If only you were honest to people. Why don't you tell them if it wasn't for these very expensive injections, which are appetite suppressants, you wouldn't have lost weight at all. Mind you, she thinks this year she's going to get married and have a baby. With who, dear? Who do you think? Even Arj doesn't want to go anywhere near you. Lord above. Fergie's publisher have announced an advance order for her latest book. I don't think that's going to sell. I don't know why. Every time I see Sarah Ferguson, she doesn't make my blood boil. I just think, oh, go away. Go away now. You know, why don't you go and buy yourself a property, you know, if you can afford to, and go and live somewhere else? Somebody says, I can see why you're a member of the Magic Circle. Excuse me, I'm an honorary member of the Inner Magic Circle, I think you'll find. But he says you grab a handful of newspapers and make a living out of talking to yourself for 3 hours a day. It's magic. It's absolutely. You won't find anybody else can do what I do. Nobody else can do it. And believe you me, there are enough people in the business, Nick, who think that they can actually do it. But believe you me, they can't. They can't. What does Gwen pay in Heartbeat? She's Peggy Armstrong. What's the point of telling you if you've never seen the programme? It doesn't make any difference to you. She could have played a woodlice, you know, under a brick or something like that. Why do people ask stupid questions? Are these people who don't have the internet? I mean, there must be every single person in the world has the internet now. You know, everybody's got a telephone. Even like 10-year-old kids have got telephones. You know, you can be in contact with mind you, my phone rang the other day just as I was off to the doctor, and it was the mother of my godchildren. I always call her the mother of my godchildren because I just think it sounds quite sweet. And I said, you know, she was going to work, and we were sort of chatty away. I said, I've got to go to the doctor's. She said, oh, good luck. I said, no, I'll be fine. I said, how is everybody? She said, they're all good. They're all good. So I'm very pleased that they're all doing very well indeed. Mind you, they've got enough room to do it, and my godson's working from home. Well, he works for one of the banks. He's in fraud. How appropriate. And he can work for home. And in fact, he has a contract working from home. The bank, there's no point in him going all the way in to the city to work in this particular bank when he can do everything at home. All of his work is done on computers, and it's checking people's habits and things like that. And he's very successful at it. So luckily, because the parents of my godchildren bought this new place built in, I don't know, the 1600s, I think. It's almost, it leans. You know, if you put a marble in Nathan's bedroom, it runs across the other side of the room. It's very old, but it's in lots of acreage. They've got, you know, loads of acreage. And barns, there's about 4 barns that they've got. And they're all, the people who had the house before had it all screeded inside, air conditioning put in there. In one of them, it's set up so you can live in it. It's got a bedroom, a sitting room. But, oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's all old, but it's down these country lanes. I have to keep pinching myself to try and remember where the blooming hell it is. Because if it rains, you have to drive through rivers that cross the actual thing. They're like sort of little tiny fords, and you cross them. So by the time my car gets to their place, it's like, if it was clean when we started, it's dirty now. It's absolutely dirty. But they've got so many of these barns. So they've got one as a party barn. You know, which has got a bar in it and a pool table and everything else. It's fantastic. The one thing they don't have connection to the sewage and anything like that. So they've got a tank which somebody comes round. It's quite normal apparently out in the countryside, but it's none of the basics. They've got. This place is so old. It really is. You could see it's old. You know, even from the outside it looks old, but in fact, it turned out to be a really good bargain. A fantastic bargain. Compared to their last house that they sold, they actually sold that one, and I don't think they had to add any money. I think they actually almost managed to do a swap from a 4-bedroom house. Was it 4? 1, 2, 3, 4-bedroom house, 2 bathroom, sitting room, screening room, kitchen, small garden, to 6 acres, you know, in the countryside, in Essex, with... it's stunning. It's absolutely stunning. They've even got a menage. So, is it menage? So the horses can exercise there. So the local person who's got horses comes and exercises. They've got a couple of ponds in their grounds. So, seriously. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Very nice. But he works from one of the barns that's been converted. So he just literally walks out of the back door straight into work. And he can stay there all day. Because it's a good deal, because it saves him having to do hour and a half into work, hour and a half back to work, 3 hours every day, and then also you're spending more money on Pret or whoever it happens to be. He said, so it's actually a lot cheaper. He's doing really well on it. Very good. Very pleased. Steve, what do you think about teaching ballroom dancing in schools like it used to be done? I don't think you're ever going to get the kids ballroom dancing nowadays. They're far too sophisticated. Stuart says it's got to be a tin of sardines on your toast. You are joking. Whatever happened to Keith Barron's love interest in Duty Free? What, Joanna von Geisigen, I think it is. And it was. Do you ever see Duty Free? You'd love it. You must watch it. I shall get it for you, Corey. It's really good. It's a couple. He's a bit of a snob, Keith Barron, and his wife Gwen, and they go out there, and she's always keeping him grounded. And he's sort of going, we mustn't tell people we've only got tatty old luggage and all the rest of it. Because they're existing on a bit of redundancy for him. But then he falls for Joanna von Geisigen from Duty Free. And she's got a husband with her as well. But Gwen Taylor knows something's going on. She's just always trying to catch him out. And it's brilliant. It really is brilliant. You'll watch it and you'll go, do you know, been in that situation. Which is good. Steve. And... this one here, and I've lost the blooming thing. Who else wants sardines on toast? Why do people want sardines on toast? Can't think of anything else to put on it. No, I think it might have to be something... I don't know what I'm going to put on it, actually. If I just have toast, I could just have some cheese, couldn't I suppose, really? No, not... I've got my own jars of Marmite. I've got Steve Allen Marmite, which is so exciting. I was... woo! And then we bought the peanut butter, because Corey didn't have the money at the time, and I thought I'd help him out with a jar of peanut butter. I think you've got a jar of Steve Allen Marmite, haven't you? Yeah. Put it in your gravy? You don't. You put Marmite in gravy? You're very common. And, you put Marmite... I've never heard of that before. Well, do I look like the sort of person who makes gravy? It's sort of... I have seen it in Marks and Spencer. It comes in a plastic pouch, and you cut the top off and pour it into the saucepan. But, the idea of... You make gravy. Oh, that is so sad. Bisto. My mother used to have Bisto. She'd stir it into the juices if she'd cooked a chicken or whatever it was. In fact, actually, it was mainly a chicken. I think the only time my father brought a wildebeest home, it wouldn't fit in the oven, so we didn't bother. So we went back to having chicken again. Supermarket sweep always reminded me years ago I received a call from my daughter's school, Steve, to collect her. She was unwell. Later that day, I realised she'd feigned a stomach ache to come home and watch Supermarket Sweep. Beth is 34 now. But a big Steve Allen fan. Can you imagine? You used to do that, didn't you? Do you know when you were younger? Did you lie there in bed and think, I'm not going to go to school today. Can I convince my mum? I don't feel very well, Mum. Oh, you sure? Do you think you're going to be sick? I don't know. So my mother would immediately go rushing downstairs, bring up the washing up bowl, pour some Dettol into it, which used to make you feel quite queasy anyway. Duty Free is brilliant, Steve, says Rachel. I watched the Christmas episode from my box set. Funny and very well acted. It's a great series. Great series. Steve, my Mrs. drinks Marmite with hot water. You're now pushing the boundaries, aren't you? I've heard of people doing Bovril in water, you know, as a beefy sort of drink, or what do they call them? One of those things you crumble, a cube, an OXO cube. You can have that in water. When I was poor, yesterday, I used to do that. I'd buy a box of beef OXO cubes, crumble it into water and sip it slowly. Now I buy pot noodle. I need to get my diet. My diet is rubbish, isn't it? I wish they'd do a pudding that kind of appealed to me without me thinking it's got too much sugar in it. So yoghurts I quite like, but I'm not supposed to have them because they've got too much sugar in. So I've tried the Yo yoghurts, which are 5% fat, and to be honest with you, they do taste a bit bland. But if you mix them with things, it seems to be okay. But I can't find any other puddings there. You know, I can't have sponge puddings, I can't have suet puddings, I can't have anything. Definitely couldn't have creme caramel. Creme caramel? Well, do you have a creme caramel? Is that a pudding in your house? How naff. But old-fashioned is naff. What do you mean, creme caramel? Used to love Keith Barron, Duty Free. I know, I was sad when we lost him. Very sad. And somebody says, Celia Imrie, Calendar Girls and the Marigold Hotel. I love the Marigold Hotel. James says, a boiled egg with Marmite soldiers. Marmite soldiers. Do you remember Marmite soldiers? You butter the bread, then you put the Marmite on, then you just sort of cut it. Marmite soldiers. I wonder how old I was when I had things like that. Very embarrassing, isn't it, listening to a presenter on the radio who spends most of his time reminiscing. I mean, fancy actually spending the best part of a programme trying to worry about what you're going to do on a Friday evening. The answer is contact the accountant, I think. That'll be the first thing. Sending things to a poor accountant. This is his busy time. Going to love me. Love me. What have we got a picture here? Oh, it's George Clooney with his wife, Mal. She's a lawyer and very popular, very popular. But he actually says, heartthrob, not now, says he's only 60. Why do these people write themselves off at 60? What's the matter with 60? Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, when I hit 60, it will be different. You know, shan't be worrying about it. Steve, I've heard the new fad is putting Marmite on potatoes and roasting them. Not sure about that. I like... I always get this right. They're not Hasselbacks, are they? These potatoes. Is it Hassel? The slices, yeah. They're Hasselbacks. Love those. They used to do those in Marks and Spencer. You just buy them, shove them in the oven. Oh, great way of eating potatoes. Because when I go to Costco, I do like, what do they call it? A potato roasted. They call it roast potato. No, you say jacket potato, that's it. Hopeless, isn't it, this age? He doesn't know where he is, poor soul. Put him out to pasture. We can both go in the bottom paddock. And I always have the same thing. Cheese and beans. I know. And yet somebody said to me, apparently it's really good for you, a baked potato. They just take such a blooming long time to cook. Except if you put them in a microwave and then they cook quicker. News! Because I'm just gone 5:30, which is a bit naughty. Everybody, welcome to Friday, welcome to the weekend, welcome to... What the heck do we do this weekend? In other words, the same as you did last time round. Nothing. Life in Snow Lane. Glorious winter scenes, but watch out. Why is it that every time we have snow, and it doesn't matter whether it's in Halifax or in Scotland or anywhere like that, you will see cars that have driven into trees, or cars that have driven into post boxes, or cars that have careered off the road, or buses that have skidded. Why don't we just... Can't we get this... They managed to drive in Canada. They managed to drive in Austria. They managed to drive everywhere except this country. You can't even get trains to run properly. Why are they not running? Flooding. Well, you know, I mean, in Canada, they've got the Rockies, and they're knee-deep in snow. The white powdery stuff could bring this country to a standstill in about a minute. Over there, it all runs through. Even Murder on the Orient Express, they got caught in a snowdrift, and they went out, and then they cleared it all the way through, and they managed to get the train going. So why not here? I mean, there's a car in Halifax that's hit a pole in heavy snow. I mean, why don't people... Because when you take your driving test, what does it not teach you? Firstly, how to drive on a motorway. Secondly, how to drive in bad weather conditions, snow being one of them. Do they ever teach you about black ice? Do they ever teach you that when, you know, the winter comes, you might see a pretty little, you know, dusting of snow all over the place. Do they teach you about the fact it's frozen underneath it, and your car, as you go round the corner, is going to be following you round? It's too dangerous. Today, chilly in the north, overcast, mostly dry. In the south, mostly dry, cold and cloudy. High today, 8 degrees centigrade, positively balmy weather. Tomorrow, rain, sleet and snow in the north. Oh, here we go. In the south, tomorrow, rain, sleet and snow, then showers. So in other words, the little bit of snow that you will get, the piddly bit, will be washed away by the rain. OK, so you'll probably get flooding. Sunday, down south, dry and chilly, sunny spells. Up north, dry and mostly cloudy, sunny breaks. We get 9 degrees for tomorrow and for Sunday, and north gets 6 degrees. 6 degrees. So none of this -10, but we haven't got into next week yet, have we? Steve, Lokshan pudding is nice. Egg pasta with sultanas. Oh, I've had it. Jem. You can get it in Jewish delis. Oh, Dale and I, because you know he was Jewish, used to constantly go out to have salt beef. We came, bit of addicts, actually, really. One of the best on toast dishes, says Kevin, thick white slice, topped with bacon bits. Do you know I bought bacon bits the other day? Mayo, fresh rosemary, horseradish and strong cheddar melted under the grill. Wakes your taste buds up. Do you know, I love anything toasted under the grill. I really do. I'm anything like that at all. But I'm not sure about horseradish. That might be a little bit too much for me. Still talking about the star bird that they've lost. And this is Melina, who has disappeared. So the Raven Masters in a bit of a flap. Is this a sign we're doomed? When the Ravens leave the Tower of London, it's not good. Fergie's new publisher, this is from Ephraim Hardcastle today. Fergie's new publisher, Mills and Boon, will surely dismiss as nonsense her biographer, Alan Starkey's recollection of her 93 book, Travels with Queen Victoria. She once bragged to me that she could field any question that was asked about her book on Victoria, even though she'd never read it, he said. Her latest book, of course, is not all her, I'm afraid. It's always the usual kind of old rubbish, isn't it, really, I'm afraid. And what have we got here? Former Channel 4 news boss, Dorothy Byrne. You know, Dorothy Byrne? But anyway, she's been appointed president of Cambridge's Murray Edwards College, joining a long list of prominent media figures, including Alan Rusbridge, Will Hutton from The Guardian, Observer, plus Mark Damazer from the BBC and Roger Mosey, ex-Today editor, and Bridget Kendall. Life's a bit grand down there, isn't it? Reminds me of episodes of Yes, Prime Minister, which were basically, it was jobs for the old boys, wasn't it, really? Did you get the iPhone 12? I don't. I'm still surviving on an early iPhone. I don't, I'm really not bothered. It just makes phone calls. I can't, what Dickens is that? I can't justify buying a new phone at the moment. Normally I would have done it. If we'd been normal, like, you know, a year a bit ago, I would have gone out and bought the iPhone, because I'd have been out with my friend Darren on a Sunday. We'd have done a walk and they'd go, let's go and get your new phone. You know, all of a sudden I found myself shelling out £1,000, so I don't think so. Sam says, I didn't think anybody could replace Bill Maynard, but Peggy is brilliant, makes a show. Isn't she a good character? I love her. Actually, I think the bloke that she works with, whose name I can't remember either, I think he's actually very good at playing, you know, he's obviously a good-hearted little person. Steve, in these countries, they have special winter tyres, as do I. It makes all the difference. Yeah, we don't have them over here. In fact, it's compulsory, I think, in Vienna, to put chains on your tyres. You get snow chains, because Vienna's all up and down hills. Don't want to miss things like that, do you? And also... And it's good you're talking about what to do with Marmite, because the ex left a jar I've not touched for a year, says Andrew in Chelsea. Oh, believe me, it'll last for a year. It goes for ever and a day, Marmite. And you try and get the lid off. I've got a jar stuck in a cupboard. I need to get the hairdryer out to melt the bottom of the jar so I can get the thing. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. But I do my best. And... somebody says, once upon a time, you had to work at what you did, then you became a celebrity. Yes, that's why I don't like all the reality shows, especially the dating ones, which are full of the naffest people you've ever seen. Seriously. Oh, look, here's Heather Mills again. Don't like Heather Mills. She's going to wed her toy boy. Well, good. Good for you. What does he do, I wonder? He's a film producer. Riveting. Something about her that's not pleasant. Don't know why. Can't imagine. 4 firms, just 4 of them, provide 80% of the UK's broadband. I knew that. Sky, Virgin, BT and TalkTalk supply more than 21 million households. I guess we should get them dishing out the vaccine. That'd be nice, isn't it? And the King of Belgium's car. Have you ever been to Belgium? Don't go. It is the most boring place on the entire planet. We went there, spent a week there one day. It was ghastly. And we ended up having the same as we could have got here. Chips. That's what they apparently eat in Belgium all the time. Chips. But yesterday, there were race riots engulfing Brussels, and the King of Belgium's car was pelted with rocks. They know it's his car because it's got the number 1 on the number plate, King Philippe. So, police said 5 officers were injured during the riots, which led to 116 arrests. This is over the death of a black man in police custody. Protesters hurled rocks at the Mercedes of King Philippe. A police station was also set on fire and streets were vandalised. This is after a person identified in Belgian media as Ibrahim Barry. He was arrested on Saturday for an alleged breach of COVID rules, reportedly fainted at the police station and later died in hospital. Well, he must have had an existing illness. There's also the fury at the care home chief, who's doubled his pay to 2 million. Some people just fall in it, don't they? Which is good. And homeschooling. Brace yourself for the unashamed mother who's found a legal way to quit Sussex and gets an A-star for smugness. Oh, we don't like smugness, do we? Definitely not. And also, the teen who led police on a 180-mile-an-hour chase and then leapt from the dock in a bid for freedom. People do this. Have you seen? But, of course, he got caught, taken back and has been jailed for 46 weeks. The judge, Andrew Holmes, told him he was one of the worst driving cases he'd ever seen. Another one of these stupid people. He was banned from driving for 2 years and 5 months after this person called Dragoy admitted charges that included dangerous driving. Apparently it was the moment of madness. There was a woman on YouTube I was watching. She had a breakdown on a flight, shouting racist obscenities at people. And then they interviewed her on television. The man said, well, you were shouting racist obscenities. Yes, that wasn't me, she said. I thought, no, it was. We've just seen you. They never learn, do they? Also, happy birthday today to Princess Michael of Kent. Princess Michael of Kent is 76 today. The wife of the Queen's cousin was born Marie Christine Anna Agnes Hedwig Ida von Reibnitz. Very complicated. We just call her Michael of Kent. And it was reportedly labelled £2,000 for us. I did a radio show with her once. And I was telling her about something. She went, where do I get that from? So I put her in contact with the company and she was very happy. But in 2013, Princess Michael admitted, we never go to dinner unless it's to somebody else's house. We never go to restaurants. It's too expensive because they're on a budget, you see. It's not everybody. Pete Waterman celebrates his birthday today. The music producer from Coventry turned Kylie Minogue, Jason Donovan and Rick Astley into stars. The ex-miner and gravedigger once slept rough at Euston Station and only learnt to read and write in his 30s. He has an obsession with trains. He loves trains. But he says he was asked to train civil servants in the Cabinet Office. He asked how many had A-levels and had been to Oxbridge. They all put their hands up. I then asked, how many of you are millionaires? Mine, he said, was the only hand that went up. It's Heavy Company Friday, traditionally the day where you bounce up and down and go, we are looking forward to it. We're out partying tomorrow night. No, you're not. We're going to the pub tomorrow night. No, you're not. Oh, I thought we'd all go out to the restaurant. No, you're not. Not going to any of these places at all, are you, really? So we're doing exactly the same tonight as we did yesterday and the day before. It just varies a little bit, but it's Friday. So I'm going to have I think I'm going to have a lazy day today. I think lazy day. It depends what the weather's going to be like. Last time we looked out the window yesterday, it was tipping it down. Producer, as usual, no umbrella. Did he bring a hat? No. Has he done the same today? No, nothing at all. Small wonder buses want to splash you. Small wonder you should wear, do you not have a Macintosh and some galoshes or something like that? Galoshes, Wellingtons. Do you have any Wellingtons at home? Well, you should get some Wellingtons and some, maybe a sou'wester. Would be quite nice. You don't know what a sou'wester is? I'm on another planet here, I'm afraid. And, Steve, over the years, have you ever done any voiceovers for adverts, or is there a special agency? Oh, there's loads of agencies for voiceovers. They tend to want actors to do voiceovers. That's why you hear so many familiar voices, because actors apparently can do different impressions of voices, whereas I could do impressions. I could do things like that. And you want me to look like this? What are we looking at? Here we go. Oh, look, Paddington in a sou'wester. Yeah, I think we should see you in that I mean, seriously, yesterday, he went out there, it was tipping it down. It was like we were North Sea fishermen. And we walked down the road, and there's a statue that's vanished down the road from Leicester Square. It was a tall one, and it was from... I can't remember who it is. It's not even on its plinth. Where's it gone to? They're sort of putting stuff round, but they've actually removed the statue. I don't know why. Has it gone for safekeeping, or... I'm really upset by it. You wait till I find out where it's gone to. Not good at all. Adrian Charles has a pressing... Oh, how boring. Honestly, we did this... Why is this such an interesting story? He says he's confessed he never got the hang of ironing. Who cares? Who cares? Take it to I take mine to a dry cleaners, and he does my washing and ironing. Don't make a big deal about it. He takes it to his mummy's. Honestly, I mean, if he's as old as that, he must be fairly ancient, mustn't he? How much on the Euro Millions tonight? Oh, that'd be nice. 49 million, please God. That'd solve all the problems, wouldn't it? Solve all the problems. I've just got 49 million. Lots of people talking in Leeds and in Stocksfield and Hexham and Halifax. And the snow and ice that, everybody gets out. I've already got the shovels for picking up the snow. I bought them when they had a closing down sale at something like B&Q. They were 50p each. So I bought two. They're huge. Really good. Temperatures fell to lows of -5. -5. But, if you don't need to go out, you don't have to go out. You can stay in and do whatever you want to do. More than half of us are stuck in a rut and eat just 6 different meals on a loop. And they're probably not wrong with that, actually. They're probably not wrong with that. 46% cook and eat them on specific days. I'm definitely going for this Penang curry, I've decided. The more I think about it, it's very delicious. But what I tend to do is add a different rice. I use the Uncle Ben egg fried rice, which I quite like. And they do a vegetable rice, which is good, but it doesn't go with the Penang curry. Theirs is just plain boiled rice. So I don't know. Boiled rice, I don't know. It's such a decision, isn't it? Honestly, you get to my age and you are spoilt for choice. Is it liquidised or is it not? Statue of Henry Irving. Here we go. But where has it gone to? Located in the grounds of the National Portrait Gallery, erected in 1910, but it's not there. Oh, wait a minute, to be moved. Grade 2 listed statue Henry Irving to be moved down there. Looks set to be moved as part of the National Portrait Gallery refurbishment. Moving it to where? That was in 2019. Well, it's gone. It's gone. The National Gallery's taken... What is going on? To be moved? I mean, are they going to put him inside? Or something like... Fancy having an empty plinth. What's the matter with them? They've started putting things up, haven't they, around the National Gallery, but it's sort of shuttering or something like that. So, wait a minute. To boost visitors by about 500,000. So Henry Irving looks set to be moved. And they want to allow higher visitor numbers. The idea was we didn't want that, but anyway. Evidence submitted to the gallery said one of the motivations for the proposal is to allow higher visitor numbers. And the gallery said the statue would be directly in front of the new entrance steps and should be moved closer to St Martin's Lane. Oh. Fancy moving it? I mean, it seemed all right where it was. What's the point? Mind you, I see loads of people taking photographs of it. Doesn't make any difference. Well, at least we know where it's gone to. That's good, isn't it? And the Giant of Magic, who we've lost. The Giant of Magic. And this is one half of Siegfried and Roy. Siegfried Fischbacher was the magician, I thought, out of the two. Roy, I always thought, was the one. They met on a cruise ship many, many years ago. And they became an item, although they never actually came out. They never actually came out. All you actually got from Siegfried after Roy died was that, I've lost my best friend and all the rest of it. Now, there are stories about Siegfried and Roy, which I could tell you, but I think you need to read the book. There is a book on Siegfried and Roy, and it's very, very interesting, because what they did was pioneer animal acts. And when they were in Vegas, and I saw them on a few occasions, and did Mr. Neil. He tweeted the other day about them, because the Magic Circle tweeted about him losing his fight against cancer. And it's only 8 months after Roy Horn died because of complications from COVID. He was the one who was attacked by the lion, even though they always played it down. And where their money will go to, I've got no idea. They must have made millions. They were the highest paid magicians. Even David Copperfield paid tribute to Siegfried, calling him a legend in magic. Siegfried's sister, who's a nun, has told how she talked to her brother shortly before he died. Sister Delore, who lives in their native Germany, said he was only able to say okay. It was kind of like an amen. He's not dead. He will live on in my heart. Well, if you were lucky enough to have ever seen, and I've got the book, they brought out a limited edition book of Siegfried and Roy. It was about $600, and I bought it years and years ago. And it's got everything in it, including videos of most of the shows and stuff like that. And it's some really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. So that's out. I mean, he was working on the cruise ships in 1957. Roy was a steward. And they started going from making a rabbit disappear to performing the same feat with a cheetah. And then they had their lions and tigers, who were actually trained by somebody else. Somebody else trained all their animals, and they just worked with them. And it was a show that you had to see. It was a show. You won't ever see the likes of Siegfried and Roy. They became so famous in Vegas, and they toured throughout the world. And so when Roy was attacked, and as I said, we saw them at a Mark Mason magic convention in Vegas years and years and years ago, and they came out, and Roy was very ill, but just came and sat at our table with Siegfried as well, and people said, can you sign this, can you sign that? It was really good, really, really good. So very sad. But he was 81, he had cancer, and as I say, the memories will live on for all the people. I wonder what happened to all the magic that they used in the shows. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Apparently, thank you, Zippy says, thank you for the gang for keeping me entertained for the 4.5 mile walk to work in the snow and the ice. Still working in the Arctic, are you? And a lot of people talking about Caroline Quentin. She was doing her time on Strictly Come Dancing after seeming to love it at the time, because she cried every week about her love of dance, and then she got voted off. Well, I mean, if you've sort of worked up to something. But in the case of Syra Khan, who's dissing loose women, you know, obviously there were people she didn't like. I'd love to know who she didn't like, wouldn't you? Mind you, old Gobby on a stick, I'm quite sure we'll find out. She must be running out of ideas at the moment. I'd prefer her to talk about, you know, all the offers she's been inundated with, so we could sort of decide which one we think would be suitable for her. To be honest with you, I don't think she brings anything to a programme. But what do I know? I watch television the same as everybody else does. But the trouble is, it's people who've been on television. Once they're not on television, what do? They only ever know being on television. You know, people who've been doing shows for years and years, and all she was on a panel. It's what they call a wheel show. They've got a wheel with spokes on it, and they all offer their little bit. Nobody's any better than anybody else. You know, you just go on there, and it's like a round table. I call it zoo format. You can hear radio programmes where there'll be the presenter, and then there'll be about another 3 or 4 people in the studio, and you have to try and work out who you think's talking. But zoo format, exactly the same. I didn't think she was any better or any worse than anybody else. It's just that now she started dissing it and saying, there is something. She's come up with all this claptrap, but as I say, she was not very good on... where did she come on The Apprentice? Syra Khan, did she... because they've shelved An Apprentice, haven't they? I seem to remember somebody saying that they'd shelved it because they can't do the programme for the way they would want to, because they'd all have to be in the house together, and then they sort of get rid of people, and then they don't get rid of people, and I can never remember, actually. Apprentice says, why the show will flop if... they seem to think she's a force to be reckoned with. I don't think she is. She was 49. She appeared on the very first season of The Apprentice. Instantly forgettable. And making it to the final 2, she was eventually beaten by somebody called Tim Campbell. Who's that? Where did he go to? I love it. Listen, I believe it's the 15th of January. Where is this year going? Oh, hopefully quickly. Hopefully very quickly. Ed is in Leeds, and he said the weather update is correct. There is snow. I've been to Leeds, actually. Dale and I went up there years and years ago. He says, Mr. Moyles mentioned you last week, so I thought I'd give you a listen. Oh, that's nice. He says, I'm taking the early shift with my 8-month-old daughter, looking for our new early morning listening whilst we play. So far, so good. May come back. Oh, there you go. I can't convince anybody. That's the good thing about radio. You can't drag people in screaming, can you? You can't actually sort of do anything like that at all. You just have to say to somebody, this is the programme, and if you choose to listen, you choose to listen. So you never know. Steve, Jerry Cottle, the circus guy, died. He died the other day, actually. You're a bit late, actually, Mark. Goodness sake, you need to listen to LBC more. Then you'll get the up-to-dates as quick as you can. It's also, I don't remember any statues, says Duncan, but I remember people looking through a window at your place, watching a DJ. Well, I mean, there is... Yeah, you can't actually see them. I don't think there's any... Because we're actually quite high. We're actually on the 3rd floor, so you wouldn't be able to see us in our studios, and at the front of the building you wouldn't be able to see anybody in a studio either. You know that there is a studio up there, but that's it. Are you on display right now? I do hope not. No, definitely not. Not my sort of thing. But there are loads of statues. What are you talking about? Leicester Square is full of statues. But this one... just down the road from here, as we sort of wander out, you know, in the rain and next week, the snow. If he doesn't buy a hat, I'm just going to have to sort of lend him a baseball hat or something like that. So we had the story yesterday, didn't we, of some bloke. I better tell you who he is, because if I get it wrong, I get myself into dreadful trouble. And he's called James Howells. He's a computer engineer. Okay, he claims that he threw away a £230 million Bitcoin fortune on a hard drive, and he's offered the local council $55 million if they let him dig up a council tip. He says he accidentally binned it in 2013. He says 2013? I mean, seriously. You know, I don't know. He says his cryptocurrency stash, which continues to rocket in value, one Bitcoin is valued about £28,000. But of course, without this computer, he doesn't have anything at all, so he might as well just say, I've got £1 billion. In fact, it says here, he said it'll soon be worth more than £1 billion. But despite his request, Newport Council in Gwent have refused to help. James says the authorities' attitude doesn't make sense. Well, they probably don't believe you, dear. I mean, what proof have we got? You know, have you just made this up as a story? He claims a hedge fund is backing his efforts and says electronic records used at the tip will enable him to pinpoint where his hard drive is. What, from 2013? James says the council won't be left to foot the bill. He said there should be a good chance of retrieving the Bitcoin files, but the council said it wouldn't take up his offer. Quite rightly so. Quite rightly so. I'm sorry, the man's an idiot if he thinks the council are going to start digging up on the promise of some quasi 55 million quid. I mean, come on, dear. Prove it. Prove it. You know, but if you were stupid enough to throw it away, your problem. It was like the question about the Aristocats on the Chase, and people complaining on Twitter about it because the person said, the lady, she said, it's the aristocrats. And Bradley went, wrong. And people wrote in and went, well, she was close. You know, yeah, but it was wrong. Aristocrats and aristocats, two different words. But obviously some of these thick people that write in, I mean, God in heaven, honestly. So they sit there, do you think? They're, oh no, not another picture of Maya Jama. I'm so bored with this talentless person that apparently she's doing something on BBC Three. Anybody ever heard of that one? BBC, how many are there? For God's sakes, I can't keep up with these things at all. Absolutely ridiculous. And, guess who's just written to me? Honestly, he's mad as a broomstick. He says, this is Mr. Moyles. He says, hi, Steve. Why I ever gave him my phone number, I've got no idea. Seriously, it's like being plagued at home. You'd be sitting there, you know, watching another episode of, you know, Dumbledown Farm for the children. And he says, when all this COVID nonsense is over, I shall take you for a weekend in Leeds and you'll love it. Yeah, right, whatever. See, that sounds like stalking to me. I think there's a case there. He says, please can you tell my friend Dominic, Dom, he's running late, as he had to de-ice the car this morning. Where are you coming from? What ice? What ice? Goodness sake, honestly. But we do love him, actually. And our Charlie Girling says, dear darling Steve, how's your January so far? Bloody miserable. In fact, after yesterday, even worse. She says, you're not doing dry January, are you? Anything so horrible? No. No, believe you me, after yesterday. She says, I've not seen you for 10 months. This is somebody I work with in the building. My friend Rich says, at least it's Friday. Doesn't make it better, though, does it? I think it's definitely Penang curry. But I've not seen people for ages. Seriously, I've not seen for a long, long time. But never mind. Also, what have we got here? Oh, TV chef Gordon Ramsay's veggie version of beef Wellington. We must tell Luke, he'll like this. His vegan beef Wellington has one critic demanding, where's the beef? Gordon posted a snap of the dish, on Instagram, as the Veganuary campaign urged people to give up meat for a month. I don't want to. I don't want to be told by people what to give up. You know, honestly. So Ramsay spent the best part of a decade mocking vegans, but lots of people have gone, he must have a thing coming up very shortly. So vegan twist on the classic beef Wellington. But I don't want it. I want to eat, that's the whole idea, it's beef Wellington. Some DJ led the meat eater. That was my stomach there. Honestly, it's having a mind of its own here. But a lot of people... See, I don't have any problem with vegans, but don't tell us that we've got to start cutting back during January and start going vegan. Because we don't want to go vegan. If I decide to go vegan, I'll do it. Don't want to be told how to... I don't tell the producer what to eat. Sometimes I recommend things for it. He's never heard of anything. Seriously. He'd heard of Penang curry, though. Oh, I want it now. I've decided, actually. I want Penang. I'll tell you what I want it with. I want it with chips. Don't know why. I've got a thing about dipping chips in curry. Don't know why. This is not normal, is it? Perhaps I'll just have chips. Go and get some curry sauce and have chips. Perhaps I'll just... Oh, I'll have KFC. No, I can't have KFC. Perhaps I'll have a pizza. No, I'd never eat it all, would I? And I don't think pizzas are very good for you. Lasagna... Oh, I think lasagna's boring. Oh, seriously. Any Italian who goes, oh, we're having lasagna and I'll eat elsewhere, thank you. No, I've seen it in Marks and Spencer's. They do lasagna. It's just meat, isn't it, with some bechamel sauce and then a layer of pasta or something. It's not delicious. It's chronically naff food. Bit of garlic bread. Is that typically Italian? Garlic bread. And do you make your own lasagna? You can. Oh, of course you can. How embarrassing. Oh, with Dolmeo. I like all those jars of things, actually. I said I like the sweet and sour one from Uncle Ben. That's quite nice. Just get some chicken, fry it off in a frying pan, you know, lightly sautéed, with some onions, and then just add a tin of that thing, and then add some rice on the top of it. Blooming lovely. Till you look at how much sugar's in it. I spend the rest of the ceiling trying to scrape myself off the ceiling. It's as bad as that. Friday night takeaway, Steve. Fish and chips or doner kebab, says Sunil. Well, either would do, actually. I don't want to push that too much for you. A foul-mouthed teacher branded parents, naughty word, in a video accidentally uploaded to a school home learning site. The trouble is, I don't know why we seem surprised that teachers wouldn't swear. I think they do. And a woman here with an eating disorder died from laxative abuse. Because that's what, unfortunately, a lot of people do, don't they? Did you know that Elvis Presley, and a friend of mine told me this the other day, Elvis Presley was found dead on the floor of his bathroom. At the time he was going out with Ginger. She's written a book about it. We never thought she would, but years later she wrote a book about what happened on that evening. And he was found on the bathroom floor, and it turned out that Elvis, because of all the tablets and the things that he had, some prescribed, some not prescribed, different system in America in those days. You could go round a town, go to all the chemists and get the same prescription. Nowadays you can't. Somebody was talking earlier on to Darren, was it Darren or to Tom Swarbrick, about everybody getting the vaccine, including people seeking asylum in this country, and I was shouting into the radio that they can't get the vaccine. You need a national insurance number, not a national insurance number, an NHS number to get the vaccine. Otherwise, people would be cheating the system. So where they get that number from, goodness only knows. Steve, icy car windows here in Sutton in Surrey. Love the show. Thank you. Your best friend Ian over in the States, how's he coping with the COVID there? He's never mentioned it. Isn't that funny? My friend Ian has never, ever mentioned the COVID over in America. I know he's all right because he texts, which is good. Tesco's finest spaghetti carbonara and some garlic bread. My godson Nathan loves spaghetti carbonara. As kids, they loved it. Curry and chips is practically the national dish in Northern Ireland, says David. It's just a chip with curry all over it. I know what it is. Curried chips is very good. Also, Steve, lucky dip tonight? I always do lucky dips. I've never done anything but lucky dips. I can't be bothered to do anything actually else. It's far too complicated to actually come up with numbers, because then you kind of get caught into those numbers, and I don't really want to sort of get into that again, which is much better. So the grave of James Bond creator Ian Fleming has been raided. Why on earth would that happen? He died in 1964. A slate plaque with the author's name was taken from the grave. What sick person would do something like that? I hope they catch them very quickly. Susan Hawson of Save Swindon's Heritage said it was an awful thing to do. Imagine somebody stealing somebody's, a moniker off a grave. That's about as disgusting as you get. Hope they find them. I turned on the television the other day. I'm prone to doing it. And I had a shock. And I'll tell you about the shock in a moment. First of all, it turned out that Elvis Presley had not been to the toilet properly for ages and ages and ages. That showed up in the autopsy, which was a very bizarre thing, and they weren't sure if that's what might have killed him. Was I working? No, I was at home listening to LBC on the night that Elvis's death was announced. Anyway, so I turned on the television yesterday, and thank God we don't have Steph McGovern on. I mean, obviously she's quite exhausted. It's obviously very demanding, doing a programme that's that long and that boring. And so they've decided to bring in other people. They've had various people doing it. And the other day, we turned on and we got Helen Skelton. Claim to fame, nothing. Claim to fame, Blue Peter, and having your boobs hanging out when she was presenting some other programme. And then people started saying, oh, have you seen Helen Skelton? And trying to sell her as a sex object. And she never complained. I was hoping she would have done. They say Helen Skelton would be a brilliant host on The One Show. Is this her agent writing in, called Anne? You always read some of these things. You think, I bet it's the agent. And they also say, great to see Richard Madeley on Steph's packed lunch. This is an agent. Nobody writes in anything like that. Seriously, how difficult can it be? Well, in Helen Skelton's case, quite difficult to read an auto cue. The other day, we sort of struggled. We struggled a bit. Listening to you catch up in the bath at this moment when you were bursting into an Oliver song, says Sidcup Julie. I am prone to bursting into songs. You like Codro? No, thank you very much indeed. Just looked up Penang curry on the internet. Looks delicious. It is nice, actually. It is very nice. Well, I liked it. But that's just me. I mean, I haven't had it for a little while, because it's not cheap. That's £4 for a curry, and then you get the they do a jasmine rice. Actually, I might have jasmine rice. I might do that. That sounds quite nice, actually, doesn't it? In fact, it sounds even nicer than I thought it did at the beginning of the programme. Steve, I can imagine, says Noah, that your favourite member of the royal family is Princess Anne. No. My favourite member of the royal family is the Queen and Prince Philip. I mean, she is utterly the person who you look up to at the royal family. She does everything, which is perfect. She never gets into arguments. She'll never, destroy her own family. Even though Harry stabbed her between the shoulder blades. Don't want to make a big deal about it, but, all this disappearing off to America, pile of old rubbish, isn't it, really? And she's good. I mean, Charles I can tolerate. He's a bit, sometimes when they start talking about, I'm going to save the planet, I've thought, listen, you're 70. It's a bit late to start saving the planet. William's okay, but they're not in the real world. They're really not. That's why every time you saw, poor old Harry staggering outside another bar, 3 sheets to the wind, he would kick out at photographers. And you think, you need to learn some manners. Unfortunately, I don't think he's learned anything. But that's just the way it goes, isn't it? Who else do I like in the royal family? Well, we don't like Prince Andrew. I don't like Sarah Ferguson. In fact, actually, I've just realised it's coming down a bit, isn't it? The Queen and Philip. And who else would I like within the royal family? I mean, Edward's okay. He's a bit drippy, but he's okay. Who? Yeah, oh no, we don't like any of the Prince Andrew and Fergie family. Thank you very much indeed. Oh no, definitely not. No, they would be my outcasts, I think, in the royal family. Who else do we like? Actually, you're right. It's just come down to the Queen. Edward, no, so. Sophie's nice. She's nice. I mean, to be honest with you, all their marriages have split up in the royal family in relationships, except the 2 that you never thought would last, Edward and Sophie. So unlikely. Edward, who couldn't manage it in the Marines, which I gather really annoyed Prince Philip. Edward, it was just a bit too much for him, a little bit too butch. He was more sort of, I think I'll work for Andrew Lloyd Webber, put on some shows. And then he had his own company, which was filming bits about the royal family, which was sort of, I think it's the only thing that they know about, isn't it? That's why Sarah Ferguson's latest book's going to be an absolute joy to behold, I should imagine. Johnny in Watford says, heavy snow up in Shirebrook, Mansfield. Don't think I'll be getting my work delivery today. Luton vans don't do well in the snow. They don't. They don't. And Teresa in Colindale said, yes, Steph is a bit irritating. It's just the programme is dreadful. I mean, it really is one of the worst pieces of magazine format I've ever seen. They keep putting the same people on there who are about as interesting as nobody. Terrible. Terrible, really. Steve. Somebody talking about favourite. Any tips of getting back to sleep whilst listening to you? Yeah, go listen to another station. There you go. Solved that problem, isn't it? There you go. I'm surprised you weren't intelligent enough to work that one out for yourself, but obviously not. Obviously not, but it doesn't matter. Were you saddened when Big Brother was cancelled? No, it was the best day of our life. We had a party, we celebrated, and then we got little Rylan popping up the television saying, I'm going to bring it back. I thought, over our dead body. We're not bringing back Big Brother. Why would you? It was rubbish. Absolutely. You know why? They learnt to play the game. The whole idea about Big Brother, when it first started, they didn't know about the cameras. They were just being themselves. Now, you get stupid people on it. The celebrity versions are even worse. You get some dire people. And they've learnt how to play the game. And so it's not of any interest to anybody. In the first times, it was very interesting. We had some nice little characters on there, and we were watching them. A bit like Gogglebox. People paid, not very much, to watch the television. Some of them very irritating. But, on the whole, they're actually okay. But when you watch Big Brother, the idea of sort of, ever bringing it back would just... Did you ever see the studio audience for it when they had the Ryland thing at the end? Where did they get these people from? They really were about the worst people you could ever imagine. They all looked like they'd wandered out of an agency for the Peculiars. I mean, they really were odd. They'd all sit there, baying like sort of they were at the Colosseum over, they were playing. It was an act. Everybody was doing an act. It was rubbish. Steve, did you see the article on Wednesday night? 150 morons caught by police at a disco booze-up party in a house in South Mims. What chance? Well, these people are stupid. But I can't say anything about it. All I say is, and this always covers me every time, I hope that none of them get coronavirus. Because believe you me, I've spoken to people, I know people who've had it, and they tell me you won't want it. And I'm almost thinking these people need a kick in the proverbial. Because if you're that stupid that you want to risk it, well then, go risk it somewhere else. Go risk it somewhere else. Because to be honest with you, you're a worry. You're a bit of a worry, and it ain't over yet. Steve, there's a gay vet on Steph's page. It's just a horrible, horrible mess of a programme. It's a horrible mess of a programme. There's so many different guests on there. Plus they've got regular guests. Russ Kane, I believe, the unfunny comedian, who sits up and you think, what is this programme? And the answer is nobody knows. Is it hosted by Steph? Is she strong enough? No, she's not. She's not strong enough to host. That's why they've obviously put her on leave. Because, to be honest with you, it's the biggest waste of money you've ever seen. Sharon says, Telly and I love him. You tell him. Goodness sake, honestly. And here it is, Bill Bailey celebrating his 56th birthday with a very impressive-looking cake. In fact, it is a very impressive-looking cake. I do like a good birthday cake. I like the ones they make on the television programmes. And not the ones where they're doing the, have you baked a cake recently? And they put on a lot of very odd people. I don't want to watch that. I want to watch the people who make these things professionally. And you see them, and some of them, in this country and in America, where they make these beautiful, beautiful cakes, and you look at them and they go, and this is a strawberry ganache or whatever it happens to be, and it's got lime and it's champagne, and you look at them and you think, oh, I'd love to eat that. But I can't have it. I can't have it. It's pointless, even on my birthday. People say, should we get you a cake? I go, well, I can't eat it. I wish I could. I could drive myself to a distraction by having a piece of cake. But they make these beautiful cakes in America, and then and you see the people look at them going, is this a suitcase? They go, no, it's cake. They've sprayed it and painted it, and they're lovely. I was going to get one for Corey, but apparently it was more than £3, so I thought, blow that for soldiers. Not going to waste money. When is your birthday? Is it coming up? Is it, August the 27th. Thank God we missed it. Thank God we missed it. It's my birthday soon. Woo-woo. I'm St Patrick's Day. I'm March 17. And, Not that far away. God, that's going to be a monumental birthday, isn't it? Wonder what day of the week it is. Find out. 17th of March. You watch. It'll be a weekday. Or as I prefer to call it, a going to school day. What is it? It's a Wednesday. Oh, what a horrible day. The worst weekday to have a birthday. Oh, do you think there'd be jelly and ice cream and a magician? Oh, that'd be great. So, talking of magicians, Magic Circle website. Go and find it and learn about their fabulous programme, which is coming. You're going to love it. David Copperfield and Debbie McGee and Simon Drake and Sooty, and they're talking about sawing a lady in half. Neil will be watching it. Mr. Neil will be watching, as will I as well. It's free to watch. Don't have to pay anything at all. And just go to the website and it will tell you how to do it. The Magic Circle website, okay? And you'll love it. It's a good... They're really looking forward to you seeing it. I'm looking forward to you seeing it as well, because it's been quite a few years since you've seen people being sawn in half. And I think when you see the original sawing in half, just in a box, to the David Copperfield and some of the sophisticated things that go on, you will then realise, wow, that was good. Steve, I didn't realise Russell Kahn was meant to be a comedian, says Matthew. I know. He's just not funny. It's a waste of time on this programme. I mean, it really is. It's like watching The One Show. Better to watch paint dry. Telly Brainbox Sean Wallace has been outsmarted by a kid. On The Chase, he regularly stops contestants from winning big money because he's so intelligent, but whilst filming a new travel show, he was pitted against a child prodigy and couldn't match up. You do get kids like that, don't you? You get kids who are sort of very good at... I remember seeing somebody on the... I hate calling them kids. The Oprah Winfrey show, and he identified flags around the world. He could tell you what nation's flag was there. And he was like 7. 7. Absolutely amazing. I'm no good at anything like that, no. I always think, why? What is the point? Somebody says, I can remember all the flags of the world. You go, yeah, but where are you going to use that? That's about as much use, isn't it, as a chocolate teapot when you're going to McDonald's. You know, going, oh, by the way, I know all the flags of the nations. They go, do you want a double cheeseburger or a Big Mac? What do you want? Okay, I'll have a fizzy drink, take the ice out. They hate it if you say take the ice out. Have you ever done that? You know why? The ice fills up. So in other words, you only get half a cup of the liquid. I do that all the time. Don't put any ice in it, love. It comes with that. Don't put the ice in it, okay? Don't mess with the Allen. You wouldn't like it. Oh, yeah. You get... If they take the ice out, when they push the button the first time, it only fills up, a small amount in the cup. The ice fills it to the top. Oh, no, you don't want ice. It's quite cold enough when it comes out of the machine. They won't thank me for doing that, but there you go. It's the way I do it. Yes, every company, welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 15th of January. Welcome to, there could be snow on the way. But that'll be next week. Karen in Worthing says, my birthday's on Valentine's Day, so it'll be a lockdown one for me. And then Fenton says, how the hell did Sooty get in the Magic Circle? Well, because he's famous, because he did Izzy Wizzy, Let's Get Busy. Sooty was a magician. Goodness sake, and he's in the Magic Circle. He is not just in the Magic Circle, he physically exists in the Magic Circle. He's not a diva, no, he's just got on with it. He's got his friends Sweep and Sue and Butch the dog and other things. But we have Sooty. We have the original Sooty at the Magic Circle. Steve, where is the lockdown? I'm on the motorway. More cars on the road than ever before. Yes, I mean, I understand, actually. Last Saturday, Steve, I lit a log fire in our new fire pit. I quite like fire. My brother's got a fire pit, I think. And he said, I lit the barbecue. We had cheeseburgers. Sally had a bottle of Pinot Grigio. I had a few beers. It was lovely. The highlight of the evening was when I tried roasting some chestnuts. Yeah, you've got to be very careful with chestnuts. If they explode, you can do yourself some serious damage. So Rob and Sally are in Hatfield, which is very nice. And my husband's just been told he's type 2 diabetic. He's not allowed to eat white carbs, including potatoes, rice, white bread or pastry. Pastry? Or is it pasta? Pastry, no. Because all these foods raise the blood sugar. He's also got to walk for an hour briskly every day. His doctor told him, says, Susan, if he sticks to the new regime, it's entirely reversible. Well, that's why he's only just been told he's type 2 diabetic. Long way down the line, doesn't work. It's a good bit of propaganda to put out. But unfortunately, it's false hope for a lot of people. I think people then think, if I cut all these things out, my diabetes is going to go. It doesn't work like that. I wish it did. God, blimey, that would be so much easier, isn't it? Also, the paper, amid the gloom, the R rate falls to as little as 0.6 across swathes of the nation. And what was this? Oh, there's more on this man, James Howells, who claims that he's got £200 million sitting in a landfill site somewhere. As I say, it's, they say he's thrown away this hard drive. I mean, why would you be that stupid and throw away a hard drive containing 210 million, has offered this council 50 million. I tell you what, give them the 50 million first, and then they might think about it. But of course, he can't do that. I mean, I've never heard of anything like it. He believes that this thing, it was dumped the drive in 2013 during a clear-out of old computer equipment, but he didn't realise. And also, wasn't he in the paper the other day saying, even if he found it, he couldn't remember what the password was? So what's the point? What's the point? The council, so far, have said it's just not, they're not going to do anything. Why would they? Mr. Howells bought 7,500 Bitcoin shortly after the cryptocurrency's launch for 20 quid each. A single Bitcoin is now worth 28,167. He said there's a pot of gold for someone at the end of the rainbow, and that ends in the landfill site. Well, how do you know which landfill site? It could be a load of old hooey, this, couldn't it? He said, I had 2 identical hard drives and I threw out the wrong one. I know I'm not the only person who's ever thrown out the wrong thing, but it usually doesn't cost people over 200 million. Well, so you say. We don't have any evidence of this. Listen, you have no evidence at all that, this hard drive is anywhere on a landfill site. But, He faces, or James Howell does, but it also comes as Stephen Thomas faces losing 175 million Bitcoin fortune because he can't. Oh, it's a different one. The password was a different one. The San Francisco-based IT expert has just 2 more attempts to guess the password for its lost forever. Do you think we've sort of come into stupid season? All these people with hundreds of millions in Bitcoins. The coins don't, as you know, physically exist. You don't actually buy a coin. You can be bought, sold and mined, a process carried out by computer programmers. But so this one, James Howells, claims he's even secured funding from a hedge fund to cover the cost of the recovery operation. Yeah. Well, go on, prove it then. Prove it. I mean, to me, do you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like a giant hoax. It sounds like one of those stories, he's going to lose, 200 million pounds because he threw away the wrong hard drive. He's obviously really stupid. He had 2 identical and he threw the wrong one out. Duh. Don't know where to go with it, do you, really? So I think it's a good little story. You watch in about a year's time and come back and go, actually, I just made it all up. It's like the people you'll find on the internet, people who pretended they won the lottery and started living as if they were multi-millionaires. People were giving them everything because they said, oh, it's, if you've won the lottery, you're good for it. That's good. Tony says, I think if I get some chips and curry later, my missus might let me enter the magic circle. Whoa, dear, you can't do any tricks on this programme that we've not seen through. Elizabeth Hurley declares solidarity with lockdown sufferers, postponing a Caribbean trip, apparently, to promote her new beachwear. Still promoting beachwear, is she? Unbelievable. And Olivia Colman has displayed a severe dose of loveydom, fretting she's displeased HM. You're thinking, oh my goodness, what if the Queen watches the series and sees me? Listen, the Queen has seen no end of people who have portrayed her over the years. Loads and loads of people, which is good. Julian Clary cruelly quips, is it just me, or does Gavin Williamson look like the sort of man who'd proposition you in the lift of a budget hotel in Ipswich? What's it to do with Ipswich? Invading plants sets the world of bees a-buzzing. And last year was the second hottest on record. Global temperatures in 2020 were on average around 1.28 degrees centigrade, above those in the second half of the 19th century. Does anybody really care? Does anybody, seriously, as I read that story out, did you think, oh, this is a pile of rubbish, who cares? Last year, apparently the hottest year on record. As most of us can't remember last Tuesday, what's the point? Why would you want to know whether last year was hotter? Did you take full advantage of it? Nope. Steve, do you think Donald is now removing all the light bulbs from the White House? Oh, I still think they're actually going to be lifting him out. I think he'll be carried out. He'll probably feign something, I should imagine. He's definitely got to go, though, hasn't he? Definitely got to go. Definitely got to go. It just depends on how quick. Somebody says the worst comedian's got to be John Richardson. Oh, I like John Richardson. We like John. He's a nice comedian. He's nice. We like all of them, actually. It's just that, when you see them every day, you suddenly realise they're a bit boring. And unfortunately, having seen Russell Kane, or Russ Kane, on this... I just don't understand what they're there for. Are they there for fodder, or there because he's funny, or whatever? Really, too many guests on the programme. There's probably as many guests as there are audience, I should imagine. The Duke of Kent is a wonderful person. Is he? I don't know enough about these people. I have to I have to see them and I have to know stuff about them. Fury at the Home Chief, who's doubled his pay to £2 million. And this is some man called Pete Calverley, who's having his injection the other day. I don't know why he actually gets it. He's not particularly old. Oh, is it because he's part of the staff? But he isn't. He owns the care homes. He's got 17,000 staff. He's one of the biggest care providers in the country. So they actually get it. He's one of the fortunate few citizens to be vaccinated before Christmas, despite not entering his own homes. It's not right, is it? Not right at all. Not right at all. Euro Millions tonight. Solve a few problems, I should imagine. Katie Price on why she's putting Harvey into a home, a residential college. And so it's another story about, she says, I don't want him to think I'm getting rid of him. Well, he's got to go and get proper advice and proper help, and you're not qualified for that. So it's good. So that's good for him there. Also, they're going to say Harvey's journey can be followed. I feel as though it's an intrusion. I don't know why. I'm just one of those sort of people who thinks that, she's talked about it for ages and ages. And these are old pictures of her in the sun because she's got fake hair on. And we know she's had it all cut off and it's a bob. Well, cut out, I think. Also, Dancing on Ice host Holly Willoughby is backing Mylene Klass to win the show already. I mean, perhaps she can... when you look at the bookies are offering 3-1 on Jason Donovan, 4-1 on Faye Brooks. I don't even know who Faye Brooks is, do I? Faye Brooks. Did she go out with Gareth Gates? Something in the back of my mind is rattling a bell. Bing, 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 bing. Faye Brooks. She's an English actress known for Coronation Street. Did she go out with Gareth Gates? I've just got a feeling. Faye Brooks, Gareth... Yes. Do you know why she's famous, don't you? I'm not sure I can tell you. So she gets 4-1, at least. Also, Colin Jackson gets 5-1. A bit bored with Colin Jackson. Billy Shepherd. Who's that? Who's Billy Shepherd? Billy Shepherd. 6-1. This generally... So am I right in assuming that the higher the amount of money, the less chance there is they think of them winning? So in other words, they think Jason Donovan at 3-1 is a good bet because he's only 3-1, and they think he might stand a chance of winning it because he could be good. So Billy Shepherd, whoever she is 6-1. Joe Warren Plant. Who's that? These are celebrities. They're making them up. 8-1. Denise Van Outen. 10-1. Rebecca Vardy, 10-1. Graham Bell. Who's Graham Bell? They invented the telephone. He's 10-1 as well. But I'm interested. So they think Jason Donovan and Faye Brooks could actually do something here. All the rest of them are just ne'er-do-wells. But Billy Shepherd and Joe Warren Plant. Hilarious. They're supposed... This is the celebrity version. You imagine if it was just ordinary people. You'd be struggling with it, wouldn't you, really? Plus... Violent video games do not make teens aggressive, a study has claimed. Experts examined 3,000 youths over 2 years and found the games had no long-term impact on mental health. Behaviour was influenced more by their personality and peers. The authors concluded video games have been criticised from the start. We discovered benefits as well as shortcomings. The subject is discussed in a specialist edition of Cyber Psychology, Behaviour and Social Networking, whatever that is. Must be the kind of book. And here's a picture of some bloke with his shirt off in a pair of shorts sweeping snow off his car. That's what everybody does, isn't it? And celebrity name droppers. You've seen their names in lights, but these celebrities have been they've been hiding their true identities. It's all people who've changed their names. So you've got Elton John, who was born Reg Dwight. You've got, I'm trying to find it. This is actually quite a good little quiz here, really. You could do quite well. He was born Ross, but this wannabe singer turned TV host didn't feel it had the X factor. Oh, that's, wait a minute, that's Rylan, isn't it? Wasn't he born Ross? Yeah, Rylan Clark Neal was born Ross. People change their names for various reasons. Also, Katrina Amy Alexandria Alexis Infield's career could have paid the price if the former glamour model hadn't changed her first name not once but twice. Sussed it out. It's all sorted now. The man, with the Bitcoin thing, somebody pointed out to me and said, surely he can't be that clever. You wouldn't just throw a hard drive away, you'd erase it and destroy it. Of course you would. But he was clever enough to invest, he says, 7,200 or whatever it was pounds in it. And you think, really? And then you just throw the hard drive away? No, you don't. I'm very sceptical about this one. I think this one smells. It's true. And I'm going to offer £50 million. He's probably laughing like a drain that he's got people to buy into this rubbish. I mean, what evidence? Has he got evidence that he bought the Bitcoins and that he still has them? What evidence? Because surely, even though they don't physically exist in the real world, you would have a transaction thing, wouldn't you? So where are your Bitcoins? Show us the thing that says you've got these Bitcoins and you've still got them and you haven't sold them. That's what people want. But of course, it's all on the hard drive. But for some reason, he's not like anybody else in the entire universe. He just throws the hard drive out. Yeah, dear. I think not. Steve, surely the definition of a comedian is to be funny. Somebody needs to tell Russell Kane, says Mark in Shoreham. Poor soul. Steve, London is bottom of the table in the COVID vaccine rollout. I think Nick will be talking about that this morning at 7. And Robin Chertsey says, Steve, the record temperature is nothing compared to 1,000 years ago when the Vikings farmed Greenland and we had vineyards in Scotland. Happy days. And Josh says the Bitcoin is like the old black and white film, The £1 Million Note, which was based on the assumption that you could have a note worth £1 million and you'd never need to spend it. The very fact that you had the note meant that everybody was going to trust you. Everybody was going to say, yes, of course you can have this meal, because that's what happens. He's given the note by these two old gentlemen in an envelope. He goes into a little corner shop, a little cafe thing, and he has the meal. And then he orders it again, and they're very dubious because he's ordering, I think, steak. Because he thinks he's obviously got some money in here to pay for a good meal. He has. And at the end of the meal, he's eaten it. Of course, they think he might do a runner. And so he's there. And he goes, I've got the money. Could we settle up now? Says the man. They're not at all happy. Not at all happy that he's in there. He's eaten all their food, but he's come up with no money. He opens up the envelope, looks at it, gives it to her, and the woman goes, oh, because it's a note worth £1 million. £1 million note. And they then fall over themselves. We're so sorry, sir. Please come again as often as you can. Because he's got £1 million in the days when people probably earn like twopence a week, if that. And that's why the film's so good. They claim that he can exist in London society with a note worth £1 million. Sophie Ellis-Bextor, as a mother, I felt a total failure in lockdown. Listen, you're not alone. Everybody else is feeling a bit People are feeling a bit aren't they? Which is not really great. Also, the shocking care home outbreaks at levels not seen since the first peak. Cases have more than trebled in a month. And the 50-year-old father rejected for a job because he wouldn't fit in with the millennial women. Oh, we did that story yesterday. The Daily Express were talking about the ice alert and more snow chaos on the way. It does seem to be up north, doesn't it? It seems to be more there. I mean, if we get it down here, I think it'll arrive, little flurries, and we'll all go, oh, look, pretty, pretty. Take some pictures, because within a few hours, the rain will come down and wash it all away. Hopes are rising, the Express were telling you this morning, that Britain's on the way to winning the fight against COVID-19. Yeah, there's still going to be a lot of people who are going to die between now and the end of the year, I promise you. I wonder what this bloke does, actually. So I just on this. Oh, he's a computer engineer, the one with the Bitcoin rubbish. And he says, I threw out the wrong one. I have to laugh because what else can I do? That's like people... I mean, do you remember there was a story a while ago of somebody who bought a lottery ticket? It wasn't a winner, but they took half of it in. And they didn't realise, and they said, oh, the dog's eaten half of this winning lottery ticket. And everybody went, well, you know that there are about 4 different things on a lottery ticket to prove exactly what the numbers are on it. It's got the barcode. Even if you destroy that, there's other numbers on there. And they can go back to the terminal where it was bought, and each terminal can also tell you what time you bought that, where you bought it from, and things like that. And some people think that there was one woman, wasn't there? I remember her distinctly. And she claimed that she had the winning ticket, but she'd washed it. It had gone in the washer, and of course she turned out to be a liar. And because people do. People think that they can cheat the system. They think that nobody's going to suss them out. All very worrying, actually, all very worrying. Cheering me up from my Glasgow hospital bed. Well, there you go. And James says, loads of people have lost a Bitcoin like that. You don't have to buy them. You can generate them with computers. That's the whole point. In the early days, lots got generated. And people obviously lose or bin old hard drives. So that happened. Don't you ever check it? God, you'd have to be a bit dim, wouldn't you, if you were just, you just throw out a hard drive? What, do you know every single thing that's on there? Don't believe a word of it. Don't believe a word of it. And, Steve, as far as I understand, Bitcoin is stored in a wallet on the cloud. If the guy knows his password, he should be able to log in online. Yeah, I mean, so even if you lost the hard drive, could you not go, I know my password for that machine, we can then recreate it? You just log on to another machine, put in that password, and surely all that original stuff comes up. Doesn't it work like that? And I know nothing about computers, as you can probably tell.
Please.
I do, yeah. I'm hoping you can help me with it. It's been an ongoing issue with a smartwatch that was given to me in September 2017 as a present.
Okay, and how much was do you know how, obviously it was a present, but I presume you know how much it was?
Yeah, it was about £350.
Okay, yeah, fine. The only reason I ask is that this came up at the end of last week, actually. There are all different kinds of prices of smartwatch. Yeah. £350 sounds about right for a reasonable quality smartwatch. So 350 quid, fine. And that was September 2017.
It was, yeah.
Okay, what's the problem?
So since then, 3 of them have broken down and have, excuse me, the particular manufacturers, what they do is they go through an online check. So they have a way of scanning the smartwatches and having a look at them and seeing what's wrong with them. So the last 3 watches were diagnosed by the manufacturer as faults and they were replaced. So
what was the problem with them?
2 of them just stopped completely.
Yeah.
And the other one, the dials had locked. So they replaced the last one for me in January last year.
Okay, so you're now on smartwatch number 3.
Smartwatch number 3.
Okay.
And in September this year, the battery life on it was lasting probably about 12 hours, 14 hours.
Right. How long are they? You have to forgive me because I haven't got one, so I don't know what's normal with them. How long would you normally expect the battery to last?
So this particular one, I would expect it to last about 5 days.
Oh, right. Okay. So how does it work then? Do you plug it in at night time when you take your watch off?
I plug it in when it dies down. It gives you an indication that the battery is actually starting to die. Mm-hmm. So then I just plug it in then. But yeah, absolutely now it's not even once a day, it's twice a day just to keep it running.
What do you use this smartwatch for?
So I do a lot of open water swimming. So in particular, this one at the time, and I think there's plenty that do now, but at the time when I bought it was one of the few that you could use that had a swim app on it.
Right. What? So you go swimming in rivers and stuff like that?
I do. I train Newfoundland dogs to do water rescue. So,
do you?
Yeah.
Blimey.
Yeah. So
do you have to get in the water
all the time? Unfortunately, we can't at the moment, but pretty much all year we're in lakes and rivers with them.
And what do you have to do? You have to get in and pretend you're drowning and train the Newfoundland to come and rescue you?
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love Newfoundland dogs.
Do you?
They're basically like great big Labradors, aren't they?
They are. They're big, fluffy people call them the bear dog. They're like big, fluffy bears. But
Yeah, and they're beautiful. I could never have one.
no,
because
they're not. They're a lifestyle. They're not a pet. They're an absolute lifestyle.
They're
for sure.
too big and they're too hairy, and I couldn't cope with it. But they're lovely. And I remember many years ago, my grandmother, when she was in her 80s, she got herself a boyfriend. He was 2 years younger than her. He was also in his 80s, and his nephew had a Newfoundland dog, and I will never forget the sight. He was doing some weeding once. Imagine the scene, sitting there on his knees doing some weeding in the flower bed, and this Newfoundland came bounding up behind him and pushed him head first straight in the flower bed, and all you could see were these brown suede shoes sticking out of his rose bushes. It was absolutely hilarious, and it was all because of this naughty Newfoundland. So they are lovely dogs.
They are lovely. They're very funny as well, and they can be very, very stubborn. But yeah, they're great, and it is an absolute passion of mine in the water with them. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But is this watch okay to go in freezing cold water? Because that's the only thing that's kind of springing to mind. That obviously the temperature of the water must be absolutely icy cold at certain times of the year.
Yeah, well, this, funnily enough, this particular one, I haven't had a chance to do it in freezing cold water because it stopped working properly in September, and has, as such, I haven't really used it very much because it's pointless. It's dead most of the time. It's no point in putting it onto your wrist.
Right.
So
the battery just will not hold the charge. You've gone back to the retailer to complain?
So I went back. So the process with these particular watches, the very first one I did, and they ask you to. They said you have to have an online check from the manufacturer, which like I told you, they do all these checks that they can do remotely on the watches. Mm-hmm. And it was the manufacturer there and then said, no, we're sending you another one. So since then, the other ones, this has all been sent from the manufacturer, not the retailer.
Fine. And what's the manufacturer said now? Smartwatch number 3's gone.
Yeah, so they've done all the normal checks that they do, and they've checked, and they've verified on their system that actually the battery's not holding charge because they can tell.
Yeah.
But the last thing they said to me when I spoke to them last week was my warranty ran out on September 2019, and the best they can do is offer me some kind of discount on another one.
Right. Which, to be fair, according to the manufacturer, that's probably right. And you don't have any contract with the manufacturer, so, I mean, they don't have to help you going forward. However, the retailer has an obligation to you. When you buy a product from a retailer, you are entitled, as per the Consumer Rights Act, to expect that product will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. And it would appear the fact that you're on watch number 3 in 3 years, and now the third one's gone, this watch is clearly not of very good quality. It's not fit for purpose. It's not lasting for a reasonable amount of time. So you need to go back to the retailer. Have you tried to do that?
No, I haven't, because I wanted to speak to you first, because I thought that because the watch that I'm on now, that's actually the one that's broken, didn't actually have anything to do with the retailer. This was straight from the manufacturer, as did the other ones before that, the other two before. I didn't know who I needed to go and speak to. The manufacturer, because the one that's broken didn't have anything to do with the retailer. It was the manufacturer.
No, but the only reason you've been communicating with the manufacturer is because when the first watch went and you spoke to the retailer, they told you to talk to the manufacturer.
Yeah, correct.
So you have, as per their request, back in when was it, 2018 you had the first problem?
2018, correct, yeah.
So what you need to do, and what I'd like you to do before we take this any further, and I sense we probably will have to take it further for you, because call me Mystic Meg, but I sense the retailer's probably going to be fairly resistant to trying to help you.
Okay.
I'm a bit of a cynic when it comes to this. I've been doing this far too long, and retailers very often will simply say at this point, oh no, there's nothing we can do. If the manufacturer won't help you, it's over 12 months, there's nothing we can do. But what you need to say to the retailer is, I bought this watch from you, 2017, very expensive watch, £350.
Yeah.
When it first went wrong in 2018, I obviously came back to you and you told me that I needed to liaise with the manufacturer, which I have done and I have continued to do ever since that date. However, I'm now on watch number 3. The third one has broken. The manufacturer doesn't want to know anymore. And as you will be aware, my contract is with you as per the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. And therefore, I would like to take the issue up with you. This watch is clearly not fit for purpose. It clearly is not of reasonable quality. And I want to know what you're going to do to sort it out.
Okay.
Is that clear? You know what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Fine.
Yeah, no, but does it matter the fact that it was a present, that I actually wasn't the purchaser? Does that make a difference at all?
Who was the purchaser?
It was my other half.
Right. And are you still with your other half?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, that should be fine. I think all you do is you say the watch was purchased by your partner for you.
Okay.
And if necessary, I would make the telephone call when your partner is in the house.
Yeah, okay.
In case you need to pass the phone over to them, just for them to give, clarity on and permission for the company to talk to you. But yeah, I would say just, give them a call. Try that. I sense you're going to be coming back to me and saying, oh, I tried that and they said they don't want to know, in which case I will happily go and talk to them on your behalf. But I think you need to give the retailer an opportunity first.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I'll do that.
Okay, is that clear? Great. Well, fingers crossed everything will go smoothly. Let me know, please, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Doreen's sister had new fascias and soffits fitted on her semi-detached house 2 years ago. She had the ends covered, including a special blocker halfway down the fascias and soffits to stop pigeons coming in. Now, the reason she did this was because she'd already had a problem with pigeons in the fascias and soffits that seems to be caused by the neighbour. The trouble is, even though she's had the new fascias and soffits in her property, including the blocker, the pigeons seem to have made their way back into her fascias and soffits via the next door neighbour's house.
Pigeons can, go into her fascias, but their end is open. So, of course, the pigeons are now going in that end, walking the way through into her side. The person who came round to put the fascias up, he put a block between the two houses. But unfortunately, pigeons being pigeons and the size they are and everything, they knocked it down. And he has said, he will struggle to find something to close that down. Next door, it's a rented property. There is a landlord, and it's also part shared by a housing association. The real true problem at the front and the back of the property is the noise. And it is, I'm not kidding you, it's mental torture because they are just walking up and down, flapping their wings, doing what pigeons do all year round. This has been going on for... It'll be 2 years in February.
So what on earth has the next door neighbour had to say about it? I've seen photos of the next door neighbour's property, including their fascias and soffits. And the simple fact is, the next door neighbour's fascias and soffits have not been maintained to a reasonable standard. And as a result, the end of the fascias and soffits has just rotted away and it's completely open to the elements. And of course, it's a perfect environment for pigeons to get in and out of. So it doesn't seem to matter what Doreen's sister does to her side of the property, the next door neighbour keeps ruining it by refusing to have their fascias and soffits properly maintained. So I went off to have a word with this neighbour next door. Doreen's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Doreen.
Morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you. I hope you are too.
Very well.
The next door neighbour, as you are aware, the guy that, we believe he owns the property, or certainly part owns the property, he did not want to know. He maintained that there was no problem, that as far as he's concerned, he said, no, I've not got a problem with my fascias and soffits, and anyway, to be honest with you, they're my fascias and soffits. If I don't want to maintain them, that's down to me. I said, well, hang on a second, it's not quite down to you if, because of you not maintaining your property, it's having a detrimental effect on the property that's joined to yours. That's not acceptable. Anyway, he didn't want to know. I then said to him, because he rents out the property, I said, you're an irresponsible landlord because you're taking rent from your tenant. You should be using that rent to keep your property nice, to maintain it. He said, no. He said, I'm not actually taking any rent because it's my niece that lives in the property and I don't charge her anything for the rent. I said, well, that's a bit of a stupid thing to do then, isn't it? Because any property, as we all know, any of us that own properties, they involve maintenance from time to time. And someone has to pay for that maintenance. Now, if you've decided just to allow someone to live in your property for free, well, that's fine, as long as you've got a bank account with some savings in order to maintain the property. It's not acceptable just to let it go to rack and ruin and expect everyone else to put up with it and then say, oh, well, I don't make any money on the rent. Ridiculous. Anyway, there was a strange kind of relationship in terms of there's also a housing association involved next door. Now, I suspect, Doreen, that the housing association part owns the property next door.
Yep.
With this man that doesn't want to take any responsibility. And I would suggest that his niece is a housing association tenant for that particular housing association. So I went off to have a word with them, and I'm very pleased to say they took far more responsibility for this. The company is Catalyst, and they came back. They said, we appreciate this situation has been ongoing for some time, and we understand the frustration your listener is experiencing. We've been trying to make contact with your listener's neighbour, our leasehold customer, to get this resolved quickly. However, we have not been able to reach out to them. The legal notice we have sent this week gives the leaseholder 28 days to address the problem. If they don't comply with this notice or don't get in touch with us to authorise us to carry out the work, we can then request access to organise a survey on the property to carry out the work on the owner's behalf. Please be assured we understand how your listener is feeling and we're doing everything in our power to resolve the problem as quickly as we can. Well, those 28 days have since passed. Please tell me, Doreen, something has happened.
It most certainly has, yes. My sister's neighbours have now got, in fact, not just the ends, but new soffits and new fascias.
Wow.
So all we wanted were the ends, but more than happy to see new soffits and fascias up there.
So they've completely replaced the fascias and soffits on that property next door?
Yeah, at the front and the back. Both
Brilliant.
Sides, yes.
And have the pigeons gone as a result?
The pigeons are still sitting on their windowsills. They have found a new home for there, but they're not on my sister's side, so that's for them to deal with. But the issue, obviously, that I ran through to you for, has been sorted, and my sister is absolutely delighted. So, yes, a result. Thank you very much indeed. It was done just in time, just before the deadline. In all fairness, about 3 days before Christmas Day, which we worked out was the deadline. So
great.
They got in just in time. Yeah.
Great stuff. Well, I'm delighted with that. It really annoys when people buy properties and then don't take responsibility for them. It's not okay. It's not reasonable. You can't just be selfish when you own a property and say, well, everyone else will have to put up with the problems caused by my lack of maintenance. It's not reasonable. And I'm very pleased that this man who owns the house next door, combined with the Housing Association, have taken adequate responsibility for their property. I will thank them very much indeed and give them the horn. Doreen... Go on.
I don't mean to be horrible, but I don't really feel comfortable with either of those getting the horn, because it was really down to you and your team sorting it. I know Catalyst have been brilliant, but they had 2 years and they've had letters backwards and forwards from us, and it wasn't actually done by the Housing Association as far as we're aware. So please don't think I'm being awkward. Absolutely delighted with the result and everything, but it was not done by the Housing Association, almost definitely. It would have been done by the landlord. And he has, it has been... If anyone could have the horn, if I could turn this round and say, give it to you and your team.
Well, we don't do that. And you see, the reason why we use the horn is it is always good encouragement in future. If we get, for example, another complaint that involves Catalyst, knowing that we will thank them when they get the matter resolved, is often an incentive for companies to actually pull their finger out next time round, which is why I think, personally, I completely understand your frustration, but I think Catalyst deserve the horn.
Okay, well, I have to go with you. It's, if you feel that you want to sound the horn for them, the main thing is that my sister would like to say thank you very much indeed for that brilliant result. And in these horrible times, it has given her, a peaceful start to the new year, if nothing else.
Okay.
And thank you.
Well, look, Spencer bought a new front door and back door, plus some new double glazing in 2014. It cost him about £7,500. 6 years on, he spotted something he was not at all happy with.
February this year, I noticed that the door was peeling. So I thought, that's a bit unusual. So I phoned the company, took some photographs of the door, took them round, left them with the secretary. She said, we will be round on the 24th of March. Chap measured up for it and said, yeah, it's a problem with these doors. He said, normally due to weather, but I can see your door isn't affected by the weather from the position it's in. And it's, did I want another colour? Because the rosewood doors, apparently there's a bit of a problem with him. I have a letter from them dated the 21st of October, and it reads, the composite door supplier has still not confirmed delivery of your replacement door slab. I wrote back to them and said that I wanted to wait for the new door, and would they get in touch with me? Well, that was 3-4 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from them yet.
Well, the company did also suggest that they had a new kind of treatment they could use to repair the existing door, but Spencer was very concerned about them doing that because he said already the problem with the finish on the door seems to be spreading, and he's very concerned that if they come and do a repair, it will simply need doing again within a very short period of time. Well, I've been speaking to the company that Spencer purchased this door from that came with a 10-year warranty, which is why he's absolutely still entitled to expect this door to look good. Let's find out what the latest is, because Spencer's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Spencer.
Morning, JVS.
Now, as you are aware, when I went off to have a word with the company last year, they said, there's no question we are going to, as they keep calling it, replace the slab, which I think is the actual solid part of the door.
It's the front of the door, yeah.
They are going to replace the slab. However, they said the problem that we've had is with the virus. That has had an impact on deliveries coming into this country, and that's why there have been some delays so far. They said that they will get you the door. You're going to have to be patient, but they will get you the door, and as soon as they've got it, they will come out and they will replace it for you. Well, they told me that they were expecting the door to arrive on the 8th of December. And indeed, when I checked up with them, they said, yep, the door has arrived. We haven't checked it over yet, but we will do. And as soon as we've checked it over, we'll give Spencer a call, we'll get it booked in, and we will come out and replace it before Christmas, which sounded great. Trouble is, when they checked the door, they found it wasn't the right one. So they had to break the bad news to you yet again that they would not be able to come out and replace this door. Well, to cut a very long story short, when I came back at the beginning of this month and started speaking to the company again, they said, yes, that's true, we did have that problem, it wasn't the correct door, however, that's now changed, and we do now have the correct door. And I said, great, okay, well, when are you going to be going out? He said, well, we're waiting for all of our staff to be back. As soon as our staff are back, we'll get Spencer's door booked in the diary and we'll get out there and get it sorted. Now, sure enough, when I caught up with you last week, you were telling me that the company had been in touch. They'd confirmed all of that. But there was a bit of a question mark and a bit of a concern. They said to you that they wanted to come round to your house, take your old front door down, take it back to their factory, therefore leaving you with no front door, fit all of the various parts like the the handle and the locking mechanism, letterbox, etc., all of that kind of stuff, windows, they were going to fit all of that in their factory and then bring it back to you later on in the day and fit it to the front of your house. And you, perfectly reasonably, in my opinion, said that doesn't seem acceptable because firstly I'm going to be left with at the front of my house completely open to the elements, which in the freezing cold weather is not ideal, but it's also going to be a potential security concern. And you were saying, why can they not come and do whatever they have to do in the front garden? Well, I went back to have a word with the company and to ask them. Now, they had a slightly different version of it. They said, yes, that was indeed what they had suggested they were going to do. But the man at the company said, it's because this front door is the outer door, that it's part of your porch. And therefore, he said that there is still another door that would protect your house from the elements, even while they take that door away. Is that true or not?
No. No, I can send you a photograph of the front of my house if you wish. I do have a porch, but it's not an enclosed porch, and that is one of the reasons why the door has lasted so long, because it's only a weather porch. In other words, it's completely open, but it has a roof sliding over the top of it, and that's the only cover it's got on it.
Right, so there is no other door, either an outer door or another door further into your house that could be shut to keep the elements out?
Nope. Nothing at all.
Okay. Well, that's what I said to the man, because obviously when I spoke to the man, he was saying to me, well, no, as far as I'm concerned, I've been told by my guy that there is another door. And I said, well, that's not what Spencer said to me. He was adamant that this would leave the front of his house open. He said, okay, well, if that is the case, then obviously we would not expect his house to be left open to the elements. He said it's just less than ideal, because when we're having to fit glazing panels, all of the locking mechanism, it's just much easier for us to do it in our factory rather than on a couple of, he said, trestle tables kind of in the front garden. Yeah. But he did suggest he was going to go and have a word with his guy. Have you heard any more from them?
No.
Right. Okay.
And Jonathan, they do know the front of my house, because the guy that came round in July measured up, spent 3/4 of an hour measuring the door that's there, was talking about replacing the whole door at the time. They know exactly what the front of my house is like. I'm not sure, but he may have even taken some photographs. So it's getting to be a bit of a joke now, quite honestly.
Well, it is frustrating, and I can understand if this was, for example, the inner front door to a porch, and you then had another door at the front of the porch to stop the cold weather coming in.
Exactly.
Then I could understand, or vice versa. But the fact that you're telling me this front door is literally the opening to the front of your house, and therefore, if the door was taken away, the whole of your house would be open to the elements. And I think in January, with the weather as it is at the moment, that's not a very sensible idea, is it?
No, I'll send you a photograph when we finish talking, Jonathan.
Well, that would be... that would be useful. I tell you what I'll do then. Let me go back to him this afternoon. Let me just confirm that the door really cannot be taken away, that they are going to have to make sure when they come out to your house, they come out with whatever is necessary to do the swapping over of all the bits and pieces on the door in the front garden. I presume they must have stuff that they can do that with. It might not be ideal, but I guess they can do it. So that's what they're going to have to do, isn't it?
Well, exactly. I mean, this has gone from when the guy measured up in July, I'm ignoring the fact that they were in lockdown before then. Yes, we're going to replace the door 3 or 4 times. I've been told another 4 weeks for your door. That it's gone from a complete new door to to the panel, which, okay, fair enough, I've accepted that. Then it's gone to, we want to paint it because the panel's not coming. They're just changing the ball game all the time. And
well, to be fair to the company, he says that it's only once that he mistakenly said to you that it would be 4 more weeks, when in fact he'd misread the information slightly, and he said it was only once that we gave an inaccurate delivery time. And I mean, he also did say, and he was keen to point this out. He said, at the moment we are prioritising people whose front doors literally won't open, or people who've got major problems. He said this is only a cosmetic problem, which we will sort, but in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to warranty claims, this is not one of our priority cases. That's what they've said to me.
Yeah, I Jonathan, I understand what he's saying to you, but on the 28th of the 8th, I was told 4 weeks. The 17th of the 9th, I was told 4 weeks. 21st of the 9th, I was told another 4 weeks. The door panel, according to the suppliers, when I spoke to them just after Christmas, wasn't even ordered till the 29th of the 10th.
Well, look, the main thing now is to get this door swapped over. Based on what you've confirmed to me today, it's not reasonable for them to take your door away. Let me go back and have another word, and I'll talk to you very soon.
I'll send you a photograph right now, Jonathan.
That would be great. Thank you very much indeed. And obviously, if they get back in touch with you, please let me know as many names, please.
Well, in September 19, my husband passed away, so I thought I would have a nice holiday. And I was born in Tanzania. My sister had been back there, and I thought, well, I'll go. So I booked the holiday. I was due to fly out in March. I can't quite remember the date. About the 15th, something like that. And it was cancelled, obviously, because of COVID.
Right, hang on 1 second. Let me just make sure that I'm crystal clear on this. So your husband sadly died in September 2019.
Yeah.
And you decided at that point that, had he been ill for some time?
Oh, he'd been ill for years, yes, and I looked after him, and to be honest, it wore me out. So I thought, I'll treat myself to a holiday.
Yeah, I can understand that. So you decided to book this Tanzania holiday for when I presume this was for 2020 at some point?
Yes, well, I was supposed to go in March 2020, yeah.
March, okay. And what were you going to be doing on the holiday in Tanzania? Were you just staying in a hotel, or were you travelling about?
No, it was a safari type thing.
A safari?
And
were you
then
going on your own or with anyone?
Yeah, I'm going on my own, yeah.
Oh, well, there we go. Good for you. Go on a safari on your own to Tanzania. So it's all booked for March 2020. How much did it cost?
4,400 and something, wasn't it? Yeah. 4,400 and something.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember the odd shillings, about £5, I think, something like that.
Okay, but when did you realise that you weren't going to be able to go on this holiday?
Well, with all this COVID, they said that I could rebook it for the 31st of October. Well, then it was all stopped again. It was all cancelled. So I phoned them up. And they said, well, get in touch with your insurers and they will give you the money. Well, I phoned them up and they said, no, it's not down to them because it's not their problem, so to speak. It's down to the travel people to get the money back.
Yes.
So I said, okay.
I presume this was booked as a package trip?
Yes, yeah. I was in a different place every day.
Yes, but was it booked by, and I don't want anything that will identify the company, but did a company organise to package it all together for you?
Yes.
So that you were just paying them the money and they were then organising your flights and your accommodation and everything like that?
That's right, yes.
Okay, fine. So as long as it's a package trip, then your insurance company are quite right in what they say that because both package trips were cancelled, both the one that was supposed to happen in March and then the postponed one in October, at that point you would have been entitled under the package holiday regulations to either have a postponement again or your money back if you asked for your money back. So at that point, when you did ask for your money back, why did the travel company not give it to you?
Well, the travel company, they've agreed to give me it back, but it's going to be at the end of March. And then my son had another email from them saying about a package. They were going to give me a package holiday, book me in for a package holiday, and then cancel it and then get my money back that way. I mean, I don't understand that, but I've got a feeling that something's not quite right.
Please tell me no one's agreed to that.
No, I haven't agreed. I want my money back because I've waited so long for this holiday. I'm not bothered whether I go or not now. And £4,000 is a lot of money, isn't it?
It is a lot of money. I suspect that you are unfortunately experiencing what so many holiday makers have experienced, and that's that if you think about it from the travel company's perspective, from a cash flow perspective, to give everybody their money back is a nightmare. And many package holiday companies have held on to customers' money for far longer than they should have done because they're worried about how their cash flow is going to be affected if they refund people. But that's not acceptable. They owe you the money back. How did you pay for this?
It was cash. I paid on my card. Well,
hang on.
My daughter paid on her card, actually.
Right. There's a big difference between cash and card. Cash, you have no protection whatsoever. Card, you do. Credit card, you have even more protection. So was it your daughter's credit card or was it her debit card?
It was your bank card, wasn't it? Yeah, it was my daughter's bank card.
OK. In future, Charmian, can you promise me always pay by credit card? Mm-hmm. Because the concern will be, and I very much hope this holiday company is still around, but the concern will be if the company goes out of business because you paid by debit card, you may well lose all of your money.
Oh, no.
If you paid by credit card, then you're covered even if the company goes out of business. So that's why credit card is so important. Always pay by credit card. You get so much more protection. Do you know this holiday company, are they still around? Are they still going?
As far as I know, yeah, because we had an email from them.
OK, well, fingers crossed then. We don't need to worry about that. Fingers crossed. I just need to go and have a little word with them and explain to them they do owe you that money and they need to pay it. Do you know, one other question, do you know, is this company a member of ABTA?
Yes, they're Atoll protected. They told me that.
Atoll is different.
Oh.
Are they members of ABTA?
I don't know that one, no.
My producer Tara is nodding her head vigorously, so I think they are.
They are.
That's good news because ABTA, of course, ABTA are the Travel Association and they have a code of conduct for their members, and I don't think ABTA will be very impressed that you still haven't received your money back from this firm. I've spoken to ABTA on the programme before. They have said, as we all understand, that for holiday companies it's been an absolute nightmare. We get that. And normally ABTA and indeed the law requires that any travel agent that's taken money for a holiday that then is cancelled through no fault of the customer must refund within 2 weeks of the date of the holiday. They completely have relaxed on that and have explained because, obviously, as I mentioned with cash flow, it's not possible for companies to do that. However, they still have to pay the money back in a reasonable amount of time. And the fact that this company have had £4,400 from you since September 2019 is totally unacceptable. You know, you are owed that money back. And we need to go and have a little word. Tara, can we get some detail, please, and go and speak to this company and ask them for the £4,400, please?
Absolutely. We'll get on that straight after the programme as well.
Promise me, Charmian, what is it you're going to make sure you do whenever you buy anything in the future?
Pay by credit card.
Well done. Absolutely. If one thing comes across from today's programme, always pay by credit card. You have so much more protection. And if a company goes out of business, as long as you've paid by credit card, chances are you'll be able to get your money back. It really is important. OK, Charmian, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail now, OK?
OK.
Do you remember Josephine? She was telling me during the first lockdown, she decided to get a UPVC porch built on the front of her property. She was quoted £7,500 by a company. She ordered it in early June. The porch was installed in September, But Josephine was told on the day of installation that the roof felt would have to be done by a separate contractor. She wasn't aware of that until the day of installation. She said that there was then a delay in the roofer coming out to do that felting work, and unfortunately in the meantime it rained, and a whole load of rainwater started coming through the roof of her brand new porch. Well, eventually the roofer did come and do the work, but at the time when he came to do the roofing work, he noticed another problem with Josephine's existing roof. Well, Josephine agreed with him to go ahead and do a repair to that. As far as she was concerned, the work was done, she paid the bill. But she says the porch is still leaking.
We then noticed that even after all the roof work had been done and that advised repair had been performed, that we still had leakage. So we started to call the company, and they said, well, actually, it's not our problem, because we pointed out that there was some problem with the valley. That's nothing to do with us. And we said, well, actually, it has to do with you, because when you look on top of that flat roof, the water is not draining away, and we have had the valley repaired by your own appointed roofer.
Well, Josephine says that she just cannot get this company to come out and sort things out. The last agreement that they made was apparently that they were going to come and take off the porch roof and redo it. But she says that hasn't happened. And in fact, when she mentioned that to the roofer, he said, no, I haven't been asked to come back and do that at all. Which is very strange. Well, Josephine's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Josephine.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, yes, I'm all right, thank you. I went off to speak to the company, as you know. Spoke to the guy who works for this company, who's also their surveyor. He says that the roofer that did the roof on your property is a very, very good roofer. And it is his professional opinion that the roof he has done on the porch is perfect, and that the reason for the leak, it's nothing to do with his porch, it's to do with your existing roof, and you were warned that there was this fundamental problem with your pre-existing roof, but you didn't want to go ahead and have the job done properly to get it resolved.
Well, that is utterly nonsense, and I'm actually flabbergasted that this person is willfully ignorant to photographic evidence that the work is flagrantly non-compliant with the building regulations, and that he is now having a story putting this roofer words in his mouth where the roofer is telling something else to us. We have not said that we don't want to have the work done. We have said that, of course, we want to have the work done to first make sure that the work is compliant with the building regulations, and that it has to be done so the carpenter work, the woodwork done by a professional carpenter and the roofing by a professional roofer, that it is compliant with the standard.
Okay, let me carry. Hang on, Josephine. Before you jump in, let me just carry on with their explanation. So, the guy said that as far as he's concerned, the leak in your porch is nothing to do with the porch. It's to do with your existing roof. Now, you don't agree with that. We all understand that, and the company says they understand that as well. They say, and the man that runs the company, he seemed to suggest that have you got some kind of expertise in kind of civil engineering or something along those lines?
Yes, I am a certified engineer with nearly 40 years experience. And yes, I have experience with writing expert witness reports. Yes.
Okay. So he said that the problem that we seem to have here is that our roofer, who is a roofer born and bred, one of the best roofers in the town, he says, we've used him and his dad for years and years, brilliant roofers, have a completely different view to the customer, who says that it's the porch roof that's the problem. Our roofer says it's not the porch, it's another problem with their pre-existing roof, and the water is travelling from that particular point into the porch, and that's where the water's coming through.
Yes,
now,
and
he
what
said,
is happening here is that this company is now doing everything to deny that their original work, the work which was not done by their roofer, but by their builder, they evade that work is not compliant with the regulations. They try to push any responsibility to anyone else, and they try to make sure that they who don't have to accept their responsibility as the main contractor.
Okay, so what they have said, and what they said last time, was that even though they do not believe there is any problem with the porch roof, they have agreed that they will come and take off the porch roof and reset it on the porch, and they say they are happy to do that because that is what you are insistent you want doing.
Well, I'm insistent that they start with providing construction which is compliant with the building regulations.
I accept
that's
that.
not the fact at present.
Yes, I accept that. So they've said that they are prepared to do that, but the man that works at this company said to me, I want it to be made very clear we do not believe that's going to solve the leak problem. We believe we will come and do this, but that porch will continue to leak because we believe that there is a problem with Josephine's existing roof that was there before we did any work on her property whatsoever, and that water will find its way into the porch again. He said, but if she's so insistent that she knows what she's talking about and that there is a problem with the porch, we're prepared to come back and do it.
Well, perfect.
So,
as soon as possible.
Yes.
And I don't want to have any kind of excuses that their present roofer is very busy, because in the end, this company is the main contractor.
Well,
they are responsible to find whatever subcontractor they can use.
Yes.
Because even when this young man, which is one of the many registered professional roofers in the area, doesn't have time, well, there are plenty other professional roofers.
Yes, unfortunately, it's worse than that. Because as you will be aware on our last conversation, I was going back to speak to the company that did the porch to say, OK, fine, when are you going to come out? When is the roofer going to come back out and reset the porch roof? Because Josephine obviously wants it to be done as soon as possible, because obviously it's still leaking. Whenever we have heavy rain, she can expect water to come through the porch again.
Yes, and my seriously ill partner has issues to maneuver every time that he tries to get out of the house, to try to maneuver with his injuries and his scars around those buckets and through a half-leaking porch. That is the worst thing.
The problem that we have, the problem that we have is that I then received a further response on Friday, while I was on air, from this company to say, dear Mr. Vernon Smith, just to keep you updated, the original roofer is refusing to go back to the property as he is adamant that the roof is not the problem. They say, we're trying to find an alternative roofer, but that's proving to be difficult at the moment. He says, I will continue over the weekend and will keep you informed. So
if they want to have a list with approved professional roofers who do give warranty on their work, as is to expect from professional builders with professional insurances, I'm more than willing to give a list. But it is his responsibility.
Well, they don't seem to deny that it's their responsibility. They're just saying, and obviously the lockdown, I know, is causing problems because some contractors are working, other contractors are not working, some contractors are refusing to work because of the lockdown. So I can fully see that this could potentially cause a delay, which is very frustrating as far as you're concerned, and I completely get that. What I wanted to do today was just to have a catch up with you and let you know that I will continue to keep in touch with this man, and they're going to have to get someone else to come out and sort it.
Yes.
But I think,
as well as the additional damage done by the continuous leakage, because the moist and the mold and the mold which is now growing here and there because of the humidity there, It is not improving.
No, I know, but the slight problem is, and this is the issue that we have. The company says they don't believe there's anything wrong with that porch roof.
Well,
they do not believe that the work you want them to do, in terms of redoing the roof on the porch, they do not believe that's going to solve the leaking problem. Now, until we know whether it does solve the leak problem, I guess it's difficult to make that latter point that you've just made, because if, for example, they redo the roof and there's still water coming in, to hold them then responsible for a water leak on a different part of your roof that just happens to be finding its way into your new porch would be unreasonable. I'm sure you'd agree.
That's what I agree, but that is what I say. We have already provided them for a couple of months with pictures and clear explanation of where it is not compliant with the building regulations. We have proof, picture proof, that the construction as it is now is not up to standards. So I don't know how he can say that he is not believing that it is causing the problems, because it is clearly evident. It is not compliant with the standards. Anyone who can hold tape measure and who can read a technical standard and can read the building regulations is agreeing with us that it is absolutely not compliant. But
have you had an independent chartered surveyor or civil engineer out to have a look?
Not formally, but I can arrange that, no problem.
Well, I hope...
As when he wants that, we can arrange a chartered surveyor, and I assume that Mr.
No, I don't want any names. I don't want any
but
names.
Mr. Builder will be more than willing to pay then the bill for that one when it indeed proves that the work is not compliant.
Well, let's see whether it gets to that stage. I mean, if for example, the company is just unable to provide, for whatever reason, a roofer to come out and to rectify the roof on the porch, as has been agreed, then I guess what you would need to do is you would indeed need to organise to get somebody out there, a building surveyor, to come and look at the roof, to write a formal report to outline exactly why the roof that was built on that porch is unacceptable and is causing the leak. What you would then do is you would organise for your own roofer to come and remedy it, and you would then give this company the option of either reimbursing you all of the costs that you have incurred as a result of this, or if they don't pay you, you would sue them. But let's hope that that will not be necessary, because it's a lot of extra hassle for you, and it's a lot of extra hassle for them as well.
Well, I have enough time to go to court with it if it should be. That's not a problem for me. But
you're up for the fight, as it were.
Yes, as said, it is part of my day job.
Right, okay. Well, yes, it would just be nice if it could be resolved without the fight having to escalate to that kind of level. But
it would incur as well a lot of cost for this builder, and what it would cost them effectively would be more than it would cost to just have it done properly.
Okay. Let me go back to them this afternoon. Let's see how he's got on in terms of trying to find somebody else that can come and do the roof. And let's just keep everything crossed, Josephine, that in fact when they have done that work, that does then solve the leak. Because otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare, isn't it?
Well, chartered surveyor is not a problem, so...
Well, yeah, but if the work to the porch doesn't cure the leak, then it backs up what they've been saying, that the problem is not to do with the porch roof, it's to do with your existing house roof.
Yeah, well, as said, we have inspected it. We have made pictures. We can get into the eaves. We can inspect it from the inside. That's all perfect. That's all dry.
Yes, but be aware that sometimes water doesn't necessarily come through where it's leaking. It can travel and then come through in a different place.
Yes, but it doesn't travel upwards.
No, it doesn't travel upwards.
No,
but if you've got a problem higher up in the roof and the water is managing to come down and is running down, and what used to happen before you had the porch built was that water would run down and then would just simply kind of leak outside your house, well, you wouldn't notice that, would you? It wouldn't be an issue. It wouldn't be something that would concern you. But if you then put a porch space on that outside part of the wall, so the leak is now suddenly coming into your new porch, but not through the porch roof, but through your existing roof, then it would be unreasonable to hold the porch company to account for the problem that has existed for potentially some time in your existing roof.
Yeah, well, I said we have a full view, especially with an endoscopic camera of the inside of the roof, etc., so we can pinpoint quite clearly where the water is coming from.
Fine. OK, look, let me go and have another word with them this afternoon. Josephine, I shall... Marilyn. Hello to you, Marilyn. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Oh, that's okay. It can be pronounced Marilyn.
How do you pronounce it? Because I'd like to do it correctly.
Marilyn.
Marilyn. Oh,
yeah.
right. Okay. Well,
not the convention. It's not spelled the conventional way.
No, it's spelled in a different way. Okay, Marilyn.
Yeah.
What's your problem without naming any company names, please?
Yes. My husband and I bought an automatic adjustable bed back in August 2002. And we were told it would take about 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. We said, fine, no problem.
In 2002?
In 2020, August 2020.
Oh, 2020, okay.
20,
right,
yeah.
Blimey. Okay.
Yeah. So we agreed, and the bed was I got a telephone call to say the bed will be delivered in September. But after that, I got another telephone call. It couldn't be delivered in September, and it was due on the 8th of October. Fine, booked the day off from work.
When you say automatic bed, what do you mean?
Automatic adjustable bed, because both of us suffers with backache, so we could adjust the bed to how we wanted sleeping.
I see. Kind of almost like a hospital bed.
That's right, correct, yeah.
Right. So you electronically can lift yourself up so you can read or watch TV or whatever in bed.
That's right.
And then lower yourself back down. And can you put your feet up as well? Can you lift the bottom part up?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Put the feet up, just all the bits.
And how did this work? Was this a kind of a king-size bed with 2 adjustable mattresses within it, or was it 2 completely separate beds?
2 different mattresses.
Okay, within the same bed?
It's a king-size bed, 2 different mattresses.
Okay, and how much was it costing you?
It was costing me £1,871.98.
Okay, and I mean that doesn't sound very much for the bed, for the kind of bed you're talking about. Was that?
Yeah.
Forgive my ignorance. I don't know how much these things cost, but I'd imagined you were going to say a lot more than that.
Yes, it was on. We got it on sale.
Okay.
They had the shop had a 20% sale discount on it.
Okay, fine. So was it delivered in October as promised?
It was delivered on the 7th of October, but I called them when they said to me the time it was going to be delivered. I called them and I said, can I have it delivered after 1400 hours, after 2 o'clock? You said to me, yes, no problem. I gave them the reason why. At 7:30, they came to deliver the bed.
7:30 in the morning?
7:30 in the morning. I said to them, you're too early. They said to me, no, that's what they've got on the delivery note. They were supposed to be here at 7 o'clock, but it's now 7 o'clock and they're 7:30, and they apologized. I said, no, it's supposed to be 1400 hours.
What was the reason why they couldn't deliver it before 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Because we were having new carpet fitted in. So the whole house was upside down. We couldn't have the bed inside the house.
I see. So that morning they were going to do the carpet in the bedroom.
Yeah.
They'd make sure it was finished by 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Then the bed would arrive. The bed could go on your nice new carpet. Job done.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yes. I even asked them, can you ask your delivery people to take their shoes off? They said to me, no problem, they will, but the bed will be there by 2:00, only for it to turn up at 7:30.
Okay.
In saying
so
that,
did you send them away?
I did.
Yeah.
No, it was them who offered, actually. They said to me, they'll come back after 2:00.
Okay, fine, fair enough. Well, these kinds of things can happen. Sometimes communication can fall down. So as long as they said, oh, we're sorry about that, we'll come back after 2, then that's fine, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fine. And they never turned up.
Oh. So they didn't come back?
They didn't come back. No telephone call, no communication, nothing to say to me they wasn't coming back, and no bed. So I got in touch with the company. Mm-hmm. By that time, it was after 6:00. I got a recording message to say they're shut, to call back the next day. I called back the next day to find out. They gave me a long story about the delivery. It was supposed to be there, and I rang the shop where we bought the bed. They said to me, ring customer services. I rang customer services, and they said to me, there's nothing they can do. So
where was your bed?
My bed, eventually, when somebody talked to me, it was somewhere in Birmingham.
Right.
In the warehouse in Birmingham.
Okay. So did they apologise and say, OK, we'll get it straight out to you now?
No. Nothing like that.
What were you sleeping on in the meantime?
I was sleeping on the floor.
So had you got rid of your old bed in anticipation of the new one arriving on that day?
That's right, I did.
Oh, God, blimey, right, OK. So the two of you with bad backs, the whole point of buying the automatic electric adjustable bed was for your bad backs. The two of you ended up having to sleep on the floor?
On the floor. And they said to me, when I said about sleeping on the floor, customer services said to me, oh, we do advise you not to get rid of your old bed until the new one comes in.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what are you supposed to do if you haven't got room?
That is the question I'd like somebody to answer for me as well. So we spent 2 weeks on the floor, sleeping on the floor. They eventually came back and they delivered the bed. And the bed was so hard, it is like sleeping on a rock. And they were lopsided. There were 2 different tensions, not the ones we requested, because in the shop they took the weight of both of us and said, this is what we need for the weight and the size of the bed and everything. So we expected that. Both of us find the bed, they're not the same thing. And apart from that, it was lopsided. One side was higher than the other. And one of the mattresses was made from for a well-known high street catalog shop as well. So 2 different mattresses, 2 different tensions, lopsided, and rang to complain. They said to me, okay, they'll get in touch with the company who makes the bed, the manufacturers. I don't know if they did. But eventually I called again and somebody get back to me and said they'll send their engineers around to check the mattresses to make sure the tensions and everything is correct. When they came, they measured that. They found that it's not what I asked for and not what was ordered in the shop. They went away, came back, and they said to me, I should hear from the company within a week. Week went by, nothing happened. Week number 2, I decided to call to find out. Apparently, customer services did not receive any information. They sent an email to the company, and then the company got back to me and said to me, okay, they will send me 2 new mattresses on the...
So just to fast forward, where are we now with this, Marilyn?
Well, they sent the mattresses in last week, but they sent 2-3 foot instead of 2.5 foot.
So they've now sent the wrong size mattresses to go with the bed.
Yes, so now...
Oh, this is just ridiculous.
And when I asked for my money back, they said to me I'll have to lose 20% of my money.
Well, okay. That's what you want then, is it? You want them to come and take away this bed and refund you?
Because I can no longer trust the company. It just looks like... They rang me on Friday to say to me they will deliver 2 new mattresses on the 19th.
Yeah, but I mean,
this month.
This is just ridiculous. Can you leave it with us? Tara, can I please pass Marilyn back? Can we get some detail and go and have a word, please? Because this just seems like a complete farce from start to finish.
It doesn't sound like it's gone well at all, no.
Something from Faulty Towers. Marilyn, can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to Tara and we'll get some detail. We'll try and sort it out for you.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Right, before the end of my consumer part of the programme today, let me quickly catch up with Edward, because Edward came to me. He was telling me he wanted some nice new luxury shutters for his conservatory. And after shopping around, he chose some from a company that he'd done business with before. Well, he ordered them last year, months ago. But when he came to me, he said, I still haven't got them.
Got a text from the fitter saying he was ill and would reschedule. So I waited. Nothing, so I came back to them. I was then told the fitter wasn't ill. It was in fact a delayed container delivery with the parts. Subsequently to this, I've been contacting them fairly regularly, getting very mixed messages. The fitter has got back in touch and has said, as from today, I'm not working for them anymore. I have your shutters. The company have told him they were picking them up on the Monday and that they would be in touch. Didn't hear anything for a few days, so I phoned them again and got a very rude gentleman. They vastly degenerated into a shouting match trying to get anything through, and he hung up on me.
Well, you can understand why Edward was pretty hacked off with this situation. He'd paid this company thousands of pounds and had nothing to show for it. Well, I contacted them. They promised they were going to get things sorted. And sure enough, when I caught up with Edward last week, they had promised him they were going to go out on Friday and fit his new luxury shutters. Well, did they finally turn up? And do these shutters, if they did turn up, look as Edward expected them to look? Let's find out, because Edward's back on the JVS show. Hello, Edward.
Hello, JVS.
Edward, I'm sitting here. Bits of me are starting to turn purple because I've got everything crossed. Please tell me they turned up on Friday.
Yes, they turned up on Friday. The fitter was there 9:30 in the morning as he promised, and by about 2 o'clock he'd finished, and we have the shutters all fitted and installed.
And are you happy?
We're happy, yes.
Great stuff. Lovely. Well, I call that a result. Shall I thank them and give them the horn?
Also, we've heard from their customer service, and they're giving us a 10% refund as well.
Wow.
Which we didn't ask for, or...
Well, that's obviously as a goodwill gesture. Are you happy, Bunny?
Very happy, yes.
Good. OK, well, I will thank them. I will give them the horn. Edward, any other problems, you know where I am.
OK, thank you and your team very much.
Yes, of course. So on Christmas Eve, the Great Ooze burst its bank, and our underfloor car park with our housing association was fully submerged under 12 foot of water within the space of 2 hours.
Oh, dear.
So me and my daughter walked through the underfloor car park, and by 10 o'clock it was under 12 foot of water. No one from the housing association contacted us. As a result of this, 18 cars have been lost.
So were the cars, sorry to interrupt you, the cars that were parked in this underground car park, I presume they were just completely flooded with the water?
Yeah, fully submerged. Fully submerged. So the entire car park, so 8 foot of car park was from top to bottom fully submerged in river water.
Well, I know. I was, over the Christmas period, I was obviously watching with horror because some of my friends and colleagues live in northern parts of Bedfordshire and Northamptonshire as well, where all the flooding was at its worst, and it was absolutely terrifying for people, and I'm sure caused a huge amount of damage in all kinds of ways. So I'm so sorry to hear the experience you had.
They were like riptide, Jonathan. Honestly, it was a swirling. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I've contacted Environmental Health, who have failed to get in contact with the Housing Association over the Christmas period. So the first point of contact is they wrote a letter on the 31st. Our cars are still in submersion, still in 2 foot of water. We cannot claim on our insurance as we cannot access our vehicles. So we're in this matrix of in between the Housing Association and our insurers.
Sorry, hang on a second, because this is where you're losing me slightly. So you can't make a claim on your car insurance
until they can access the vehicle.
But you can't access the vehicle because it's still underwater?
Yes, 2 foot of water. And the Housing Association are just so complacent and have not kept up any communication where our vehicles will be retrieved. I have my insurance want to get my vehicle out of the car so it can be evaluated by the engineers to see what the worth is of the vehicle. It's written off completely.
I was going to say, I mean, if it's been completely submerged underwater for all that time, I would imagine the car's ruined.
Yeah, but we're on day 19 now, Jonathan, and the Housing Association hasn't even had the decency to contact us to let us know the proceedings which they will to carry on to so we can receive our car.
So am I right in thinking then that the problem is, because the water's still in the underground car park, there's 2 foot of water, until that water is pumped out, you can't actually get a vehicle, a tow truck or something to go down there and to get the vehicle out of the car park?
Yeah. So with the lack of communication from the Housing Association, we literally are being stopped from working. So they're actually stopping us from paying our rent and our mortgages and things.
And have you been? I'm a bit surprised that the car insurance company, based on the circumstances, is not prepared to help you at all. Have you sent them photos of the car, still under 2 foot of water?
I can't I can't even go into the car park to even take photographs of it, Jonathan.
What, because there's too much water, you can't go down there?
Yeah, no, it's about an inch off the top of your welly.
Right.
And it's pitch black. You cannot see your hand in front of your face. There's also electricity wires down there, gas pipes, sewerage pipes. And I don't want to be standing in water if there's a spark going off.
And has anyone kind of checked the building out? Because, are you still living in it?
Yeah, there's 104 properties on this plot. And no one's come out to assess it. No one's come to communicate with us. The liaison officer for the Housing Association has been out. She's put a bit of ply above this on the stairwell. That was due to myself contacting Environmental Health, because they hadn't even cordoned off the communal areas so people could just walk into the water.
And how many cars are still in the car park?
18 cars.
And everyone's in the same position, I guess?
Yeah, I'm calling on behalf of the residents.
Right.
The tenants.
Well, this is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Because and I presume the rest of the water has now gone. It's just a case of the water that's still in the car park cannot escape without someone pumping it out.
Yes, and the smell of diesel and leaded, and it's repulsive. There's a sewage smell, a stagnant smell. So it's in the communal areas. It's just stagnant water.
Yes, this sounds like it's going to be obviously a fairly complicated job, but this cannot be the first time this kind of thing has happened. And there must be specialist companies that can be brought in this kind of situation that are, they are familiar with pumping water out that may well have been contaminated with fuel and things like that, surely.
Well, they've just pumped it back into the river. So down the line, people's dogs are getting poorly as well. So the neglect from the Housing Association. I work in construction, Jonathan. I know how things work. This incompetence and the lack of communication is just appalling. The tenants here, the morale is so low. They've just lost the will. They don't know where to turn. They're in this space where they don't know where to go to.
Right. Well, you've done the right thing in coming to me. Let me go and have a word with this Housing Association. This is completely and utterly unacceptable. And I need to go and speak to them and find out what on earth is going on. Tara, can I please pass Naomi back? Can we get some detail? And I'll call them this afternoon, because this is just not on.
No, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it has
Christmas Eve was quite a long time ago now.
Yeah.
We still have no sign of any sort of resolution, because it causes such damaged water. And I know there are lots of people in North Bedfordshire and parts of Buckinghamshire who will have been affected by those floods, and there are people near to where I live who are still picking up the pieces from it, because it takes such a long time to resolve once you pump the water out. And as you say, the water affecting this underground car park still hasn't been removed yet.
But, it doesn't sound like a very good idea if the water has become contaminated with fuel, because it's all, I presume that's the fuel that's come out of car engines into it.
Yeah,
So
I had a full tank in my car. And also the battery acids as well, they're all going to be leaking, and goodness knows.
To pump that back into the river would obviously
Yeah,
not
they
be
opened
acceptable.
up the vent. They
Right.
just opened up the...
Well, we need to go and have a little word and find out what can be done, because this is unacceptable to leave you in this position. Naomi, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. I need to talk to Tara about Bev's towels, so can you hang on there? We will get to you in a second, and I'll call them this afternoon. Bev's daughter purchased some new towels. 3 of them. They're a bit fancy, these towels, as they're made from recycled plastic bottles. Apparently they dry you very quickly, and they don't hold any sand in them if you use them on the beach. Trouble is, there's a bit of a problem.
They came quite quickly, within a week, but unfortunately 2 of them were faulty. The one was just a plain one, which had stripes on, but the other 2 had a pattern printed on top of the stripes. And when she opened them up, it looked as though the pattern had been printed on and then the towels had been folded over, so the pattern had transferred to the rest of the towel. So she did actually choose 2 new ones, and that was back on the 24th of August. But since then, she's emailed them 4 times and had nothing. And she would like the towels, but failing that, she would like her money back.
Well, where are her nice towels? Where are they? Why has this company not got things sorted out? Bev's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Bev.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Right, now, I know Tara has been speaking to this company. What's the latest, Tara? Because this has been going on for ages.
It has been going on for a long time, hasn't it, Bev? And I know you were waiting for a delivery, and we last spoke on the 17th of December, and unfortunately your daughter still hadn't received anything in terms of replacement towels, because I did get in touch with the company, and they did admit that they had been a faulty batch that came in earlier in the year, and, you know, customers that received one of those, they should have been sent out a replacement.
Yeah.
But obviously that was an issue as well, Bev, wasn't it? And they said that they were experiencing staffing issues due to COVID, and obviously your daughter's towels hadn't been received. So they were trying to resolve it. And I was really hoping, because we are now weeks after Christmas, aren't we, that by now they had promised you new towels, that you would have received them. What is the situation, Beverly?
Hi, Tara. Yes, we had a parcel arrive on the 24th of December, Christmas Eve, and the towels were in there, and they are perfect.
Oh, are they?
So
Fantastic.
my daughter is really pleased, yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So it's
Long
also...
wait, but...
Well, yeah, it was a long wait. Mind you, I mean, it's not as if you could be jetting off anywhere to use them on the beach at the moment, is it?
Oh,
No,
to be able to
no,
get
definitely
sand
not.
in your toes.
Oh, I know.
Wouldn't it be wonderful?
I keep watching that A Place in the Sun programme, and I'm not sure whether it's cheering me up or depressing me further, looking at all these lovely sandy beaches and sunshine and thinking, oh, how nice it would be to be there.
Bev, I watched that updated film all about Baywatch with Zac Efron in just to watch the sand, because I just felt that it was really important to get that holiday feel.
Well, you definitely don't want any... You don't want any sand in your new towels.
I
No, you
watch Place in the Sun every day, 3 times. I record it and watch it in the evenings when I'm feeling miserable. But
Yes, I know. I love it. I tell you what I love about that programme. It's when they say, "Oh, I'm looking for. We need 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. We want a swimming pool, views of the beach, beautiful garden, air conditioning. What's your budget? Oh, it's £45,000.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, God, this is going to be a good one. Watching their faces of
I
utter
don't know how those
disappointment.
presenters hold their tongue.
Listen, Bev, I'm delighted you've got your towels. We will thank the company very much indeed for getting it sorted out.
Thank
Any
you.
other problems, you know where we are.
And thank you to your team. They were wonderful. After nearly 7 months of trying, I had an email the day after it was on your show. So thank you very much to Tara.
Vern's 17-year-old fridge freezer broke in December. It meant, unfortunately, he lost quite a lot of meat and other Christmas food that was in there. Well, when he went to work and told his employer about what had happened, they very kindly offered to lend him the money to buy a new one. Well, Vern had never ordered anything online before, but he went on online with somebody in the office, but he wasn't quite sure whether what he'd ordered was correct. So he got a friend to check the order, and he then realised he'd unfortunately ordered an integrated fridge freezer rather than a freestanding one, which was what he needed. So he quickly got in touch with the retailer to cancel.
He showed me how to get in touch with customer service by texting. Spoke to them. They said, fine, we'll cancel the order. And I texted back, I said, can you send me an email to confirm it? And ever since then, I can't get hold of them. I still want to buy fridge freezer from the same company, but I need money back in my bank account so I can actually buy the proper fridge freezer this time.
So Vern was left feeling very frustrated, and of course all this time he's not been able to get himself a new fridge freezer. He's been left without a fridge freezer at all. Thankfully the weather's been quite cold, so he's been able to leave stuff in a plastic bag outside his back door, but it's not really suitable, is it? So I promised him I'd go off and have a word with the company and try and get things sorted. Vern's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Vern.
Johnson, good morning.
I have spoken to the company. It's Curry's PC World, and they came back with this response. They say, "We are truly sorry for the delay in providing Vern with a refund for his cancelled purchase. We have now spoken with our customer to apologise for the inconvenience and have refunded him the full amount due. We've also offered him 20% off his next purchase as a gesture of goodwill, which he's accepted." So how about that? I presume they've now spoken to you, Vern, based on that response.
Yes, I had a lovely phone call Saturday afternoon from a young lady who was high up in the company, and he'll be me back in account by Wednesday.
By tomorrow?
Yeah.
OK, great. And as soon as the money is back in your bank account, you'll then be able to order another one, yeah?
A freestanding one this time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, just double check. You've always got to, when you're buying stuff from the internet, you know, you've got to make sure that you're checking everything, including measurements. So make sure you get your tape measure out and make sure that whatever you're buying is definitely going to fit in the slot. And are you going to get somebody, because I know you're not terribly familiar with how to do purchasing online. Are you going to get someone to help you again?
Yeah, I'm going to get me mate to go through it with me.
Yeah, I think
he's pretty savvy on it.
That's a very good idea. Now, the good news is, and I know, Vern, it's been very frustrating over the Christmas period to be left in this kind of position, but the good news is, because they are giving you 20% off your purchase, I mean, that's quite a decent discount, isn't it? So, yeah, I guess you've got the option of either spending a bit less than you were doing before, or you could buy a better quality one. What are you likely to do?
I'm going to buy the same one as I had last time, which is from a German manufacturer, which is fantastic.
Yeah. And the last one lasted you for 17 years. I mean, I can't necessarily say for certain the new one will last for 17 years, because sadly a lot of things are not made as they used to be. But let's hope it will at least last you for a decent amount of time. Vern, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this. That's just a bit of the horn for Curry's. They'll have the rest as soon as everything's been sorted out and you've definitely got your money back. So can we please speak after tomorrow? And fingers crossed you'll have your new one on order.
Certainly. Jonathan, to your new team, thank you very much indeed.
Okay. So I've been trying to get my sash windows replaced now for several years. So when I received a cold call from a window glazing company, I thought, well, why not?
Well, hang on a second. Can I just say, I mean, that should have been the point where you said, why would I use this company rather than why not?
Well, we've tried lots and lots of companies, and the installation is actually quite complicated. And we've tried a lot of local firms, tried some big firms, well-named firms, and a lot of them just really aren't interested. They look at the window, they see what they've got to do, and basically say no. So, in a way, we were sort of clutching at straws, but we did do the normal things, which is looking at the websites, looking at the reviews, and then eventually when we agreed for the guy to come round, we spent nearly 3.5 hours with him actually going through the spec, and during that period there didn't seem to be anything wrong and anything that would have caused any alarm. So,
okay. I mean, really, as long as you do all your homework before ever inviting people round, and very often it's worth pointing out that with companies that cold call you, very often the salesmen and women that will then come out to your house, they only get paid if they actually get you to sign up to have whatever it is. And I've spoken in the past to certain people who've had companies in their house until 11 o'clock at night, and they've ended up having to, go and put their pajamas on because the person doesn't want to leave because they haven't yet got them to sign the paperwork. But on this particular occasion, you felt quite happy with the salesperson. You didn't feel under pressure or anything like that.
No, not at all. I mean, it's gone the same way as countless others have gone. And, the only difference being is that after they do their numerous phone calls to their boss and agree this and agree that and say they can do this and they'll reduce the price to this, etc., it all really seems the same as what I've already been through. So at that point, there really didn't seem to be anything that would ring any alarm bells at all.
Okay, so what was the deal that you agreed to?
Well, it's 4 large sash windows. This is a converted chapel, so they go from the floor all the way to the roof level. And because it's converted, it's now got a mezzanine floor. So normally the windows would be inserted from the inside and put into position. Because of the mezzanine floor, it can't be done. So there's an awful lot of brickwork that has to be done to take the bricks out from around the windows, and then the windows inserted from the outside, which is not common at all.
No, I was going to say, this sounds like a very specialist job. This does not sound like the kind of job that your average window company would be capable of dealing with.
Well, I'm finding that out. I mean, we have had lots of people round, and lots of people finally say no.
No, well, and is that because they've looked at the job and have recognised that it's just too complicated?
I think also it's too time consuming. I think a lot of the glazing companies like to get in, do the job in a day or 2 days, and then move on to the next one.
Yeah.
This is a much bigger job than that.
That's right. I mean, a lot of companies, they just come and tear out the old ones, shove in the new ones, bit of silicone around the outside, some UPVC bits that they use to kind of make good any cracks around the outside. Job done. It's not, it's not the kind of complex window installation on an old chapel that you're describing. But this company, when they looked at it, they said they were happy. They were prepared to do all of that work.
Yes, lots and lots of phone calls and between the sales chap and the manager, which I've seen before, and it didn't really sort of alarm me at all. And then
and these were, I mean, was it UPVC you were putting in or timber?
No, these are UPVC, but they have to be like a wood grain with mechanical joints, because I also live in a conservation area. So right. Even the windows themselves aren't standard, so they have to be tailored to obviously pass.
You can get some very nice wood effect UPVC windows that are designed to look exactly like wooden windows, and they don't stick out in that way that I mean, I have normal UPVC windows and they're ugly, to be honest, and these you can get very nice ones now that sit flush. They have a flush appearance, but obviously they're much more expensive. So how much was this job going to cost?
It was $7,000
for 4 specially fitted windows.
Yeah, but it was 4 windows and 1 front door.
And a front door, gosh, right,
yeah.
Okay. Right, and did that, the £7,000, did that seem about right, or was that, a bit of a bargain?
It seemed, we had the front windows done about 3-4 years ago, and that's what we paid for the fronts.
Right, why didn't you just use the same company that did the front?
We did try. We have tried many times to contact them, but sadly, I think they just, again, for the time it takes them, they can earn a lot more money elsewhere.
I see. Right. Okay, so you agreed to this. I presume you signed the contract?
Yep, signed the contract, paid a deposit.
What's gone wrong?
Well, so far it was actually okay. And on the 22nd, we had the survey. This was 22nd of November. They came round, did the survey, basically agreed everything that was on the contract. So we walked around the house and they sort of just looked and understood exactly what I was saying. Sadly, really, from that point on, we've not been able to get a response from them. So on the contract, it says that there's an expected installation date between 3 to 6 weeks following the survey. So obviously we left it a little while, and then when we didn't hear anything, we started to contact them. They've got a very good call centre, so you can call them, leave a message. However, the problem being is that from that point on, we've not had a single response. Countless phone calls, 3 emails, 2 recorded letters, and really all we wanted was an installation date. But now we've done even more research, and I'm feeling that I should try and pull the plug and try and get my money back. But
Well, how much have you paid?
I've paid $1,400. That was on a credit card, and so far, without getting communication started with the company, you can't actually move forward. And if they don't respond, it's a one-way sort of road, and all you're trying to do is get them to actually acknowledge. And at the moment, I can't even get them to do that.
Okay, I mean, in terms of cancelling the contract, I don't know whether necessarily you would be entitled to do that at this stage. It all depends on what they say. If, for example, I go and speak to this company and they say, no, we're not prepared. We've made the windows now. The customer agreed to this. We've made the windows. Yes, there's been a delay in fitting them because of coronavirus and the effect that that's had on our business and not being able to, for example, have as many staff working and restrictions in our ability to work. If they turn around and say that, then I think, to be honest, you're not going to be entitled to cancel it. If, however, they are also starting to have second thoughts themselves, if they realise they might have bitten off more than they can chew, I think we need to just encourage them to come clean on that, and then the two of you can go separate ways. But I think it really depends on what they have to say. Do you know if they have manufactured the windows for you yet?
Well, as I said, Jonathan, since the 22nd of November, I've been unable to get any form of response, even to the recorded letters.
Right. Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but if the company have, for example, gone out of business, if they are unable to provide the contract, then from your perspective, that will solve the problem. Because as you've paid by credit card, you would be entitled under Section 75 of the Consumer Credit Act to claim all of your £1,400 back through the credit card company.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that would mean you then didn't have to go ahead with that contract with that company because they're not in a position to fulfil it. But as I say, at this stage, if they turn around and say, no, we're happy to do it, and we will do it, there's been a delay for this reason or that reason, but we are prepared to do it, then, you stand the risk. Because if the company, for example, if you said, OK, well, look, I don't want you to do it because I've read so many bad things now about you. I don't want you actually having anything to do with my house. So I'd rather just lose the 1,400 quid. They could, by law, force you to pay the full balance.
All right, yeah.
So I think at this stage we need to just go and have a little word with them and find out the state of play. And I can understand your unease over this because it sounds as if you have a very special property and it sounds as if it is unique. It sounds as if it's beautiful, the fact it's a converted chapel, the fact it's in a conservation area. You do not want a company sending people around who don't really know what they're doing, taking bricks down from around the windows and sticking in new PVC windows that could look absolutely awful. Because this could ruin your house.
Indeed.
And that's the problem. But I think we need to go and do a little bit of digging around and see what we can find and try and speak to them. Tara?
Hello.
Can I pass Philip back to you? Have you done any... do they seem to still be trading at the moment?
Yeah, they do seem to be trading at the moment. They've got COVID-safe procedures in place. So they do say that although, for example, their showroom isn't open, apart from by appointment only, all their installation teams are fully operational.
Well, where are Philip's windows then?
We can ask them that.
OK, we need to have a conversation. Philip, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll see what we can do for you. And ordered some new, made-to-measure, luxury triple pleat curtains back in June. They cost £427. They arrived in July of last year, but as soon as she saw them, well, she realised there was a fairly fundamental problem with them.
As soon as I opened them, I thought, well, they're not going to fit the windows. They're not wide enough. So I rang the consultant, gave her the measurements, explained we were still in the middle of decorating the living room, and she said, that's fine, don't worry. As soon as you get them up, let me know. In August, we finished decorating the living room, the curtains were up, and I sent the representative photos of the curtains, and we had a video call following that, and she agreed absolutely they were wrong and the curtains would be remade. But despite having phoned them since the beginning of November, nobody has come back to me.
Well, why has this company not got things sorted out for Helen? She's got these curtains that don't fit the window. It's not acceptable, is it? Helen's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Helen.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good
Happy
morning.
New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Now, first of all, can I just say thank you very much indeed for all of our face masks that you sent us.
Oh, we love them. And I've got to say, I spoke to you yesterday, Helen, and by that point, I'd left my pigeonhole on the 18th of December and I didn't open it until this morning. So you must have thought, quite rightly, that I was a right rat bag because I didn't even mention them when I spoke to you yesterday.
Fought her way through the cobwebs to get to them. There they all were in there. So it's very nice of you, Helen. Although bit disappointed to see they weren't triple pleat face masks.
They are triple layer, though.
They're triple layer, yeah,
and
quite.
Beautifully sewn as well. Thank you so much. Both
That's
myself
a
and Jonathan have Father Christmases on ours.
But yes, we'll have to keep them till next Christmas.
We won't need them next Christmas, please.
We won't need them.
Who knows? Who knows?
I'm going to wear mine in the office later.
Well, there you go. Now, look, we've been speaking to this company to try and find out what's going on. They need to remake the curtains. It's very simple. They were certainly making the right noises before Christmas. But what's the latest, Tara? What are they saying now?
Well, the right noises were that they got in touch with you, Helen, didn't they, to say,
They did.
we're going to sort this out.
They got in touch daily, practically.
Good. And what's happened since we spoke?
And the curtains were delivered before Christmas.
Oh, were they?
Yep. They were made and delivered in a little after a week. It was incredible. Your phone calls, however many you made to them, just made so much difference, whereas I was getting absolutely nowhere. They couldn't have done enough to be helpful and ensure that I knew when they would be delivered and that I was in and that I was happy with them. And they're fabulous. So
They look smart, do they? And are you pleased with your triple pleats?
I'm very pleased. I've sent you a photo.
Have you?
I've seen the picture, Jonathan.
Can I
Let
see
me
it?
scan round.
Send it
I'll
to
have a
me,
look for it.
please.
Here we go. And
'Cause
I
I'd
do
like-
think they look gorgeous. So you had them for Christmas Day,
For
didn't
Christmas,
you?
I took the photo with the Christmas tree. Yeah,
Oh, lovely. Well, this is, you see, you're going to make me envious because as I mentioned to you before, I want to have my bedroom curtains done.
You have with a pelmet, a padded pelmet.
A luxury upholstered pelmet.
We'll brush over that, Helen.
But unfortunately, things aren't going very well.
Oh, dear.
No, because I decided that I want the fabric to match the headboard of my bed.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yes.
Right.
I want to
Very
tie
nice.
it all in.
Yes.
And so I contacted the bed company because I got a very exclusive bed. Handmade in England. So
Yes.
I contacted the bed company and I said, could you, if I was to pay you money, would you sell me some of the material that you made the headboard out of? So they very kindly said, yeah, we can do that for you. It's not a normal thing that we do, but we could certainly put some of that, enough to make some curtains. So they sent, I suddenly thought, better just check to make sure it is suitable material. They sent me the fabric. It arrived last week. And this fabric is so stiff, it's obviously upholstery fabric. There's no way you could make curtains out of it. So,
oh, no.
Oh, I'm looking at the photo now. Oh, how executive.
Yes, they're very nice, aren't they?
Aren't they lovely?
And that fabric isn't stiff because you've got a lovely foldy drape on there, haven't you?
Right, that's right. So what will you do with all your fabric, Jonathan? You'll have to take up online upholstery classes.
Well, the problem that I have, and my lovely curtain lady Jan, she's waiting to do it all for me, but of course I now need to find the right fabric, and of course it's not a case. Now I've got the sample that I could take to a fabric store and check it. I can't do that because they're all closed.
That's right, they're all shut.
So alas, I think the old bedroom curtains for the time being are on the back burner, but there we go. I'll get them eventually.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing a photo of yours.
Oh, yes, you'll be very envious of my pelmet.
I've shown you mine, so you have to show me yours.
Okay, I'll show you my pelmet.
No one else has got a pelmet, Helen.
Yes, they have. Why haven't people got a pelmet? Are you suggesting they're
Pelmets aren't
old-fashioned?
with it now, yes.
Yeah, I had one until I had my new curtains. We got rid of the pelmet.
No, I think pelmets are coming back in. If you want the hotel chic look, pelmets are in. I mean, obviously you don't want anything that's all frilly, I mean, that would be naff. So it's got to be a very, straight edge, just a plain box pelmet, upholstered, beautifully upholstered.
Yes.
I think that would look lovely on a nice track.
Yeah.
Oh, very smart. I can see I'm not winning Tara over. I'm most surprised.
No,
glazing
you have
over.
convinced me as well.
Yeah.
But I can't understand why you can't see this, because you have an eye for upholstery, and I would have thought you'd absolutely get it. But both you and Jan, my curtain lady, have kind of smiled in a knowing way when I've suggested this.
Yes. Well, it's an individual thing, isn't it? And you are very individual. So up to you what you want.
Oh, you'll all be envious. You'll all want one when it's done.
You could work for the UN, Helen.
What, as a diplomat?
Very diplomatic.
I don't care.
I have to say thank you so much for your help.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted that it's all sorted out, and of course we will thank the company very much indeed. And it's just well worth making this as a reminder. Do your homework before you start ordering curtains from companies. Make sure that they've got good reputations. Make sure that they've got lots of happy customers. I was talking, in fact, to Jan, my curtain lady, and she was saying that her niece was in such a hurry to get curtains. She ordered some curtains from a well-known company, spent about £2,500 on these curtains, and when they arrived, she realised why, because the company had mismeasured them and had used double the amount of fabric. A complete disaster. So they've now got to be rectified. So do make sure you do your homework and get someone who knows what they're doing. Otherwise, you might be left with a right old mess up against your windows. Helen, I'm thanking the company. I'm going to give them the horn.
You give them the horn. Thank you.
Any other problems, you know where we are.
Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, Tara, and thank you to the...
Well, my husband was taken into hospital in the middle of December. I had to call... I was told by his consultant to call 999. When they arrived, I'd packed a bag and his medication. He was wearing a jacket which had his keys and wallet in. And they asked him if they could take it off because he was on one of those wheeled stretchers. And they tucked it under his seat and strapped it in.
This was... sorry to interrupt you, Joan. So this was when he was going into the ambulance, was it?
Yes.
And can I ask what was wrong with your husband?
Well, he'd had... he'd not been well all year. His condition had deteriorated because it was underlying liver and kidney problems.
Right.
So he went off to hospital.
Now, of course, because of coronavirus, you wouldn't have been able to go with him.
Yes, exactly. So
which must have been awful for you and for him.
Yeah, I would normally have gone with him, and I could have taken all his stuff and sort of kept an eye on it.
Yeah.
When he got into hospital, it was a long while before he went up to the ward, and then when he got up to the ward, a few days later, one of the patients, although they test everybody on arrival and every 2 or 3 days, one of the patients in his ward became positive, so he was...
With coronavirus?
Yeah, and so as well as treating his condition, he had to be isolated. And then about a week after that, he became positive himself, so they moved him to a different ward. He was in a side room, so I managed to see him on his final day, actually. I saw him in the morning. I'd taken some photographs, which he didn't really respond to while I was there, but apparently he did afterwards.
So, sorry, you were allowed into the hospital at that point or not?
Yes, I was. They agreed to let me see him after a lot of pressure.
I presume, though, you had to be all kind of masked up and everything.
Yes, and he was in a side room, so I was sort of relatively safe.
Yeah.
I was as safe as I could be.
Yes, but although he was positive with coronavirus.
Yes, yeah.
he didn't seem too bad, actually. It seemed as though he had relatively mild symptoms of it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I managed to, when I got home, it was later that night. It was the 23rd of December, and then I got a phone call about 10 o'clock at night to say he'd passed away.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Joan.
So then obviously, it was a few days before anything could really happen. So once I organised the undertakers, they said that they would bring his belongings back when they brought him back into their care.
And when you went to see him in that side room, were his belongings with him at that point?
Yes, most of them were.
And what did he have, like a kind of bedside cabinet with all of his stuff in?
Well, the suitcase was at the side of the cabinet, and his mobile phone and the tablet was on the table. I didn't really look in the cabinet in the what's name, but I didn't see his jacket. But I just assumed that it had been put away. Mm-hmm. So they brought his belongings back, and when I checked through the list, I said, "Oh, his jacket's not there." And in the jacket was his keys and wallet. So they said, "Oh, well, you'll have to check with the hospital." So I phoned the ward that he'd finally been in, and they said, no, everything that he had has been sent back with him. And I tried ringing the ward that he'd been in previously, but didn't get any answer because they're really, really busy. So, and I felt really guilty phoning them because they are so busy.
Yes.
So I thought, so I rang the bereavement officer because the bereavement officer said if there's any problems to ring him, and I thought maybe he could liaise with all the different departments, because my instinct was that it could have been left in A&E when he arrived.
Well, it could have been left in a number of places, couldn't it? I mean, was it ever taken out of the ambulance? Probably. If it was then in A&E, was it then taken with him to the first ward that he went to? Was it then moved with him to the side room before he was then moved to the COVID ward? I mean, there are various places that he could have become separated from his coat, wallet and keys.
Yes, precisely. Anyway, so I rang the bereavement officer, and the bereavement officer sort of said, well, he said, to be honest, he said, it's unlikely it will be found. He said, but I'll check with all the different places. I'll check with A&E. He said it's unlikely it was left at the ambulance, because they hose everything down. They have to clean everything down. So that seems sensible. So, but then that was over a week ago, and I've not heard anything back. So I'm assuming they haven't really bothered, or they haven't been able to find it.
I mean, let's just start by accepting the reality of the situation. As we know, all of our local hospitals are under huge amounts of pressure at the moment. You know that probably better than most people. Having been into the hospital and having seen it, but they are under huge pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm sure a lot of the normal things that would be done may not be done at the moment because of the pressure that everyone is under.
Yeah, exactly.
So look, first of all, let's not assume the worst, that it's been lost. Let's assume that his coat is somewhere in the hospital. It's just because things aren't operating maybe as efficiently as they would ordinarily do if they weren't under so much pressure. The coat has not ended up being put, because they must have a lost property department in the hospital.
Apparently, each ward is responsible for its own lost property.
Right.
And my instinct is it's hanging on a peg somewhere.
Yeah, probably. And no one's realised that it's, that the coat is not with someone else. But obviously, you want the coat, I would imagine, for a variety of reasons. Firstly, because it's got your house keys in it and your late husband's wallet. But also, I'd imagine, for sentimental reasons, you just want to make sure you've got all of his things.
Well, yes, but I mean, not so much the cards in the wallet, because his bank account is now closed. But I can't find. I thought there was a spare garage key, and there's not. So I can't at the moment get into the garage. So apart from anything else, if I can't find that, it means I've got to go to the expense of a locksmith to change the keys. And I can't find the car keys. I don't drive, but I can't find the car keys either. So there's the expense of getting new car keys as well.
OK, well, we can certainly contact the hospital and ask them if they can, ask somebody to have a little scout around in the wards where he was, just to check things like hooks on the wall, just to make sure there isn't a coat that is somewhere. What kind of coat was it? What colour was it?
It was like a Parker type coat, and I think it was a green colour.
OK. Yeah. And very importantly, Joan, how are you?
Well, I'm getting there. I'll be better off once the funeral's been and gone. But
when is the funeral?
Thursday.
Right. Okay. And I presume that's going to be a very small affair.
Yeah. There's only going to be 5 of us actually there. Although you're allowed up to 30, but because of people not being able to travel and also the age group of people as well. But we've organised for it to be online. So and we actually want to. His birthday is August, so the plan is to have a celebration of life on or around his birthday in August.
How old was your husband?
He was 75.
What was his name?
Peter.
Well, I'm so sorry to hear of your loss, and things like this are never easy, but then to have something like this that is. It's very difficult, isn't it? Because on one hand, I would imagine you're thinking, I don't want to give the staff in the hospital even more to have to do on top of everything else, like looking for a coat. But on the other hand, you obviously, understandably, want his possessions back. And we can all understand that. So it's a difficult kind of balance, isn't it? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, look, let's see what we can do. Tara, can we get some detail, please, and go and have a word with this hospital and just ask them that can they have a little look? We do understand the problems that they're facing, but could they have a little look for his coat?
Yeah, so if Joan can remember which wards he was on, I'll take those off air. That'd be really useful. And I'm so sorry what's happened, Joan.
Joan, can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get all the details and we'll go and have a little word, OK? Joan?
Yeah, OK.
To me. She was telling me she purchased quite an expensive laptop back in 2018. Just as the warranty ran out, things started to go wrong.
They took it into their workshop. I then received a quote for £99.60 to repair the charging port. I was quite happy to go ahead with that because these things happen. It wasn't a hugely expensive repair. But then 4 days later, I received an updated quote for £421.37. So they then changed the parts that needed replacing to the logic board, which I believe is like the brain of the computer. So I spoke to one of the advisors there who told me that this was due to corrosion from the laptop being in a steamy bathroom, which I said absolutely hasn't happened. A manager then contacted me and it changed again. So now there was no corrosion to the main board. It wasn't the main board, it was actually the display.
Then the company in question admitted to giving Lucy the wrong information and that it was in fact the screen that needed replacing. Well, the screen was only 2 years old. And of course, it's not right that Lucy should have to pay for a repair on a screen that has broken through no fault of her own. And she was absolutely insistent to me that she's done absolutely nothing to this laptop to damage it in any way. She certainly hasn't been taking it into the bathroom and exposing it to unnecessary amounts of moisture. So under her statutory rights, under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, Her argument is that this laptop has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, and it is unreasonable that she's being faced with such a huge bill for repair of the product. Well, I went off to have a word with this company, and I'll be honest with you, I'm pretty annoyed at the response, or lack of it, that I have received. But before I say any more, let's have a catch up with Lucy. Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
Hi, Lucy. Now, I just want to check before I go any further. Has this company contacted you since I called them?
No, I've had nothing. No contact whatsoever.
Well, that really is awful. Because, and the reason why I wanted to find that out, I have been trying to contact this company for quite some time. I've emailed and emailed and emailed, and to start with, had no acknowledgement of my emails whatsoever, which I found frustrating. However, I do understand with the virus, a lot of people are working from home, and sometimes email accounts that would normally be accessed and checked by people, if those people are working from home, that might cause a delay. So I held off identifying the company at this stage until I had finally heard back from them. And indeed, when I came in to present my programme on Saturday morning, there was an email that had come in from me on Friday afternoon at 4:15 from the company. And I thought, oh, good, they've finally acknowledged my email, and hopefully they're finally getting things sorted out. Now, the company concerned, and this may well surprise people, because it certainly surprised me, the company is Apple. This was an Apple store that you took the laptop into, and it is an Apple product that you'd purchased.
That's correct.
Here is the response I have received from Apple. Hello, Jonathan. Thank you for reaching out. On background, we have nothing to contribute to the story at the moment. Should that change, I will let you know.
I'm not surprised.
I just couldn't believe it. I could not believe that, having had all this time to come back and to respond, or to say, at the very least, at this point in time, we'd like to liaise with our customer, we would like to talk to her and try and get this issue resolved. That would have been fair. But to come back and to say, we acknowledge your email, but we have nothing to add, is just, it's just absolutely outrageous. It's just outrageous. I can't believe from a company like Apple that is how they are responding to a perfectly valid and reasonable customer complaint. It's completely and utterly unacceptable.
I agree. Excuse me.
Now, obviously, I hope that after this conversation, and when it becomes apparent to Apple that they have now been identified and it has become clear to the many thousands of people who are listening to my programme today, that when faced with a customer complaint, Apple have declined the opportunity to respond or to contact the customer and try and resolve the matter. I am very much hoping that they will pick up the phone and try and solve the problem with you. In the event that they do not, how are we going to take this further forward? Where is your laptop at the moment? It's still in that Apple store, isn't it?
At the Apple store, yes.
Albeit in the Apple store that is closed because of the COVID problems.
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, this is the other thing. Had they come back and said, we're really sorry, you're going to have to bear with us because unfortunately the Apple store in question is concerned and nobody can go and have a look at it for us to come back to you, that would have been fair. But they haven't even given us that information at all. They've just said they have nothing to add to the story.
Yes, they've been very arrogant the whole way through.
What you will need to do, in the event that they still don't resolve the problem, is you will need to request that laptop is returned to you. You will then need to write to Apple and put them on notice that you are going to have an independent report carried out to ascertain what the problem is.
Okay.
When you have obtained that report, you will then sue Apple for not only the cost of repair, but also the cost of obtaining that report.
Okay.
Okay? I'm amazed that with a company like Apple, they are allowing this situation to get to this kind of level. But there we go. It's just It is astonishing. And be aware of that, ladies and gentlemen. If you are planning to purchase an Apple product, this is how they have responded to my programme when we have presented them with a perfectly reasonable customer complaint. Can we, let's see what happens after this programme today, Lucy. If they do get in touch with you, please let me know as soon as possible.
I will.
And
I'm
if you
not
haven't,
hopeful, though.
if you have not heard anything from Friday, we'll discuss how you're going to take things further forward.
Fabulous. That's wonderful. Thank you for
you
your
very
help.
much.
Thanks for trying.
Thank you. And Apple, I really am appalled. Contact your customer and sort out your customer complaint, and have the courtesy of acknowledging the customer complaint and responding in a reasonable way. To simply say you have nothing to add is unacceptable. Sir purchased a new front door, new back door and some double glazing back in 2014. This all came with a 10-year guarantee. It cost him £7,500. 6 years on, well, he's not at all happy with the state of his front door. He was saying that all the paint has started peeling off this front door, and to be absolutely honest with you, it looks a right old mess.
February this year, I noticed that the door was peeling. So I thought, that's a bit unusual. So I phoned the company, took some photographs of the door, took them round, left them with the secretary. She said, we will be round on the 24th of March. Chap measured up for it and said, yeah, it's a problem with these doors. He said, normally due to weather, but I can see your door isn't affected by the weather from the position it's in. And it's, did I want another colour? Because the rosewood doors, apparently there's a bit of a problem with them. I have a letter from them dated the 21st of October, and it reads, the composite door supplier has still not confirmed delivery of your replacement door slab. I wrote back to them and said that I wanted to wait for the new door, and would they get in touch with me? Well, that was 3-4 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from them yet.
The company had also suggested there was a repair process they could actually put in place to try and rectify the problem. But Spencer wasn't very happy about that because, well, his concern was that this paint problem seems to be spreading on the door. So even if they came to repair the part that's peeling at the moment, firstly, he wasn't confident the repair would look very good, but even if it did look good, there's no guarantee that it won't need doing again within a short period of time as more of the paint starts to peel. So he said, I do really want them to come and just replace the door slab, as they keep referring to it. Spencer's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Spencer.
Afternoon, JVS.
The saga continues with your front door. Now, as you're aware, for any new listeners, when I went off to have a word with this company, this was well before Christmas, this was back at the beginning of November, they said to me they could still repair the door if you wanted a repair carried out quickly, or alternatively, they said, we're sorry for the delay in the replacement. The replacement is on order. It's been delayed because of coronavirus. They said, we are expecting the door slab to be with us on the 8th of December. We can't guarantee that because we have been let down previously, but they said we are confident that it should arrive on the 8th, all things being well. And as soon as it has arrived, we'll get out there and we'll get it replaced so that Spencer's door will be sorted. So, sure enough, you waited very patiently until the 8th of December. I called the company on the 9th of December and said, right, what's happened? Did the door arrive? And they said, yes, yep, it's arrived. We haven't checked it yet, but it has arrived. And, we're going to get out there before Christmas, get the slab replaced. Great. Trouble was, I then went off for Christmas. The next you heard from the company, they said, oh, we've opened the box, and unfortunately, it's not your door slab in that box. So sorry, but it still hasn't arrived. Oh, so annoying. So annoying. So I called the company, getting quite grumpy at this point, as soon as I came back at the beginning of last week. And I spoke to the man there, and he said, yeah, we are sorry, but when we open that box, even though the box was all labelled up with the customer number for Spencer, what was inside was not the correct slab. However, he said that has now changed and we have now got Spencer's slab in. So we are going to get out there and we're going to go and replace it and get everything sorted. Great, fine, fair enough. When I spoke to you next, though, you still weren't happy because the company had then said to you that what they were going to do is come out, dismantle your front door, take it off the hinges, take it away back to their workshop, replace everything on it with what was on your old front door, so the locking mechanism and the handle, etc. They were going to swap all that over, leaving you without anything at the front of your house, you said, and then they were going to bring it back. And you said that's completely unacceptable. I can't be left in January in freezing cold weather with the front of my house open while they take my front door away. So I spoke to the company. They said, no, this is, as far as we're aware, this is an outer porch door. So there's another front door that Spencer's got going into his house. So as far as we're concerned, there's no problem. Well, you said that's not the case. And in fact, you've sent me a photo of the front of your house. And even though you have got a porch, it's an open porch, isn't it? So if they took your front door away, sure enough, your house would be completely exposed to the elements. So I went back again and had a conversation with the man at the company. He now acknowledges that indeed your house does not have another front door. He said they really do need to take the door away. He said it's just because of what we've got to replace in terms of the glazing panels on the door, all of the locking mechanism, we can do it much better and much more effectively in our workshop, where we can secure the door properly and do everything that we need to do, rather than in a kind of DIY style on Spencer's driveway. So what he said is that what they're going to do is come out, they are going to put a board up at your front door while they take your door back to their workshop. He said it will take, he reckons, 2 hours maximum to do the work. They'll get the work done, and in the meantime, your front door will be boarded up, so it won't let all the cold weather or the weather in, and they will then come out and swap the door over once they've replaced everything. Does that seem satisfactory to you, Spencer?
Yep, that seems fine.
OK, have you heard anything from him?
I had a phone call at 3:30 yesterday afternoon from the original guy that was supposed to come and look at it in March last year.
Yeah.
He said, I'll be turning up between 9:30 to take your front door away and we'll sort it all out. I just said, well, what about the hole? Oh, yes, he said, we're going to board that up for you. And I said, oh, OK, fine, I'll see you tomorrow morning between 9 and 9:30. So hopefully by this time tomorrow, I shall have a nice, bright, shiny new front door.
Well, that would be very nice. I mean, obviously what I'd like to do is to pencil in a conversation then with you in the last half hour of my programme tomorrow. Same kind of time, just to make sure that you're happy.
Thank you.
He did actually, and to give him his credit, he did catch me out, this guy at the company, because I did say to him, I said, well, obviously you're going to need to check with Spencer to make sure that, you know, on the day that you're going to go and leave him with a boarded up front door, he's not got to go out anywhere. And he said, well, under coronavirus restrictions, Spencer shouldn't be leaving his house anyway. So that shouldn't be an issue. And I had to acknowledge that, yes, he was quite right.
God, I mean, if you headbutted the wall, you'd get more sense, wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, he's right. He's right in what he says.
Yeah, exactly. But he'd asked me a week ago, could we fix a date for tomorrow? And I said yes.
Yeah, well...
Not the guy you spoke to yesterday on the phone, who you told me who that was. That's not the guy you spoke to yesterday, he said that. The guy that I spoke to yesterday and the guy I spoke to a week ago, and we arranged the date for tomorrow, as I said to you just now, was the original guy that was, you know, supposed to come round and do the measuring up in March last year. So it just seems that, you know, one part of the firm doesn't talk to the other part of the firm. But
well,
anyway,
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know either. But you know, the thing is, it's progress, hopefully, and it will be sorted by this time tomorrow.
Great. Okay. Well, Spencer, listen. I tell you what, because this has been a bit of a saga. Listen to this. Ooh. Just a tiny, tiny bit of honkage. I'll talk to you same time tomorrow, and fingers crossed they will have taken your door away, done what they have to do, brought it back, and you'll be a happy bunny.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Now, Scott couldn't believe his eyes when he went online one day.
We saw what we thought was an absolute bargain. 3-piece bedroom furniture set. 1 wardrobe, 1 6 drawers, like chest of drawers with 6 drawers in it, and 1 bedside table. An amazing £42. 2-3 days later, it was still there. So, being the curious one, I phoned them up. And I said, I've noticed on the website you've got this fantastic bargain. Can I investigate, please, and find out if this is right? And I was reassured that it must have been end-of-line clearance to get rid of it. So I said, right, okay, I will order 3. A week later, we started stripping out all the bedrooms. We cleared out all the old furniture in anticipation. And then 9 days, 10 days after we placed the order and everything, they emailed us to say they've made a mistake. We've refunded you your money. And that's it, kind of thing.
Well, what rights does Scott have? Does the company have to sell him these items or not at £42? They say the actual price for the furniture, which sounds much more realistic, is £360 for the set. Now, of course, the reality is Scott does not have a legal right to have this furniture at the price that he thought he was going to get it for. However, the fact that because Scott had checked several times with the company that it wasn't a mistake and it was the genuine price, he then threw away all of his old furniture in anticipation of the new furniture arriving. So, based on all of this, did the company really want to leave poor Scott with no furniture in the bedrooms? Not just the 1 bedroom, but 3 bedrooms! Well, we were going off to have a little word, and Scott was incredibly lucky with the company response. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Scott.
Good afternoon.
The company, even though they didn't have to, Tara, they came back with a very positive response, didn't they?
I think, to be honest, we were all a bit surprised.
We were.
Absolutely. It was B&Q, and they said at the time that they're really pleased to have resolved the issue and that Scott had accepted their offer of alternative furniture at the same price, along with their apology for the inconvenience caused. And it was that issue of you having kept checking to say, was everything okay, and not receiving any information to suggest it wasn't.
So you were getting 3 sets of furniture, and they'd even allowed you to choose slightly different sets for each room.
Because the original was out of stock. So he went through different items with me, so we could bespoke each bedroom to our own taste as well. So that was really generous of them.
So what's the latest since we last spoke to you? What's happened?
It's all been delivered, and a week later, it's all been put up, and I'm very sore. It's been a long week.
Well, I can imagine a lot of flat pack building, I would have thought, but that is amazing. So the whole lot cost you a total of how much?
£136.
£136 because you managed to get it all for the 40 odd quid per set, which is just incredible.
It is. You are what they call in the home city of my birth, Lincoln, a lucky duck.
Yes, you certainly are a lucky duck. Listen, Scott, we will say a massive thank you to B&Q. We will give them the horn. Any other problems, you know where we are.
And a massive thank you to you guys as well. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, John.
Right, very quickly, before I conclude the consumer part of my programme today, I want to have a quick catch-up with Malcolm, because there have been some developments on his case this morning. Malcolm had been trying for some time to find a place to buy a particular kind of alcoholic drink for his girlfriend for Christmas. Well, on the 23rd of December, he found a shop that sold this particular drink, so he bought 3 bottles at a cost of $4.99. However, when he opened this, it didn't taste quite as nice as he expected.
I poured her a glass, tasted like vinegar.
Oh dear.
Opened the second bottle, exactly the same. Third bottle, exactly the same. I went back to the shop on the following Sunday, explained to the chap, took them in the bag I purchased them in. Same chap served me, and he didn't want to know.
Well, it's very frustrating. Now, the difficulty is that Malcolm says he does not have any proof of purchase. He paid by cash in this shop, and they didn't give him a receipt. So it's his word against theirs. Well, I've had a devil of a job, to be honest, trying to speak to the guy that runs the shop, but I did finally have some success this morning. Malcolm's back on the JVS show. Hello, Malcolm.
Morning, Jonathan. Morning.
Now, the reason I wanted to quickly catch up with you, I managed to speak to the guy that owns the shops. There's a little chain of these shops. He took some persuading because he was still insisting, because you've got no proof of purchase, he doesn't have to do anything. So I've told him to go away and check his CCTV at the time you were in the shop. He's doing that, and he has said to you, on the basis that he can see you on the CCTV purchasing those 3 bottles. If you take the 3 bottles back at 2:30 today, he will replace the bottles for you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
So can you pop along at 2:30, and I'd like to catch up with you tomorrow morning on the JVS show and make sure that he's done what he says he's going to do.
Yep, no problem at all.
Great stuff. OK, I'll catch up with you tomorrow. And just as a word of warning, ladies and gentlemen, if ever you buy something from a shop, always insist on getting a receipt. You know, always ask, yes, please, can I have a receipt? Just put the receipt in your pocket.
Good morning, Jonathan. Nice to speak to you.
Well, very nice to talk to you too, Muriel. Tell me all about the problem you're having, please, without naming any company names. Let's see what we can do for you.
Thank you. I purchased 3 theatre tickets in December 2019 as a Christmas present to go and see the ballet. And, of course, due to COVID, it was all cancelled. So I waited a couple of months and then tried to contact them. It said on the website that the box office was open from 10 o'clock till 4:30, but every time you rang, it just came up with the COVID message. So eventually I rang the council and asked if they could help me, and they gave me, put me through to a gentleman who gave me another website with a number. And I had nothing at all with them. It was the same COVID message all the time. So I've tried many times. I've been to the box office and also rang them, but you just get the same COVID message all the time. So I have not spoken to a person.
Okay, just a couple of quick questions, Muriel, if I may. So you say you booked the tickets in December 2019. When were you due to go and see the ballet?
The 25th of April, 2020.
Oh, right. Okay. So that was right in the middle of the lockdown, wasn't it? So there's no way you would have been able to see it.
No,
and did you at the time receive any notification from the theatre company that were behind it to say, you know, obviously we're having to cancel the performance, but you can get your money back here?
No, had nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Right. Okay. How did you pay for the tickets?
Credit card.
Okay. Have you spoken to the credit card company at all?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Well, should I do that?
Well, not necessarily at this stage, but I'm pleased you did pay by credit card. Well done, Muriel. You go top of the class today because at least that way you've protected yourself.
Yes.
And if push comes to shove, you should still be entitled to get your money back through the credit card company if for some reason you can't get it back from the theatre company that you paid.
Yeah. Because
the simple fact is you did not get what you paid for. The contract was not fulfilled. Yeah. And therefore, under the Consumer Credit Act, Section 75 means that you can put in a claim to get the money back from the credit card company instead.
Oh, okay, yeah.
However, credit card companies very often, they either want some kind of acknowledgement from the company that they're not going to pay you, or they want some kind of evidence trail that you've tried to contact the company and they're just ignoring you. And it sounds as if you might not have that because you've just been trying to put phone calls through to them.
Yes, I have, yes.
Okay. Yes. Well, I mean, there should be a way of us speaking to whoever's behind this ballet and finding out why you haven't been able to get your money back. Tara, can we get some detail, please?
Yes, that would be really useful just to find out. And if there's no email trail, and I suppose one of the reasons it depends on how you bought those tickets. How did you buy them, Muriel?
At the box office.
So you went along, you bought them in person, paid on your credit card.
Yeah.
They gave you the tickets.
Yes.
So they might not know how to get in touch with you if they were going to offer you a refund.
No, but then surely they should have something on the phone to say, if you're calling because you've been unable to attend a performance because of coronavirus, then please press 3 to, speak to someone and register your details for a refund. They surely should have something like that. Whereas it sounds as if the message on the phone didn't give you any options to talk to a human being and try and get this sorted, Muriel.
Not at all. Not at all.
Very frustrating.
Do you love the ballet? I've got to be honest, ballet's not really my thing.
Oh, I love it, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Muriel,
and the friends that we were going with were, we were so disappointed that we weren't going to be able to go. We've been many times, and just love it.
Well, I mean, if you can get your money back, then at least you can book for whenever the theatres are able to reopen and this kind of thing restarts, because they will need your money, won't they? All of those performers and theatre companies that have struggled so much over the last year or so. I mean, they're really going to need everyone to support them.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
But look, let's see what we can do about getting you your money back. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK?
That's lovely. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Hang on there, please. Trying for some time to find somewhere to buy a particular kind of alcoholic drink for his girlfriend for Christmas. On the 23rd of December, he found a shop that sold this particular alcohol, so he thought, fantastic, that's going to make her Christmas. He bought 3 bottles of it for her at a cost of £4.99 each. However, on Christmas Day, when they came to open this drink, well, it didn't taste as it should.
I poured her a glass, tasted like vinegar.
Oh dear.
Opened the second bottle, exactly the same. Third bottle, exactly the same. I went back to the shop on the following Sunday, explained to the chap, took them in the bag I purchased them in. Same chap served me, and he didn't want to know.
Well, it's very frustrating. Now, the slight complication with all of this is that Malcolm paid in cash, so there's no record, there's no connection between him and this particular shop and having made a purchase on that day, and the company didn't give him a receipt and Malcolm didn't ask for a receipt. So in effect, it's his word against theirs that he even purchased this alcohol from them. But he says it's very frustrating that they are refusing to help him, because the guy that was behind the counter, he was the guy that served him. And there's no doubt in Malcolm's mind that this guy knows Malcolm did indeed come in and buy those 3 bottles of this particular booze. Well, it's taken me quite some time before I could speak to the owner of this shop. I did finally do that at the beginning of the week. Let's find out what's happening now, because Malcolm's back on the JVS show. Hello, Malcolm.
Morning, how are you?
Good morning. Yes, I'm very well indeed, thank you. So I had a conversation with the guy, and he, as I fully expected him to, he started going down the line of, well, where is the receipt? You know, how do we know that this customer purchased these bottles from us? And to be honest, it's a fair point. You know, how do we prove it? So I turned it on its head and said to him, well, hang on a minute. Did you offer this customer a receipt? He said, no, we would only give a receipt if the customer asked us for one. I said, well, is it then fair and reasonable for you to blame the customer if you didn't give the customer a receipt for the fact that he hasn't now got one? You should be making it part of your normal process whenever you are completing a transaction, that you hand over a receipt so the customer has that receipt. Anyway, he ummed and ahed about it, and I said, hang on a second. I said, have you got CCTV in your shop? And he said, yes. I said, right, OK, well, I'm sure your CCTV, like the CCTV I have, records whatever goes on in your shop for at least a month. So would you like to go back and just review the CCTV, and if you can see Malcolm buying the 3 bottles of this particular alcohol, then I really feel that you should take responsibility. Well, he said, well, yeah, but I don't know what time it was. I said, I can find that out. So I called you up, didn't I, Malcolm? I said, right, what time did you go into the shop?
Yep,
you were able to tell me pretty exactly, really. So I was able to go back to him and I said, right, you go and review your CCTV. Malcolm would like a refund, please, for the bottles. Well, he wasn't desperately happy about it, but in the end he agreed to it. And you were due to go in yesterday afternoon. Malcolm, what happened?
Well, I turned up there at the time that we said I'd be there, straight from work. I walked in with the 3 bottles. And he looked at me. He didn't say too much. I said, yeah, you've had words with someone I spoke to? And he said, yeah. He said, £3.99 a bottle, weren't they? I said, no, I'm sorry. They were $4.99 a bottle, as you jolly well know. He hummed and harbed. He gave me the exact money, £14.97. I thought he might just give 15 quid, but he didn't. He split it up exactly. And he didn't say anything. He said, there you are, off you go. So I said, thank you very much, and came out.
Well, I mean, at least you've got the money back, which is what you were looking for. The slight problem that I have, and what I was trying to explain to him, was that surely he has a duty of care because there may well be other people that would go in and buy that particular alcohol from his shop. He has a duty of care to go back to his supplier and to raise the issue with them, because it may well be that they've supplied him with an old out-of-date load of stock, and that's the reason why it tasted like vinegar.
He did actually say to me that I should have contacted them, and I said, well, I'm sorry, but you're the person I brought it from, not them. So,
yes, well, he doesn't seem to know what your rights are and what his responsibilities are. But the good news is he has now given you the money back, which is great. What I would say, and we all learn lessons on a daily basis on this programme, always make sure you get a receipt. I know what it's like. Particularly in some of these little convenience stores, you pop in for 1 or 2 items, you pay for it, they don't offer you a receipt, they don't give you a receipt, you don't think to ask. Just be aware, if you've paid in cash, you have no proof of purchase. So particularly if you're paying in cash, always ask for a receipt. But really, if you're buying anything, you should always ask for a receipt, because and keep that receipt until at least you've opened whatever it is you bought to make sure it's okay. Because if you need to take it back, the receipt will be necessary. But there we go. Malcolm, we've all learnt something. Shall I thank this particular company for giving you the money back and give them the horn?
Yes, please, and thank you very much to you and your team.
OK, great. I presume you're now going to have to go and source 3 bottles of this alcohol for your girlfriend and surprise her with it as a belated Christmas drink.
Yeah, we should wait till her birthday. That's coming up.
She's not doing dry January like me, is she?
No.
Oh, right, okay. well, there you go. Get yourself down to another shop and go and buy some of that booze, and let's hope it's better next time, doesn't taste like vinegar. Yeah. For this particular company, thank a new property about a year ago. There's a snagging list, as you might expect, with a brand new build. But Rob came to me with one particular bugbear.
The main issue we've got, which doesn't seem to be getting resolved, is we've got a fence which is only about 4 foot high on our side because they've installed it in a dip. So where the hard standing ground is, we're good sort of 2-3 foot higher than the fence, which is obviously not great for privacy from the neighbours and vice versa. They sent out 2 of their contractors, their ground worker contractor and their fencing contractor, both blame each other. And then the developers sort of saying, well, they're both blaming each other, but we admit there's an issue there and just nothing's getting done.
Well, can we get the developer to sort all of this out or not? Let's find out, because Rob's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Rob.
Hi, JVS. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good, thank you. I hope you are too. As you know, I went to speak to the company concerned back in November of last year. The company is Redrow. And they came back with this response. They said, we are aware of a ground level difference in one of the gardens at this particular development and have been in contact with the homeowner to resolve this. Due to fencing material shortages, there's unfortunately been a delay in sourcing replacement panels. However, we're working with our network of supply chain partners and liaising with the customer to get this installed at the earliest opportunity. They then came back with a further response to say, just to keep you updated, we have devised a solution which has been shared with the homeowner. While we're unable to confirm timings at this stage, we can assure you the matter is being taken care of. Right, so that's kind of how things were left. What's the latest, Rob? Have things been sorted yet?
Kind of. So we had the contractor come and visit ourselves yesterday to show us the solution, which will bring the fence to the correct level, which is great. The only sort of bugbear that I've now got is that he's actually going to have to lose 100 mil of our garden the whole way across, which isn't the end of the world, but we are going to lose some garden space for him to now rectify this proper fence.
So that's what, 10 centimetres? The fence
from where
is...
it originally is the whole way along. So yeah, it's not the end of the world. I guess it's just a bit more frustrating for us because we don't have the biggest garden. We've got some plans for it, but
and
that's the only way they can do it.
Why is that? Because whatever they need to put in the ground to create the border between your garden and next door's garden is bigger than what's there at the moment.
Absolutely. So at the moment it's just a wooden fence panel. What they're going to need to do is put some concrete sort of plinths in the bottom. So they could have done it at the correct distance in the garden on our border, but the neighbours then would have had 600 mil of concrete showing on their side, which obviously they're not going to be very keen on staring out and looking at. So the only way of doing it is bringing that 100 mil onto our side, and then obviously they'll then build the soil up, so we will just have I think he said about 75 mil of concrete showing, which isn't too bad because we're going to put a shed and things across it, so we won't see too much of it.
Oh, what? So the height of the concrete is only 7.5 centimetres high? On
our side, because they will build the land up on our side, so we won't see it. But if they did it on their side, because the neighbours is a lot lower, they will have about about 600 mil of concrete showing, which obviously isn't very pretty to look out at.
No. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because, I mean, if that's the only way of being able to solve the problem, then I guess, as frustrating as it is, but, you know, you are going to have the thicker division between the two properties, which will encroach into your garden by 10 centimetres.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the only way of doing it. I think that's the solution we're going to go for. It's just frustrating. Obviously, we get
is there anything else?
And then
is there any other idea on the table?
The only other idea he had was some wooden panels, which wouldn't encroach, but they said the manufacturers of the wooden panels wouldn't be able to guarantee it because it's not what it's really designed for. So I didn't really want to go down that option. If we're in the same case 3 years, it all starts sloping down and falling apart again.
Yeah. I don't think you want that. And to be honest, if you've got the wooden panels and if you've got soil kind of up against it, it's all going to rot.
Especially, yeah.
And you're going to, in a few years' time, you know, the whole thing's going to be falling apart. You're going to have to then pay to have the whole thing done yourself. I think it's better at the stage when the developer is going to cover the cost of all of this. I think it's better to get it done properly with concrete now. And then to obviously find a way of... are you going to put a flower bed along that particular fence?
We're actually going to be sort of patioing it, having a shed and a hot tub against it. So we're not really going to see it. So it's not too much of an issue.
A hot tub? Gosh.
Yeah, it would have been nice at Christmas, but never mind. Maybe by the summertime.
No wonder you wanted the privacy with the high fence while you're getting in and out with your Speedos on, Rob. So when are they going to come and do all of this?
Right, I spoke to him. As long as we go for that option, he can start fairly soon. But again, we're back to the issue of fence panels not being in stock. Apparently, there's a big issue in America with fence panels, so they've taken all of Europe's stock. So he's not too sure when he'll be able to.
Is it for Donald Trump's wall?
Oh, could well be.
Maybe they're using our fence panels for Trump's wall. So when do they think they're going to get them in?
He hasn't given me a date yet. I need to go back to him just to confirm I'm happy with the encroachment, and then he will start trying to work on getting the materials.
Right, okay. Well, I guess we're just going to have to be a little bit more patient. And I know it's not ideal, but hopefully, you know, when this is all been done, when it's all been done properly, you'll have your privacy in the garden that you were looking for. You won't notice the 10 centimetres, hopefully, by the time you've got your shed there and your hot tub and everything else, you know. And if it's been done properly with concrete, then that fencing then should last for many, many years before it all starts falling apart.
Yeah, no, that's what we want. So I think that will be what we do, and then just hopefully it won't take too long.
Can you please keep me in the loop and let me know what happens?
Yeah, absolutely, no problem.
Okay, great stuff. Rob, thanks very much indeed.
For your help.
Good talking to you. I'll chat to you very soon. It's BBC 3 August. Whilst we all still could have those little breaks in this country, well, whilst he was in the hotel, he started to experience the symptoms of coronavirus. Not ideal. Well, he booked a test nearby, and then after he'd done the test, he went home rather than going on to the next hotel that was supposed to be part of their trip. You see, they were due to catch the ferry and go over to the Isle of Wight. Well, of course, he couldn't do that. So as soon as he got back home, he contacted the hotel in the Isle of Wight, and he explained what had happened.
She got back to us and said, sorry to hear that. Can you send over any coronavirus appointment you had or test or anything like that? So we did that to her. She then cancelled the ferry, which we'd already missed a couple of days because she took a couple of days to get back to us. In the meantime, we then got a refund from the ferry company that she booked through. But ever since then, we've tried to contact her, and we got an email back on the 16th of September saying that we could go for a night in October, half term.
Oh, it's very generous of them.
So basically, we said, no, that's not really possible to go all that way for one night and have to rebook the ferry again. And since that day, we haven't managed to get hold of her. We've sent emails, texts, I've got her WhatsApp number, things like that, and no reply.
Well, as I explained to Neil, because it wasn't the hotel's fault that he was cancelling the booking, and because he was cancelling on the day that he was due to be going to this hotel, if their terms and conditions for cancellation meant he was not entitled to a refund, they are under no obligation to do so. And the fact that they then offered him an alternative night in their hotel, due to the circumstances in October, but he couldn't go on that, it may well be that they are simply unprepared to do any more. What Neil was looking for was to allow him and his family to carry that booking over to one day this year instead. Well, I've been off to have a word with the woman that runs the hotel. Neil's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Neil.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, Neil. I hope you are too. There was one saving grace in this story, and that's that you tell me you do have travel insurance.
Yes, I do, yeah.
However, of course, the travel insurance would need to have some kind of letter or confirmation from the hotel in the event that they were not prepared to offer you anything further. You would need to have something like that in order to make the claim through that travel insurance company. But I said to you, look, let me go and have a word with the hotel. Let's see what their view is on all of this, and let's take it from there. Yep. So I've done that, and I spoke to the lady that owns the hotel and runs it. Yep. Now, she said that, and I've got to be honest with you, she wasn't terribly sympathetic, because she said, to be honest with you, she sounded quite angry. She said, we have had a nightmare. She said, we have had an absolute nightmare trying to keep our hotel going. We've been completely closed since November of last year. We have no idea when we're going to be able to reopen and start trading again. When Neil first contacted us and explained the situation, she said, to start with, I did request confirmation of the coronavirus test result, because she said we had a number of people cancel on that particular day because the weather was absolutely awful. She said, coincidentally, and she said it just felt as if a whole load of people were cancelling on that day because the weather was awful, and they just thought, oh, what's the point of getting the ferry and going over to the Isle of Wight when it's absolutely bucketing down with rain? So she said, I did request that, and when we received that paperwork, we offered Neil and his family an alternative night in October. It would still have meant that we would have lost the money, we would have lost the ability to rebook the night in October, but we were prepared to do that as a goodwill gesture. However, Neil then said, he didn't want to come in October. She said, we are in a dire situation. She said, I have no idea if I'm even still going to be in business by the time we are allowed to reopen this year. She said, we are having to basically survive on fresh air at the moment, and I cannot afford, and I'm not prepared to just carry over that booking that was cancelled through no fault of our own to this year. Because it's a date that theoretically, if we are able to reopen, it's a date that we then will not be able to resell that room for somebody else. So she said, I'm sorry, but we do have to draw the line, and I just can't. I'm not a charity. I can't keep doing this for people. So she said, I'm afraid I'm not prepared to allow this to be carried over to next year. So I said, okay, well, I accept that, but obviously from Neil's perspective, it's not his fault either. He was making the responsible decision to not come to your hotel when he'd started feeling ill, because if he had, he could have theoretically brought coronavirus with him, and that's the last thing you would have wanted.
Yeah, it would have been worse for everybody, yeah.
So at that point she said, well, has he got travel insurance? Because this is exactly what travel insurance is there for. So I then said, well, yes, he has, but the trouble is, he says, because you're not responding to him and won't confirm one way or the other whether you are prepared to allow him to rebook for this year or not, he can't put in a claim with the travel insurance company because they need confirmation that, in effect, he's lost the money for that night's booking. She said, well, I'm happy to respond to his email if that's what he needs, just to confirm that we will not be honouring the booking for this year instead. She said, I can do that if he so wishes. What he needs to do, if he can email me again and just make it clear that that's what he now needs, I will respond and make it clear that we are not going to honour that booking for this year.
Okay. Yep.
So I know it's not ideal, Neil. I mean, I know it would have been nice to kind of wave my magic wand and for the hotel to say, oh, yeah, we're really sorry. We'll, of course, allow Neil and his family to come for free to our hotel this year. But you know, from her perspective, and I can understand it, you know, this has been a complete nightmare for them as well.
Oh, I understand, yeah. I mean, my wife's got a beauty salon, so she's been shut 3 times and different things, and I'm self-employed. So, yeah, everybody's struggling.
Yeah.
But no, I totally understand her point of view. I just wanted to make contact with her, and as I said, she hadn't got back to us.
No,
so
she said, I did say to her, you know, why are you not responding? Where's the lack of contact? She said, we're not open. She said, we're not open. The whole place is shut up. We're not going in there. We're not looking at the business emails because the whole hotel is shut by order of the government. We're not allowed to trade. We can't have anyone in our hotel. I said, yeah, but hang on a second. I mean, if you're running a business, then surely you still need to be contactable. You need to still be responding. And she said, oh, well, look, if he sends me the email, I will respond to the email. But she was, you know, you could tell she was obviously very frustrated by, and I can understand it. It is a nightmare. And can you imagine just that thought of running a hotel somewhere like the Isle of Wight, where getting people to make bookings at your hotel is part of your survival, really, and you've got no idea whether you can accept any bookings this year or not, and when you can start accepting bookings from. I mean, it must be very stressful. But then I completely understand from your perspective as well. You know, as you point out, lots and lots of people are in a nightmare scenario. And
the thing is, you got hold of her within like a week of me speaking to you, and I've tried at different times. I've not constantly phoned her every day, but I've emailed and stuff, and she hasn't got back. Which, if she's not in, she might not reply. But she said she's not there and we're not open. But she managed, like you got back to her and she got back to you. So
well, I called her on her mobile.
Just a bit of luck then.
I called her on her mobile and she answered straight away. So when you've called her mobile, has she just not answered?
No. And I've sent her, say, text and WhatsApp. Anyway, that's...
I tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like you to email her, and can you CC me into the email as well? So if you CC jvsshow@bbc.co.uk, she will then know, looking at that email, that I'm kind of keeping across this as well. And if she still doesn't respond and to be honest, I mean, it's only going to take her 30 seconds, isn't it, just to respond by email and say, I'm sorry, but you cancelled the booking too late. As per our terms and conditions, that means that we are not due to refund you the money.
Yeah, certainly,
that's all you need, and then you can then put that in the hands of your insurance company.
Certainly will do, yeah.
Thank goodness you've got travel insurance, because a lot of people make the mistake, particularly when booking something in the UK, of thinking, oh, well, I don't need travel insurance. But, you know, it's exactly this kind of thing that demonstrates why travel insurance is so useful. Right, if you can get that email done, I'll then follow it from my end and we'll take it from there, yeah?
Yep, that's great. Thank you very much for your help.
OK, Neil, all the best. That is on the line. Hello, David.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Well, I'm going to the bottom of the class because I paid on a debit card, not a credit card.
Oh dear. Well, at least you recognise that. So, I'll try not to give you too much of a hard time. What's happened? Start at the beginning, if you would, David.
2018, I went on a coach short break. Thoroughly enjoyed it. The firm sent a brochure in December 2018. On the 10th of December, I booked a holiday in May.
So hang on, this was 10th of December 2019?
No, 18.
2018. So this was to go in May of 2019?
That's correct, yes.
Right, okay.
Of course, that was cancelled.
Well, hang on. What was it? Because 2019, there was no reason for it to be cancelled.
Sorry, 2020.
Ah, okay. So it was the holiday was booked 10th of December 2019.
Yes.
For May 2020.
20, yeah.
Yeah, and that was cancelled because of COVID.
And then they ran the same type of trip in September, and that was cancelled as well.
Okay, so you agreed when they cancelled it in May that you would then just defer until September?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, with all the confusion and everything else, I got a credit note the 11th of September, and they said it would be somewhere about 10, 12 weeks. Well,
okay.
I've phoned them a couple of times and asked where it is, and they said, well, because of COVID and that, we can't do it straight away. We've only got certain people in. Well, I understand that. But 16 weeks later, the January, I phoned up and I've been told it'll be another 10 to 12 weeks.
10 to 12 weeks for what? You're now requesting your money back, are you? Okay.
Paying my refund back.
So you're not interested in delaying this until later this year?
No.
You want your refund, okay. And they've said they will pay you, but they're just making you wait a long time for it.
Yes, they want you to transfer and go book another holiday with your money in the credit note.
Yes. Well, and you can understand why from their perspective, because a lot of holiday companies, unfortunately, and in fact one holiday coach company has gone by the wayside as a result of all of this. And you can imagine the effect on companies' cash flow in terms of trying to give all of their customers their money back when they've got no money coming in for future bookings. That must be an absolute nightmare.
Yes, I understand that. But if they said, we'll start paying out you in the first week of February or something like that, I would accept it.
Yeah.
I just can't get a date or speak to anyone when they're likely to fulfil the credit note.
Now, this coach company, do you know if they are members of ABTA?
Yes, they are, and the Bonded Coach Association.
Okay, fine.
Which is the same as ABTA, but just for the coaches.
Just for coach companies, okay. Well, hopefully we should be able to try and get your money back. How much had you paid for this trip, and where were you due to be going?
That would, if I told you that, I would indicate the firm.
Oh, okay, all right. But it was somewhere nice in this country, was it?
Oh yes, it was in this country.
Oh right, and how much was it?
£308, because I was taking my grandson part of his 21st birthday.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, lovely. Well, hopefully, let's just hope that you will be able to do that at some point this year.
His birthday's past now.
Yeah, but to be honest, I know lots of people who've simply deferred birthday treats from last year because of everything that's happened. So, life is for living, isn't it, David? And this pandemic has made people realise it, and we certainly will never take some of these simple things for granted anymore, will we?
True, yeah.
So let's hope.
Actually, his 21st birthday, he went up in the harbour from Duxford. He thoroughly enjoyed that.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I'm sure he'd still like to do something with his granddad.
Oh, yes.
As well. So hopefully you can get that all sorted when it's safe to do so.
Yes.
Can I ask how old you are, David?
I'm in my 80th year.
Any word yet on when you're going to get your vaccine?
No.
Oh, hopefully soon. I think the letters are going out, so
yes.
Hopefully soon. Now look, let's see what we can do about getting you your money back. Tara.
Hello.
Can we get some detail from David and go and speak to this coach company and just say, look, we completely understand from your perspective it is a nightmare when you're having to give people their money back. But David, he's been very patient so far. You've had his money for a long time. He hasn't had his holiday, and it's not David's fault either. So can he please have his money back? And I presume, David, the company that you had booked through there, you've had good experiences with them in the past. There's no reason why you wouldn't book another holiday with them.
Oh, I've been with them before.
Yeah.
And very enjoyable.
Yeah, so, I mean, if they give him his money back, it will just restore his faith in their company and he may well decide to rebook again. But he'd like that to be his decision as and when he feels safe to do so. So that's why the refund is important.
Yeah.
OK, let's see what we can do. David, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK? Last year, Andrew bought a laptop, very expensive laptop. A couple of months after buying it, he noticed it wasn't charging properly. So he contacted the retailer that he bought it from, and they said, OK, we'll send it off for repair. Well, when Andrew took all of it back to the shop, they said, no, we don't need the charger. No, the company have got their own chargers. And they said that they were not interested in sending the charger back to the repair company. Well, when they returned the laptop, they said they'd fixed it. But as soon as Andrew tried to plug it into his charger, again, it wouldn't work. So it was then very clear at that point that it wasn't a problem with the laptop, it was the charger. So he's been complaining to them ever since. They finally agreed to send him out a new one, but when it arrived, it wasn't the correct one. And he's been absolutely unable to get the correct charger so he can use the laptop properly.
Apparently the part number, there's 3 digits on the end of the part number which were wrong, which meant they sent the wrong one out to me. So I got back in touch with them again, and then from then things really have just gone downhill. They're just trying to say, no, there's nothing more can do. The options that we've got for you is we can send the whole charger and that back, and then we can try and match it up and then see what one you require, and then we can send it out. But when I spoke to them, they said, well, we found the one that you want, but it's not in stock. I said, well, why then do you need me to send that one back if you can pair it up, if you can see the one that I need? I've gave them the part number because the part number off of my power supply unit is on the back of it. So I gave them that part number and they said, no, it's out of stock. But we can't order it in because we can't do that.
Well, Andrew's just getting very frustrated by all of this, and I can understand why. He spent, I think it was £2,500, wasn't it, Andrew?
It most certainly was.
You know, this is a very expensive laptop, and to have only been able to use it for a couple of months before it started to go wrong is exasperating. And my view on all of this has been, if they can't get you the replacement charger, then they should just admit defeat and agree to take the whole thing back and either give you all of your money back or replace it for an entirely brand new laptop that comes with a brand new charger. Anyway, I've been off to speak to the company concerned, Curry's PC World, and they've come back with this response. Now, I'll be honest with you, this response has left me scratching my head a little bit, but I'm hoping the conversation with you, Andrew, will just kind of tie it all up for me. Curry's PC World have said, we are very sorry for the delay in resolving Andrew's issue. We have refunded him in full for the replacement charger he bought and have apologised for the distress and inconvenience caused. We have also offered him a gesture of goodwill, which he's accepted. Now, so am I to assume then that in the meantime you've now gone out and sourced your own charger and have paid for that?
No, not at the moment. They phoned me up on Saturday, and they obviously the lady that contacted me was very apologetic and couldn't understand obviously how it had got to this stage and it hadn't been rectified beforehand. So she said they was having difficulty trying to find the charger for my laptop as a separate component. So I explained to her, well, I've been in touch with the manufacturer and I've managed to get the correct part number for that charger. And she said, OK, that's not a problem. What we'll do then, what is the total cost of that? So I told her, and she said, can you send me the proof of that? I said, yeah, that's no problem.
And is that, am I right in saying that's £112?
Yeah, yes, it was £112, yeah, because the charger comes into the two parts. So you get the power block, which goes from the actual block then into the laptop. And then you get what a lot of people class is called the kettle lead then, which goes from your plug socket then into the other end of the charger.
Yeah.
So those two parts come separately. So I gave her those part numbers, and that's what the total cost was. And she said, OK, that's no problem. So if you would like to source that then from wherever you're getting it from. And I said, well, it's going to be the manufacturer. So she said, right, okay, we'll reimburse you that money, and we'll give you £50 on top as well as a goodwill gesture.
Great.
So they phoned me up Monday morning. Well, it's Sunday at first, but I missed the call, but they left a voicemail. And then she said, but they was closed today, so I couldn't get back in touch with them, so I had to wait until the Monday morning. So I phoned them back up, and they took my bank details, and they said they was going to reimburse me all the money, but it could take from 5 to 7 days.
So have you now contacted the manufacturer to get the new charger ordered? Because, I mean, I don't know how long that's going to take.
Well, yeah, that was the only thing that I was just umming and ahhing whether to do that yet or wait until the money's actually gone into my account from, obviously, the company first.
I think you should because, but look, I don't think there's no doubt that Currys PC World, they've put in writing, I've got it in writing here, that is what they have agreed to do and that they are prepared to pay you that money. So I don't think there's any kind of question that you will get that money back from them. But obviously the concern is, how long is it going to take the manufacturer to get that part sent out? I mean, it may well be they've got a warehouse somewhere and they've got loads of these chargers sitting there on shelves and they can just put one, with a courier company and get it out to you straight away. Or it may well be that the manufacturer has got to kind of get one made from wherever they source that particular part. I don't know.
I say that when I contacted them last, when I got those part numbers, he did say that they was on back order because they had run out of stock, but he said they should have some in within the next couple of days. So obviously I don't know whether they've still got any left in stock or not, but obviously I can always go ahead and...
Well, I would certainly suggest you get onto them and obviously pay for it by credit card. But get that ordered now if I were you, and then hopefully, when did Currys PC World say they would be giving you that money? When can you expect to have it in your account as cleared funds?
They took my details from me yesterday morning, so it's 9 o'clock yesterday morning, and they said from then it'll be from 5 to 7 working days is what they said.
Great. And I don't mean to ask a difficult question, but are we absolutely sure the new charger is going to solve this problem?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm assuming, because when when it went in to be repaired, they repaired the fault that was in the charging port, because obviously the charger is what was caused that. So that was fine. And when you move the wires and position them correctly, it then starts charging. The moment you move the wires about, it then stops charging.
Right.
So I'd probably say 99% that the fault is going to be somewhere within those cables on that.
Yeah.
On that charger.
Well, let's just hope that is the case, and because to be honest, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare, isn't it? If you then buy the charger and then it still doesn't solve the problem, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare. But it's just very frustrating that this has dragged on so long, and you've been left in this situation for so many months, because this was a very expensive product. A fundamental part of what you purchased, for whatever reason, has not worked. And for you just to be left in this position without a working product that you've paid a lot of money for is just pretty outrageous, isn't it? But there we go.
Well, yeah, that's why I was umming and ahhing really about rather than purchasing it just yet. That's the only other option that I was thinking. Obviously, I'm thinking of it not right, but I was thinking obviously if I give them that. Now they've confirmed that they were going to do that, and obviously if that doesn't go ahead within those 7 days, could I then turn around and then say, right, okay, you've not done it within the 7 days, just replace the whole thing. Simple as that, no buts or maybes, just replace the whole thing.
Well, I don't think there's very much chance of that, to be honest. I mean, they've agreed, they've offered you what they've offered. You've accepted what they've offered. I have no doubt they will do what they have now offered. We've just got to hope that solves the problem. And if it doesn't, well, we'll have to take it from there. But I think we have to hope that this is all going to solve the problem. Can you get on to the manufacturer? Let's get that ordered today, because it may well take some time, and we'll take it from there, yeah?
That's fine.
I'm going to her table and chairs for her conservatory back in January 2019. Well, in July of last year, 2020, the paint on the chairs, on the top of the chairs, had started to kind of chip off and peel away. She contacted the retailer to complain and to explain the problem. After going back and forth, they agreed to replace one chair, which Jennifer queried as she said, no, but the problem exists with all of the chairs. Well, the retailer went away and, after months, came back. In December, a technician came out to inspect those chairs.
The independent technician came out. He didn't verbally agree that there was a problem, but he offered to spray paint the chairs, all 4 chairs, in our conservatory, which we said, well, no, because the smell will be terrible, quite apart from it going on other furniture. So we declined that offer, but said we were obviously still concerned that the chairs were peeling and we didn't feel they were fit for purpose after just 18 months of use. I then had to email twice to find out what was actually said, and they came back to me on the 22nd of December to say that the technician said it was normal wear and tear.
Well, I sense we may well be about to have some fun and games with this one, because Jennifer's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello, Jonathan.
Not very enjoyable fun and games at that, because I've had a response back from the company. Let's just go through what they have had to say. They say, the customer purchased the chairs on the 4th of January 2019. They were delivered on the 8th of January 2019. The first communication we had from the customer about the damage was on the 20th of the 7th, 2020. As a company, we buy high-quality products from reputable suppliers. In this case, the chairs were supplied from a certain company that also supplies a well-known luxury department store and some other high-end retailers, they say. When this customer contacted us, we organised for our supplier to send their service contractors out to carry out an independent technical report, which you can find attached, and indeed they've sent me a copy of that. The report concludes that the damage to the dining chairs was in fact general wear and tear from over 2 years of use, as opposed to damage or fault caused by the manufacturer or the retailer. The chairs were placed in the conservatory, so would have been subject to a damp and humid environment, hence the paint beginning to peel off. The customer was informed by telephone of the invalid claim, and despite the cause being wear and tear, as a goodwill gesture, we offered a repair which would have consisted of paint being sent from the suppliers to touch up the affected areas. The customer refused this offer. We are within our legal rights to refuse a replacement due to the independent technical report detailing wear and tear as the reason behind the damage. We have communicated this to the customer by both phone and email on multiple occasions. Now, the copy of the report that they have sent over, let's just go through what this actually states. Have you seen a copy of this?
No, I have asked them about 3 times. They said they were going to send it, but I haven't had it.
Well, it says here, I mean, if I just scroll down to the nuts and bolts of it, it says, technician's findings. The customer has reported paint chips all over the 4 diner chairs. Liability explanation. This is an invalid claim because wear and tear. Action taken, it says. Authorised to repair. The customer does not want this repairing in the home, and after finding other areas, now wants them replacing if required. Allow 120 minutes to resolve all chips on all chairs. And then it says, fault outcome, customer awaiting retailer contact. So that report seems to suggest that actually, well, they're certainly not taking any liability whatsoever. No, it's fine. I'm going to let you respond because there's obviously quite a lot for you to respond to. But how do we prove that what they're saying is wrong? Because what they seem to be saying is, firstly, the chairs are in a humid place, a conservatory, and this is normal wear and tear, the paint's been chipped off them. It's not that the chairs have a manufacturing defect, it's that the environment they're in and the use has caused the chips. How do we prove that's not the case?
Well, I suspect that will be difficult, but the only thing I can say is the table hasn't got any chips in it and it's the same material. They haven't made an offer for us to repaint the chairs. That's not been made at all. And it wasn't 2 years of use, it was only 18 months when we first noticed it. And we also use the conservatory a lot. We have 2 high-quality leather chairs out there, and they've been out there since 2014, and there's no marks on them or the wooden base. So I don't know quite. I think some of the things they've said to you, to be perfectly honest, they've made up because we haven't had an offer to paint them ourselves. The only offer we had was from the technician to respray them in the conservatory, and spray paint and indoors don't go together.
No, I completely understand that, although I would suggest that probably to have them professionally resprayed rather than you using touch-up paint would be a preferable option.
Absolutely.
Because, touch-up paint is always noticeable as far as I'm concerned, whereas if a professional using one of these spray gun things is able to do the job, I mean, in theory, it should be perfect and it should be unnoticeable. But I totally get your point that it's not ideal to do that indoors in December. It would be better to do that in the summer when the chairs could be placed in the garden. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we did offer him the garage, but he, declined that, and I totally accept that he declined that because it was cold and it was damp outside. But in our conservatory itself, it's not damp, and he might have, I don't know, assumed it was because it was COVID. We had everything open and we didn't have any heating on out there, just so that we were safe.
Right. I mean, look, the reality is that they have organised, and they seem to have this independent report that I've got in front of me that suggests, from this independent company that has been sent out at the behest of the supplier of the furniture, suggests that the chips to the paint are down to wear and tear.
Yeah, I dispute that, Jonathan.
Well, yeah, I have no doubt you do. So where do we go from that? Well, the only place that we can really go is for you to then get your own independent assessment of the furniture carried out. Now, is that something that you are prepared to do? Bearing in mind, and I need to make you aware of the risks of that, of course, that's likely to cost money. And if the report comes back and finds kind of the same as this independent report, then you're obviously going to be lumbered with having spent out on a report that doesn't really help you very much.
I mean, I'm sort of happy to go for an independent assessment. I don't know where to go, and because I don't want the same company coming back, obviously, and I've no idea how much it would cost. I suppose if I investigate that and see what the outlay was, we could go ahead with that. But I just feel I really feel they're trying to get out of it because it's just not right. After 18 months of use, it shouldn't start flaking.
I would imagine you are looking at between £200 and £300 for a company to come out and to assess the furniture and then to write a formal report.
Yeah,
that's. I'm only coming up with that figure because, based on previous experience, that's how much it has cost some of my listeners in terms of obtaining this kind of report. I mean, I think what I would be inclined to do at this stage is to write a formal letter to the retailer and to say, further to my correspondence and indeed the contact you have had from Jonathan Vernon Smith at the BBC. I absolutely dispute the response and the conclusion that you seem to be reaching that this furniture is damaged because of wear and tear. And I think you then, in the letter, point out that the table is painted in exactly the same way. There are no chips on the table whatsoever. You dispute the allegation that your conservatory is in any way damp. And that the furniture is clearly not of reasonable quality and has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. But to be honest with you, I think the best that you can hope for is for them to agree to come out and to respray the furniture at a time that is more suitable.
That's fine if they can do it outside. I have no problem with that.
Yes, but I mean, it does then mean you may well have to wait a few months until the weather warms up.
I know.
Until they can come out and do it, in your garden, which would be a more suitable thing. So I think I would be inclined to go back to them and say, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that on what's the date on this report? On the 7th of December, when the independent company was sent out to assess the furniture, they agreed to respray the furniture. However, because of the time of year, it was simply inappropriate for the spraying to be done outside in the garden, and I was not happy with spraying being done inside my property. I would like to allow you the opportunity to organise for that company to come back and respray the furniture when the weather warms up and it can be done safely in the garden. If you refuse to assist me any further, you will leave me with no alternative but to have my own independent report carried out and to take the matter further.
Yeah.
So I think that would probably be the best way of proceeding from here.
Are you able to send me a copy of the report? Because they keep saying they will and they won't, and they haven't sent it.
Yeah, of course I can do that. What I can do is if I pass you back to my team, I'll make sure I've got your email address and I can simply forward you that over.
Yeah.
And you can certainly go back to them and put that to them. But at this particular stage, they don't even seem to be making clear that offer of respraying the furniture is on the table. They don't seem to recognise it at all. They're just talking about having made an offer to send you some touch-up paint.
But they haven't. That's just an out-and-out lie, because they've not sent me that offer at all.
Well, I mean, it may not be a lie as a misunderstanding from their perspective. However, I don't think it matters much anyway, because there's no way you'd want to be starting to touch it up with touch-up paint. I mean, it would look a right old mess, to be honest.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, I think that's how I would proceed, and I would certainly urge that you copy me into the correspondence with this company, and we wait and see what they're prepared to agree to, if anything, and we take it from there.
Well, at least it's moving forward a bit.
Well, at least we now know. At least we now know their position, and their position is, as far as they're concerned, they haven't done anything wrong. They've sold you furniture. They say it's lasted for a reasonable amount of time. You've put it in a conservatory that's humid. It's had normal wear and tear, which means some of the paint has got chipped off, and they've offered you a way of repairing it. End of story. That seems to be their position. So at least it gives us a starting point in terms of trying to manoeuvre them into an agreement that's more suitable to you.
Yeah.
But certainly, as far as replacing the chairs, it's very clear that there's no way they're going to agree to that.
No, well, if at least if they're painted again, it'd be something. Although I don't have any expectation that it's going to last. But I don't think there's anything else we can do. At least it will last for another, hopefully, year, 18 months without it looking bad. I just hate it when things don't look as they should.
Yes, I completely accept that. And how much did you spend on this furniture again?
It was £90 a chair, all bar a couple of pence, and £300 for the table.
Yeah. So you'd expected it to last for a reasonable amount of time before it started looking shabby?
Yeah, longer than 18 months, that's for sure.
Yeah, okay. Right, well, listen, Jennifer, let's get that copy of the report over to you. You get the letter drafted to them to see how they want to proceed, and let's take it from there, yeah? Following this case with great interest, Spencer came to me. He was telling me that he bought a new front door, a new back door, and some double glazing that came with a 10-year warranty in 2014. He spent about £7,500 on all of this work, but 6 years on, he spotted something with the front door he really was not happy about.
February this year, I noticed that the door was peeling. So I thought, that's a bit unusual. So I phoned the company, took some photographs of the door, took them round, left them with the secretary. She said, we will be round on the 24th of March. Chap measured up for it and said, yeah, it's a problem with these doors. He said, normally due to weather, but I can see your door isn't affected by the weather from the position it's in. And it's, did I want another colour? Because the rosewood doors, apparently there's a bit of a problem with him. I have a letter from them dated the 21st of October, and it reads, the composite door supplier has still not confirmed delivery of your replacement door slab. I wrote back to them and said that I wanted to wait for the new door, and would they get in touch with me? Well, that was 3-4 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from them yet.
Well, I promised Spencer I would get onto this company and try and get things sorted out, and indeed I've had a number of conversations with them and Spencer ever since. Spencer's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Spencer.
Hello, JVS.
Hello. I'm trying to work out from the tone of your voice whether you're a happy bunny or not. Before we find out, let me just quickly bring us all up to speed with where we're at, in case people have missed parts of the story. So I went to have a word with the company. They apologised for the delay, said that there have been all kinds of problems because of the virus with replacement parts arriving from their supplier that apparently is in Korea. They assured me that they were hopeful the date would be the 8th of December for the door slab to arrive. They couldn't guarantee it, though, because they said, look, we have been let down in the past, so we'll do our very best, but we can't guarantee it. Well, when I caught up with them in December, they said, yep, good news, the door has arrived, so we'll get that booked in, we'll get it all sorted with Spencer before Christmas. When I caught up with you, beginning of last week, when I returned from the Christmas break, you said no. They haven't done it because when they opened the box, it wasn't my door in it. It was somebody else's door. So I got back to them and they said, yes, we're sorry about that. That was indeed the case. It was all labelled up as being the correct door for Spencer, but it wasn't when we opened it. But that's changed and we have now got his door. And they said, what we're going to do, now we've got the replacement slab, we're going to get out there. We're going to take Spencer's old door away. We're going to, now they assured me subsequently they would board up your front door so it wouldn't leave your house open to the elements. They would board it all up, take your door away, back to their workshop, get all the bits swapped over, the glazing panel, letterbox handle, etc., all that swapped over, and then bring it back and reinstall it. And they were due to come out this morning. They said they would be turning up first thing this morning. They'd take the door away. It would be about 2 hours. Then they would bring it back. So we thought, well, let's catch up with you at the tail end of the programme. And fingers crossed, your door will be all super. Now, I can't work out, Spencer, from your voice whether you're happy or not. What's happened?
Well, at 9:30, as promised, 2 guys turned up. Very nice guys. Took the door off. Boarded the front door, boarded the hole up. Now, I wasn't sure, but, apparently the slab is the front and the back of the door. They just change all the gubbins on the inside from the sides. They take the fittings off around the side of the edges of the door and change all the gubbins on the inside. At 11:45, they returned, and the lead guy said, I'm afraid the saga continues.
Oh, what?
I said, pardon? And he said, well, I'll show you. And I went out to the van and had a look, and they've got my door and the replacement door that had been sent, and it is completely wrong where the hinges are for a double-sided door, which is not my door, basically. He said, what we've done, he said, is we've ordered a new door from the suppliers. He said, we've taken photographs of your door, ordered new panel from the suppliers, but we have actually polished and lacquered your door. Would you like to accept that? And I said, thank you for the offer, but no. He said, that's all right, we'll fit it back. And I have to say the door looks okay. But, from being what I've been told in the past about, this paint job doesn't last very long, it will peel off again, I have rejected it, and they've accepted that I've rejected it, and they've now got off to the suppliers to reorder, hopefully, sometime not too distant future, a complete new door.
I just can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
I can't believe
it. It's something like out of 40 towers, isn't it? You know,
I just can't believe it.
You couldn't write this if you wanted to write a comedy, could you?
So I mean, to give them their credit, so at least they've repaired your door so it doesn't look awful in the meantime. But How long is it going to take for the new slab to arrive?
When the guy left at 12:30 after refitting it and trying all the locks out, he said, we will be in touch with you very shortly. But obviously, the guy that you've been talking to and the guy that I've been talking to is the guy that is supposedly now taken all the photographs, sent them off to the manufacturers.
Okay. Spencer,
as we talk, or as I was talking to him.
I'm going to call him straight after the programme today and find out what's going on. This is absolutely outrageous. Spencer, I'll talk to you soon. Start, please.
Yeah, I booked a holiday October 2019 to go to Mallorca with my daughter. It was a treat after her exams because she was supposed to do her GCSEs last year. It was booked for June, and obviously the world went crazy. It then got cancelled about 2 weeks before we were due to go.
Whereabouts in Mallorca were you due to go?
Oh, God, I don't know. I can't remember. Mallorca? Like that?
Sorry, where?
Mallorca.
Menorca? It's another island.
Mallorca.
Oh, no, Mallorca is Mallorca.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
I wanted to get on a plane. I didn't want all this hassle. I just wanted to get on a plane and go on holiday.
Okay. Have you ever been to Mallorca before?
I have, yeah.
Oh, okay. Because the only reason I ask is that, and Mallorca is a lovely island. It's beautiful. I've had many happy holidays in Mallorca. There are nice parts of Mallorca. There are less nice parts.
Right.
So,
well, I don't know because I never got there, did I?
No. Oh, well, no. So how much had you paid for this holiday to Mallorca that you didn't go on?
Initially I paid £200 deposit, and that was to secure the flights. And then I paid another £688.51 in May, when the balance was due.
And this was a package trip, yeah?
It was, yeah.
Paying it all through the same company. And who cancelled the holiday, them or you?
They cancelled.
Okay, good. So when they cancelled, what did they say to you? Did they offer you the opportunity to have the vouchers instead and to delay your holiday?
Yeah, they said that they were giving everyone credit notes for now, and then from September you could write for a cash refund, which I did.
Okay, fine. So what happened?
And since then I've been getting false promises and dead ends, basically.
Yes. Well, this unfortunately is something we are hearing more and more of.
Yeah.
And I think it's from the company's perspective. And of course, none of this is your fault. So you just want your money back. But from the company's perspectives, they're arguing none of this is our fault either.
No,
and if we have to, on an unprecedented scale, if we suddenly have to start refunding every single person that had a holiday booked with us,
they're going to go bust.
Well, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, that is the reality. They're trying to juggle a fine balance, aren't they, in terms of their books? Because we hear some positive news today for the airline and the holiday industry that apparently lots of people aged 50 plus have suddenly started booking holidays for this year because now the vaccines come along. They're all thinking, oh, great, well, maybe we can have a holiday.
Yeah.
Which is fine, as long as, please, ladies and gentlemen, make sure if you're going to book anything, it is a package trip. Or at the very least, make sure you check out what the cancellation policy is should you not be able to go on that holiday. I mean, at this stage, we don't know when holidays are going to be possible, really. And we also don't know what requirements will be put on us. Will you have to have a vaccine before you can get on a plane, for example?
Yeah,
so,
and that's why I don't really want a credit note because I don't know when I'm going to be able to use it.
No, exactly. But obviously from the holiday company's perspective, they seem to be, in my experience, some companies trying to put off giving people their money back for as long as they can possibly get away with, I presume, because they're hoping that enough money will come in this year for new holidays that they'll then have money to pay people out. But
Well, if they just said that, then maybe I'd be a bit more understanding. But to keep promising it this month, next month, and then nothing happens, it's a bit off-putting.
Okay. Well, would you like us to go and have a little word with them and
I would, yeah.
try and put a rocket somewhere and...
I'm not very good at this confrontation thing, so I thought, I know a man who can.
Oh, gosh, I love it. I love a good old Barney. Never happier than when I'm having a Barney. So if you'd like me to go and have a Barney, well, hopefully it won't be necessary, because it sounds to me that, we just need to have a grown-up conversation and say, look, completely understand your predicament, but it's not Lisa's fault, and Lisa's paid you money, quite a lot of money. Would I be right in saying a total of £888?
Yeah, I think so.
And has had nothing in return?
Yeah.
688 plus 200 quid deposit, you said?
Yeah.
So £888 and had nothing to show for it. So
nothing at all, no.
How did you pay?
I paid by debit card. I haven't got a credit card.
Why not?
And I know what you're going to say, because I don't trust myself with one.
Well, look, I mean, I guess it's sensible of you if you're worried that you'd get into debt with a credit card.
Yeah, it's too tempting.
However, I mean, I have a couple of credit cards, and I use them like a debit card. So I don't buy anything on the credit card that I haven't got the money to pay for. I pay for it on the credit card, and then as soon as it shows up, I've got my credit cards, access it on an app. As soon as it shows up, I just transfer the money over from my debit card onto my credit card, pay off the amount. So you're never getting into debt, but at least that way...
Does it not talk to you? Does it not say, Jonathan, you've got a card sitting there?
Well, no, because I know that it's not free money. Whatever you put on that credit card, you've got to pay for.
You've got to pay back, yeah.
So, you've got to be sensible with it. But it does give you so much more protection, because in a situation like this, in theory, and I know there have been some concerning stories of some credit card companies that have said, because coronavirus is it's being described as an act of God... That then invalidates the Section 75 claim that the legislation protects you with. But even so, in theory, if you buy anything on a credit card, you have the maximum amount of protection you can have as a consumer. So, I mean, my advice would be certainly think about it, but for goodness sake, Lisa,
my lesson.
If you genuinely can't be trusted with a credit card, then I don't want you getting into loads of debt, but, Right. Tara, can we get some detail, please?
Oh, we've got a lot of holidays on our books.
We have got a lot of holidays on our books. I just can't believe you don't know where in Mallorca you were going, Lisa.
Oh, I can. It's on the thing somewhere.
Have we not got it on the file?
Can we?
Yeah, no. Honestly, I'm terrible at this.
What?
If I go, I know that there are some things that we can all do well, and as a result of the things that we can all do well, there are other things that we're not as good at.
Yeah.
When it comes to going away, I'm fortunate that my other half sorts all that out, so I haven't got a clue what we're doing.
So you just go along with him?
Yep. He'll describe something, and I'll go, that sounds nice.
But there are parts of Mallorca, for example, Palencia. Northern Mallorca, it wasn't Palencia.
No.
Well, Palencia, very beautiful old town, and you've got Puerto Palencia, beautiful beach along there, very nice. Then you've got places like Magaluf.
No, it wasn't there either.
Sounds lovely, Jonathan.
Well, I just remember, I've never been to Magaluf, but I just remember dealing with a consumer case years ago of an elderly lady who, she and her husband...
The youngsters.
Yeah, well, they booked a last-minute deal to Mallorca, hadn't realised there were different places. They ended up in a hotel full of 18 to 30s. They realised they were in trouble when they arrived at the hotel and found sun loungers in the trees. And the youngsters were taking the sun loungers up to balconies and then throwing them into trees. And that's when they realised maybe they'd gone to the wrong place. So you do need to... make sure you go.
I did look into it, but I just can't remember the name of the place. It was a family sort of place, but I've been putting it to the back of my mind.
Well, I'm sure it would have been lovely if only you'd been able to go. Lisa, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK? Ern had a 17-year-old fridge freezer. Wonderful to give him 17 years of use. Well, unfortunately, and this is called Sod's Law, back in December... the fridge freezer decided to pack up just before Christmas. Now, unfortunately, Vern had gone out and bought a whole load of food and it was all in there. Well, a lot of it was ruined, meat and stuff like that. Well, talk about timing just before Christmas for a variety of reasons. He went into work and he was telling his employer about the bad luck he'd had. Now, his employer sounds fantastic because apparently the company said, well, we'll lend you the money to buy a new one. So, isn't that kind? Vern went online, but he'd never ordered anything on the internet before, so he wasn't really sure whether he was doing everything correctly. Well, his friend checked over the order he'd placed and realised quite quickly he'd mistakenly ordered an integrated fridge freezer rather than a freestanding one, which is what he needed. So he got in touch with the retailer and cancelled it immediately.
He showed me how to get in touch with customer service by texting. Spoke to them. They said, fine, we'll cancel the order. And I texted back, I said, can you send me an email to confirm it? And ever since then, I can't get hold of them. I still want to buy fridge freezer from the same company, but I need the money back in my bank account so I can actually buy the proper fridge freezer this time.
Well, it's very unfortunate. I mean, the only slight saving grace is that with the weather having been so cold, at least Vern said he's been able to put his food, his perishable food, in a bag outside the back door, which is keeping it cold enough. But it's not ideal, and he just wants the money back so he can go back onto this company's website and order the correct fridge freezer. And he hasn't got the funds to be able to order the new fridge freezer until he's got the money back. So I promised him I would go off and have a word with the company and try and get things sorted out. Vern's back on the JVS. Hello, Vern.
Jonathan, good morning.
Good morning to you. So as you're aware, the company concerned is Currys PC World. And Currys PC World came back with this response. They said, we are truly sorry for the delay in providing Vern with a refund for his cancelled purchase. We've now spoken with our customer to apologise for the inconvenience, and we have refunded him the full amount due. We've also offered him 20% off his next purchase as a gesture of goodwill, which he has accepted. Now, I know last time you and I spoke, you were not yet in receipt of the money, but we were hoping that that would all change very soon. Has that money now arrived in your bank account, Vern?
Yes, Jonathan, it was went into the bank account yesterday, and it was for the full amount, £369.
369, and you've got so you've got 369 quid there, and you've also got 20% off the new one.
Yeah, when I purchased a new fridge freezer, I got to phone this young lady back up, and she will deduct 20% off that.
Now, what are you going to do? Because obviously, what you could do, there are two ways of looking at it. You could upgrade to a better quality fridge freezer and put the £369 plus the 20% discount and get a better fridge freezer, or you could alternatively buy the same priced one, get 20% off, and then that would mean you'd owe your employer less money. So how do you think you're going to deal with it?
I'm going to upgrade, Jonathan.
You're going to upgrade?
Yes.
Okay. Just out of interest, I mean, your employer sounds fantastic, the way they've been prepared to lend you this money. They're obviously very fond of you, Vern. When do they want you to have paid that money back by?
They're only taking us. They're taking £25 every time I get paid. They're taking £25 out of the pay wage until the money's paid back. Then.
Wow. Well, that is absolutely fantastic. What a great company to work for.
Fantastic company to work for, Jonathan.
How long have you worked for them?
6 years next month.
Wow. Well, there we go. Well, never leave. They sound like a great company to be a part of. So you now need to go back to the lady at Currys and get the new one ordered. Did they say, when you had the conversation before, did they say how long it was then likely to take?
No, she said when you order the new fridge freezer, once the order's been placed, phone me up, and she said then she'll set in process, give me 20% of what the price is of the fridge freezer.
What it might be worth just doing, just as a bit of advice for you, when you call her up and you explain what you want to order now with the money that you've got, it might just be worth asking her, is that a particular fridge freezer that's readily available? You know, have you got stock of that now? Because what you don't want to do is to end up ordering a fridge freezer that they've then got to get imported where there might be a delay of a few weeks, because although the weather at the moment is kind of cold, we don't know what in a couple of weeks' time it's going to be like, do we? So, I would certainly suggest that you just check to make sure that they can get that fridge freezer to you quickly, and make sure whatever it is you order is not an integrated. Did your friend explain to you the difference between integrated and freestanding?
He did when he saw it. When he saw what I'd done, he called me a right wally.
Yeah, to be honest though, I if you don't know what integrated means, you might just think integrated means it goes into the space between two cupboards, which would be perfectly reasonable. But what an integrated appliance actually means is that it becomes a part of your kitchen. So integrated appliances normally consist of a full-sized cupboard door that attaches to the front of the appliance. So, for example, a fridge freezer would normally have a wooden cupboard door that you then attach to the outside of the fridge freezer, so that when you open what looks like a cupboard in your kitchen, in fact, it's opening the fridge freezer behind it. It's certainly not the kind of thing that you need, Vern. Listen, I'm going to thank Curry's PC World very much. I will give them the full horn. If you have any problems, you know where I am.
Jonathan, Uniteam at Godsend.
Well, it's a pleasure to help you, and all the very best. Please let me know as soon as your new fridge freezer arrives. Now, Charmian decided to visit the home of her birth, Tanzania. She booked this trip in September 2019 for £4,400. She was due to go in March of 2020. Well, Charmian booked this holiday following the death of her husband, and she was going to go on a safari all on her own.
He'd been ill for years, and I'd looked after him, and to be honest, it wore me out. So I thought, I'll treat myself to a holiday. Well, with all this COVID, they said that I could rebook it for the 31st of October. Well, then it was all stopped again. It was all cancelled. So I phoned them up, and they said, get in touch with your insurers and they will give you the money. Well, I phoned them up and they said, no, it's not down to them. It's down to the travel people to get the money back. They've agreed to give me it back, but it's going to be at the end of March. I want my money back because I've waited so long for this holiday. I'm not bothered whether I go or not now. And the £4,000 is a lot of money.
Well, she paid this company 16 months ago. So they've had her £4,400 all that time. Why on earth should she have to wait another day for a refund? That's Charmian's point, and I understand it completely. Charmian's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Charmian.
Hello.
Hello. So we are, as we mentioned earlier, having a lot of cases along these same kind of lines at the moment, because so many holiday companies, although many have been fantastic in terms of paying people back promptly, a lot of companies seem to be trying to hang on to the money for as long as they possibly can. And I presume that is because of cash flow. And because if they pay everybody back in one lump sum, they simply will not be able to continue functioning as companies. So a lot of companies do seem to be waiting until customers really do kick up a stink before they actually start paying people back. Now, I know we've been off to have a word with this company on your behalf to see if we can put some pressure on. What have they had to say? Are they sympathetic to her or not?
Well, yes, they do understand the situation that both they, obviously, and Charmian are in currently, and we know that there is cash flow issues across the holiday sector, and they were very quick to get back to me, in fact, one of the quickest this year, I'm going to say, and the response I have from them goes like this, so that they say that Charmian had a safari holiday booked for a departure in March 2020. Unfortunately, she was unable to travel due to the coronavirus outbreak, and we agreed to rebook the safari for November 2020 at no extra charge, but because of government restrictions, this also had to be cancelled. We are extremely sorry that Charmian was unable to enjoy her safari and have sent her a refund credit note which entitles her to rebook again for a later date or receive a full refund. We currently await her decision. I'll have a little bit more information on that in a moment, Jonathan. This terrible pandemic meant that over 3,000 of our clients were unable to travel in 2020. Some 75% rebooked for a later date, as Charmian did, with the remainder entitled to a refund. Unlike many travel companies, our telephones have been answered throughout the pandemic, and our staff have worked very hard to reassure and assist every client. and they have sent me a copy of the refund credit note, which does guarantee a refund by the 31st of March 2020, which is the date that Charmian was talking about. I do have a copy of this. I don't know whether it's gone to you or your daughter, Charmian, that's all. I know that the address that they've given me on this has got your address on it.
I've gone to my daughter, because I don't go on a computer. So either my daughter or my son have had it, but I think it's my daughter that's got it, but I can't ring her at the moment because she's in bed. She worked last night. So.
It sounds to me from their response that they seem to be under the impression that they've offered you a credit note and that you have not actually told them you want to convert that credit note into a financial refund.
Well, I wasn't actually... Well, Hazel didn't explain it to me like that. My daughter doesn't get anything wrong, believe you me. They said to her that if I decided I didn't want another holiday by the 31st of March, then I would get a refund.
Right.
But I've already told them I don't want another holiday. They don't seem to be listening to what I'm saying.
Right, OK, well, I think what we now need to do is they've suggested that, as far as they're concerned, this is held in the form of a credit refund for you to use for another holiday, and they seem to be under the impression that they are not aware and have not had it confirmed that you don't want another holiday, you want the money back in your bank account. So I think what we need to do is to put you in touch with them on the phone. And have we got a contact at this company, Tara, that we could get Charmian to call personally and say, I do want you to confirm this now. I'm not on the computer, so I can't email you. I want to confirm this now. I would like my money back. I don't want a credit note.
I am going to give Charmian the number off air that she can use to just confirm with the company exactly what she wants them to do, which is to transfer this into an amount that will go back into her daughter's bank account. That's right, because she paid it on her credit card, didn't she?
Oh, she paid it on her bank card, yeah.
Right,
Can
okay.
I say something?
Go on.
I have already told them that I do not want, ages ago, when I gathered that it was all going to go belly up like, and I said, I don't want to book another holiday. That's when they first rung me. I said, no, I'm giving up on it now.
Now, did you, and I don't want any details now on air, but when you spoke to that person, have you got the name of the person you said that to, the date of the phone call and the time?
I never wrote it down because I didn't think it would go to this extent, you know?
Right. Because certainly, as far as the company is concerned, and obviously you have to understand, we don't have any proof that you've said that because it was all done verbally. So the company seemed to be under the impression that you've got a credit note and they weren't aware of the fact that you wanted that in money terms. Now, I'm not saying I disbelieve you at all. The problem is, whenever you get if you're into a conversation like that, which is really important, and you want to make sure that if you need to, you can always refer back to that conversation, then take the name of the person that you've spoken to, the date and the time, so that if, for example, a couple of months down the line you still haven't got your money, you can go back and say, well, look, I spoke to Jonathan on the 14th of January at 11:39 in the morning, and I told him that I wanted my money back, at which point the company are on the back foot, aren't they? Because they think, oh, blimey, OK, well, she even knows the member of staff that she spoke to, so we can go back and, check it if necessary. Look, that's water under the bridge now. Let's get you speaking to a contact at the company just to confirm that indeed you do want the money back, and let's follow it from there. And we're not going to go anywhere until you've got that money back in your bank account.
And Charmian, I have it in writing here that the refund credit note shows that you can claim a refund at any time, and they're sorry that you did not understand this.
Okay, right.
Also, I do have the refund credit note that I've got a copy of. It's dated the 11th of the 1st, so I don't know if that's the first time anything like this was sent out. I'm presuming not, so your daughter will have received something earlier.
The thing is, though, the thing that's a bit frustrating is the company, the way they're responding is making it sound very much in terms of, oh, well, Charmian hasn't understood and Charmian hasn't told us. But if Charmian did indeed have the conversation that you say you had, where you made it quite clear you didn't want the holiday, you didn't want a credit note, you wanted your money back, the fact that that was done verbally rather than in writing makes it very easy for this company to kind of twist it and make it look like you, Sharmi, and just haven't understood what you were supposed to do. Which, I don't know. I mean, if what you're telling me is right, I think it's a bit smelly from this company, to be honest.
Well, I remember I spoke to a Mark.
No, I said I didn't want any names on the programme. I mean, let's not have any more names than that, please. But was that person the person that you said categorically, I do not want the holiday, I want my money back?
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you sure? Because they may well go back and check it, so don't guess.
No, I'm 85% sure because I can remember that name, you see. And I told that person that I didn't want another holiday.
Right.
So I even said there's a possibility that I'm going to have an operation this time.
Okay, look, Charmin, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's not dwell on that. The past is the past. Let's get you talking to someone at the company, and let's get that confirmed, and then let's follow it until you've got your money back, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Fine. All right, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We will put you in touch with the contact that we've been dealing with, and we will follow it through until the money is showing up in your... Now, if you're getting towards the end of a long week of homeschooling and wondering how on earth you're going to keep juggling your own work and childcare, have you thought about asking your employer to furlough you? Changes to the furlough scheme now means employers can be more flexible and employees can ask to be put on furlough for just a portion of their time, enabling them to cope with homeschooling or childcare. Daniel Barnett is an employment law barrister at Outer Temple Chambers in London. Hello to you, Daniel. Thanks for coming on.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi. So, this furlough scheme, it's changed quite significantly then, has it?
There's been a really important development. Previously, throughout furlough last year, technically, you could only be furloughed if there was no work available for you because the business was affected due to economic circumstances connected with COVID. But it's changed as of last week, meaning the government has now said that if you need to stay at home for homeschooling, or if you need to stay at home because you're shielding, or you've been told to do so by track and trace, then you are entitled to be furloughed, which means you get up to 80% of your salary paid by the government. Now, of course, being entitled to ask to be furloughed and your employer being allowed to furlough you doesn't mean they're compelled to furlough you. It's a little bit like me asking my employer to be 20 years younger. I can ask all I want, but my employer just might not be able to do it.
Well, isn't it meaningless then?
There's a lot of moral and persuasive force in having a right to ask and an ability to ask. And in fact, Keir Starmer, the leader of the opposition, has recently called in Parliament for there to be a strict legal entitlement for employers to consider furlough requests carefully and fairly, although we don't yet have that legal entitlement. There is one very important thing that some employees can do if they ask for furlough and their employer says no. Any employee who reasonably believes that going into work would present, this is the phrase from the law, would present a serious imminent danger to health and safety, and let's face it, with most workplaces as they are, it's not going to be difficult to tick that box. Any employee who reasonably believes that has an absolute right to stay at home, and they cannot be sacked or subjected to any other detriments for doing so. Now, that sounds like a really strong right. I'll tell you why it's not quite as strong as people might think. It's because this law was designed for coal mines, not for COVID, and it doesn't expressly deal with whether people are entitled to be paid if they're insisting on staying at home. And a lot of employers are saying, well, because the law's not clear on whether you're entitled to be paid or not, we're not going to pay you, you sue us, and a couple of years down the line, when the courts, because of the massive backlogs, get to deal with this, well, if they say we have to pay the money, we'll pay it then, but we're not going to pay it now.
What other things are employees entitled to ask for? I mean, for example, and I'm not a parent, so thankfully I don't have this this terrible conundrum to have to deal with, but I have lots of colleagues who are. And, I would imagine many of them are thinking, well, maybe what I could do is speak to my employer and say, look, my husband and I, or my wife and I, are going to try and juggle things at home, but can I take some of my holiday hours and have a couple of days of holiday every day so that I can go home early and do some homeschooling? Can you have conversations like that with your employer?
Absolutely. You can ask for anything. And if you're asking to work flexibly, to go part-time, to work more from home, you're allowed to put in a request if you have a child under 18. And there's a law that says that once a year you can do this, and your employer has a legal duty to consider it seriously, invite you to a meeting to discuss it, and give you an answer. That can be done once a year. However, the employer has 8 weeks to respond. That's not going to help someone whose kid needs homeschooling this week. More generally, if an employer is completely unreasonable, anybody who's worked for more than 2 years might be able to claim constructive dismissal. But that needs a few boxes ticked. It needs you to have more than 2 years, which is the minimum period. It needs your employer to have been completely unreasonable. And most importantly, it needs you to resign, because you've got to resign before you can claim constructive dismissal. And most sensible people who have jobs in this very difficult job market aren't looking to resign from them right now.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, if for example, thankfully many of us work for good employers who will try, wherever there is a way, to find a way of helping people. But if you worked for someone who was very unreasonable and you said, look, there is no one at home to look after my children now. They can't go to school. I cannot be at work and at home at the same time. And if your employer says, well, sorry, but that's not my fault and I'm not prepared to do anything to help you at all, a lot of people would be worried about, in those circumstances, resigning. But if you did because your hands were tied and there was nowhere else for you to turn, what would you be entitled to if you did pursue them for unfair dismissal?
You get something called a basic award, which is just another way of describing what most people know as a redundancy award. That's not usually very much. But you also get an award for loss of earnings for up a year's pay, meaning that if you go and find a similarly paying job next week, you'd get a week's loss of earnings. If it took you a year to find a new job, you'd get a year's loss of earnings. There is, Jonathan, one other right that you have, which is you're entitled to time off to look after a dependent, that's a child, in an emergency. So last week when the Prime Minister, or 2 weeks ago when the Prime Minister announced that schools were going to be closed for most parents and you'd have to homeschool, at that point in time, people could have said, oh my goodness, it's an emergency, we didn't see this coming, I have a legal right to time off, and if you sack me, it's unfair dismissal. It's unpaid time off, I'm afraid, and it only lasts, that period of the entitlement to work from home or not go to work during an emergency only lasts a reasonable amount of time, enough time for you to make alternative arrangements. That's generally regarded as 3 days, 5 days, that sort of ilk. So it's not a continuing right that would be continuing into the spring.
Very interesting. Thank you so much for your time, Daniel. Really good talking to you. Daniel Barnett is an employment law barrister at Outer Temple Chambers. Hello, John.
Oh, good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, well, I'm just after a bit of advice at this stage.
Okay.
What it was, my sister sent me a parcel of Christmas presents because I couldn't be with them over Christmas, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the tracking record, it was delivered at a day and a time. Well, I was there that day, but at a time that I was out. And when I got back, within half an hour of the time, there was nothing there. Now, the problem is, my front door is on the ground floor of a block of flats. So I reckon somebody's had it.
Oh, dear. Now, how have they demonstrated proof that it was delivered? Because in my experience, delivery companies at the moment, they're not asking for signatures. They're taking a photograph of the parcel inside the front of your door. So, I mean, is there a photograph of the parcel?
I don't think so, but I don't know. The only response we have is their record of it having been delivered. But
there would have to be, in order. I presume your sister paid for it to be sent in a secure manner. So there would have to be either a signature to show that the package has arrived, or, as I say, at the moment, most companies are not asking for that. They're just taking photographic evidence instead. So there must be something.
Yes, but I'm not sure that this company is. I mean, I can't name it, but I just don't think they bother with that sort of thing at the moment. And with most people's houses who've got a porch or something, it would probably be quite secure. But you can't do that sort of thing in a block of flats.
When you've contacted the company that she sent it through, or really when your sister needs to contact them, what have they said?
Well, she did make some inquiries, and they gave her a claim form. We've sent in a claim form, but she's been told that it can take up to 6 weeks to get a response. Well, it may be a favourable response, but really what I wanted to know from you was whether you thought this sort of action by the company was reasonable. I think it's negligent and irresponsible.
It's completely and utterly unreasonable if they have no proof that they delivered it. I mean, the whole point of paying extra to have something delivered, and I'm sure your sister would not have just, she wouldn't have sent Christmas presents that have value just through the normal post. So I'm sure she will have paid extra to have the items delivered in a secure way. Now, there would have to be some record that this company makes of having delivered it, because otherwise, what are they charging you for? Where is the extra protection and the extra security they're giving you?
Well, I don't think she actually paid anything extra for special security. It only cost just over £3, I believe, through the normal parcel post.
Well, hang on a second. So, she sent a parcel of Christmas presents that had value just through the normal post?
Well, through the normal parcel post. It didn't have enormous value. The value was around about £20 in all.
Right. Well, OK, but I mean, there must be... I presume she wanted the parcel to be delivered to you and for you to either sign for it or for some record of because there's a tracking number, so she must have done it in a reasonably secure way.
Yes.
You would like to think.
She did get a tracking number, and it showed that it was delivered at 10:55 on the Saturday, the 2nd of January.
Right. Well, I mean, my advice would always be, if you are ever going to send anything that has any kind of value to it whatsoever, always pay to make sure that whatever it is you're sending is sent in the most secure way it possibly can be sent. Now, for example, if I was sending you a very important letter, John, that I wanted to ensure you received, but it didn't necessarily cost anything, it wasn't an item of value, then I would use recorded delivery. Because recorded delivery gives you very little protection apart from the fact that you get proof, normally in the olden days, in the form of a signature that the letter had been delivered, although I presume at the moment, as I say, it's done with a photograph. If I was sending you something that was valuable, then I would send it special delivery. Because special delivery not only requires proof that it's been delivered at the other end, in the form of, at the moment, a photograph, but also it provides an insurance policy in case the item goes missing, to cover you for the loss of goods because the item's gone missing. So at this stage, I don't know how your sister sent the item, but one thing's for sure, it sounds as if it's been delivered to the wrong front door. Somebody else has decided just to pocket the stuff in there. Do you know what she'd bought you?
Yes, I do. Do you want to know what it was?
Go on.
Hello?
Yeah, go on.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, we got cut off.
No, what was it that she'd bought you?
It was a Country File calendar and a book, and each one was worth about £10, £20 in total.
And a book. And have you, I mean, I know it's a bit difficult at the moment, but have you tried knocking at your neighbour's door just to see if they have received it?
I've asked my immediate neighbours, who I know reasonably well, and I'm sure if they would pass it on to me, and they certainly wouldn't steal it. But I can't really speak for the rest of the building because there's constant changes of tenants, as you can imagine. And,
right. Yeah, and there's not. It hasn't been left anywhere in a foyer.
No, well, there is nowhere else to leave it except outside my door, and obviously that's a pretty public place, really.
Do you know what the book was?
Not exactly, no. It's something to do with railways, I believe.
Right. So, I'm sure your sister knows you well, so obviously this was stuff that you would have, really liked to receive. It doesn't sound necessarily the kind of stuff that people would have said, oh, fantastic, I've just pinched someone else's Christmas presents. I mean, a country file calendar and a book on railways is not...
No, well, they wouldn't know what the other part of the package was, but I would have thought a large shape like a calendar would be fairly obvious, but you just don't know with people, do you, really?
Right, well, look, let's go and have a word and see what we can find out. Tara, can we just go and have a word with this company and say what method was used in sending it? What evidence have they got that it was indeed delivered to the correct address, very importantly? And if it wasn't delivered to the correct address, how much insurance comes with? Because obviously, even with standard post, there is a level of compensation that you would be entitled to in the event of an item not turning up. So, how much is John's sister entitled to? Because if they can get that sorted out, then hopefully she can go and get you your Christmas presents again. And this time, get them sent in a slightly more secure way. But look, let's go and have a little word. I'll pass you back to Tara, John. We'll get some detail.
OK, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And if anybody listening to the programme has accidentally received Christmas presents and you thought the Christmas presents were for you, but in fact it was a country file calendar and a book on railways, well, it sounds like you might have accidentally received John's Christmas present. Could you get in touch with us so we can reunite John with his presents from his sister? Spencer bought a new front door, a new back door and some double glazing in 2014. He spent £7,500 on all of this, and it all came with a 10-year guarantee. 6 years on, he spotted something with the front door that he really wasn't happy with.
February this year, I noticed that the door was peeling. So I thought, oh, that's a bit unusual. So I phoned the company, took some photographs of the door, took them round, left them with the secretary. She said, we will be round on the 24th of March. Chap measured up for it and said, yeah, it's a problem with these doors. He said, normally due to weather, but I can see your door isn't affected by the weather from the position it's in. And it's, did I want another colour? Because the rosewood doors, apparently there's a bit of a problem with him. I have a letter from them dated the 21st of October, and it reads, the composite door supplier has still not confirmed delivery of your replacement door slab. I wrote back to them and said that I wanted to wait for the new door, and would they get in touch with me? Well, that was 3-4 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from them yet.
So this was all well before Christmas, and I promised Spencer I would go and speak to the company, try and find out what was going on with the replacement door. I also had a conversation with them about the repair that they could potentially do to his existing door, and Spencer's back on the JVS show now. Good afternoon to you, Spencer.
Good afternoon, JVS.
Now, you have a weary tone to your voice, and I'm not surprised because I have a weary tone to my voice when it comes to your front door as well. Let me just recap where we're at with this, because there may be people who've missed elements of the story. When I first went to have a word with the company, this was back at the beginning of November, they said, yeah, we're sorry, there has been a delay in getting the replacement door for Spencer. They blamed the virus and difficulties in terms of getting deliveries from their supplier in Korea. They said, however, they were told that your replacement door would be arriving in the United Kingdom at their address on the 8th of December. And they said, as soon as we get the door, we will, of course, get in touch with Spencer, get out there, get it replaced. Job done. Alternatively, they said, we can repair his existing door. Well, the thing is, you weren't very happy with the idea of the repair because you said the paintwork on your door is already getting worse. And you were very concerned that they may well carry out a repair that, let's work on the basis that the repair looks very good. How do we know that the damage isn't going to spread and that it will need repairing again within a short period of time? So you said, look, I really would rather have a replacement. So the company said, yeah, that's fine, we can replace it, but Spencer is going to have to be patient because we are having a problem getting the door. The door works perfectly well. Okay, cosmetically it's not great, but the door functions perfectly well, so he's going to have to just be patient. So you said, okay, well, I accept that. We'll wait till the 8th of December. 8th of December came. I contacted the company and said, right, did the door arrive? They said, yes. We've got a box here, all marked out for Spencer. We're going to check it over. We'll get in touch with Spencer. As long as it's all okay, we'll get straight out there and we'll get it swapped over. And we'll get it done before Christmas if we can. Well, that sounded great. So when I returned after Christmas and caught up with you, I was fully expecting you to say, yeah, it's brilliant. They turned up. They replaced my door before Christmas. I'm ever so happy now. It looks lovely. But instead, you were a little on the grumpy side. And I'm not surprised, because you were told by the company that when they'd opened the box, what they thought was your replacement door wasn't. It was someone else's door. So they had to contact you and say, sorry, we can't come and do it. Well, I went back to them and said, look, this doesn't seem great. You know, the door hasn't arrived. And the man at the company said, well, no, that is true. It didn't turn up. It was someone else's door. But that's now changed. And we have now got Spencer's door. And we are going to get in touch with him. We're going to get out there. We're going to replace the door. And it should all be fine. Now, when I spoke to you, there was a slight fly in the ointment, really, because you were then told that what they would need to do is turn up at your house with the door, take away your old front door, swap over everything in their workshop whilst leaving you without a front door, and then come back and put the new front door with all of your existing glazing panels, handles, etc., onto the front of your house. And you said, you know, I can't be left without a front door. It's going to get all the cold weather in. So I went and spoke to the company again. They said, OK, well, we really would rather take the door away and do it properly in our workshop. But what we'll do is we'll board up Spencer's door while we're doing it. So sure enough, when I spoke to you yesterday, they turned up in the morning. They took your old front door off its hinges. They boarded up the door. They took the door away to their workshop. But when they came back, they did not have your new front door. They had to break the bad news to you that having got your front door back to their workshop, there was a problem with the way the new one had been made. And they couldn't swap everything over, and it wouldn't have been suitable for your house. So what they had done instead was to repair your old door, and they were hoping that you would accept it because you said it does look very nice. But you said, no, I don't want it repaired. I wanted it replaced, and I've been waiting all this time for it to be replaced, and you still haven't done it. Well, they said, OK, well, we can order you another replacement door, but you are going to have to wait for it. Well, it is just, it's just a complete saga. Spencer, you described it as like something from Fawlty Towers yesterday. Yep. That was something I repeated to the company when I called them in the afternoon. They weren't best pleased with that.
Tough.
The man said to me, hang on a minute, are you calling my company Fawlty Towers? I said, no. I said, but you must admit this is like something from Fawlty Towers. It really is. I mean, it's ridiculous. The bizarre thing I have found with this company, and I spoke to the main man yesterday that I've been talking to, he agrees absolutely with all of the fundamentals of the story. It's all correct. Indeed, they did take the door away, and indeed the door has not been made in the way that it needs to be made for your house. But I said to him, one thing I'm not hearing from you is an apology. I'm not hearing any kind of, we're so sorry, this customer. He said, oh, well, I mean, yeah, we do apologise for the problems. But, we have repaired his existing door. But he said, because of the kind of customer that this gentleman is, he's not satisfied with that. I said, hang on a minute. What do you mean because of the kind of customer Spencer is? Spencer has been quite clear. He's a man who's purchased a door from you that came with a 10-year guarantee. The door has started peeling. You've agreed to replace it. It's taken months. You've turned up with the wrong door. And now you're suggesting that he's unreasonable in some way for not having accepted the repair after all of this? He said, no, but, we have repaired the door now for him. So, the long and short of it is, Spencer, they assure me they are going to be ordering you a correct door from their supplier. But they can't give any idea how long it's going to take, and he did admit to me we are back to square one.
What's this, another year's wait?
I don't know. I've never known anything quite like it. I mean, the whole thing just feels as if the company is doing you a massive favour. That's the way they kind of... That's the way it comes across. You just feel as if they are doing you this massive favour, and it's not their fault that it's all gone wrong, because they're doing this massive favour for you anyway. I mean, you bought the door with a 10-year guarantee. It's not a favour. The door should have been right. You shouldn't have peeling paint on a door after 6 years that comes with a 10-year guarantee.
Nope.
But I just feel as if the company they really feel as if, firstly, you should just accept their repair because they think it looks fine. And to be fair, you said it does look okay.
It's all right if you like that sort of thing.
But you're not concerned it's going to last for long.
I was told that the painting, which they said they would do around about 21st of October, was only like a touch-in paint, which was for minor repairs, not for whole doors peeling. Now, I don't know whether I'm being paranoid or not, but my front door's got an alarm system on it, and before they came yesterday, I disconnected the inside button off of the top of the door. It's only a little magnet that makes a circuit when you turn the alarm on. So therefore, there was 2 little holes in the top inside of the door. Not a problem. And I'd also marked the outside panel of the door on Sunday and took some photographs of it, digital photographs which can be timed and dated of when they were taken. Now, my view was, because of what was said to me by the actual manufacturers in October, that it wasn't ordered until the 29th of October, and there'd been a mix-up with the deliveries, I thought, OK, are they going to try and paint this door and say, yeah, there's your new door? Well, because of the alarm contact that marked the inside of the door and the little mark I put on the outside of the door, which really wasn't visible to the naked eye, the outside one, but when they got it off on the bench, they could see it was. So did they just paint it? It's not a bad paint job, I have to admit. They've lacquered it, but it's a different finish. It's almost like a gloss finish, which I don't like. Now, they're back to square one. I did get a phone call from the gentleman that you spoke to yesterday. For the first time I've ever spoken to him, he was extremely apologetic.
Good.
And extremely apologetic, and was calling me Mister, and before then he really didn't particularly care a diddly squat how he spoke to you.
I thought you said it was the first time you'd spoken to him.
No. I've spoken to this man a couple of times. I went round there once to see him. He came out of the workshop with a cup of coffee, saw me and ran up the stairs. Didn't even want to talk to me.
Okay.
And, one of the chaps in the workshop had to go and drag him down again.
Okay, but when he spoke to you yesterday, he was polite and he was apologetic?
Yes.
Because I had to ask him whether he was apologetic yesterday. The apology didn't seem forthcoming. Well, let's hope that I made the point then when I was talking about how, I completely understand why you are frustrated by this. What has he said to you in terms of how long it's going to take?
We'll be in touch as soon as we can.
Has he spoken? Did he say whether he's yet spoken to his supplier?
The chap that brought the door back, who was the guy who was supposed to come in March but couldn't because of the lockdown, he said at this moment in time, the gentleman you spoke to yesterday and I spoke to yesterday is on the phone to the suppliers. We'd forwarded them.
Well, that's not true. That's not true, because when I spoke to the man yesterday, he told me he has not yet spoken to his supplier.
Well, there you go. Well, I was told he had, and he was forwarding photographs to them.
Well, when I spoke to him yesterday afternoon, he said he had not yet spoken to the supplier.
Oh dear.
Right, well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and speak to the supplier. I'm going to call them now, and I'm going to find it, this afternoon, and I'm going to find out whether the company have indeed put in that order for the replacement door. And I'm also going to ask the supplier what went wrong, because according to this particular company, they're blaming the supplier for the problem.
I honestly can't see that, Jonathan. The supplier supply 90% of these doors to double glazing firms in this country.
Okay.
They told you it came from Korea, which is wrong. They come from China. The suppliers told me that. The supplier told me when I spoke to them, and I have the name of the young lady I spoke to on the 4th of January, she said the only order placed for your door was on the 29th of October for the new slab. It was loaded on the 19th of the 12th and delivered on the 21st of the 12th.
Right. Well, I'm going to go and speak to the supplier. I'm going to make sure that the conversation has taken place and that they are getting the new door out. And I will try and get a precise estimate in terms of how long it's going to take, because this is dragging on. And I just think it's absolutely ridiculous. And the company, you know, they really should be falling over themselves to apologise and to resolve this matter, because, you know, my gut feeling at the moment, and I said this to the company yesterday, is, you know, as a company, you're selling doors and double glazing. You tell potential new customers that your products come with a 10-year guarantee. That gives people a sense of security in terms of purchasing stuff from you. They would feel much less secure if they heard this story and heard how a customer who's then trying to utilise that 10-year guarantee ends up having to be honest with you, an absolute blooming nightmare. Listen, Spencer, we'll leave it there for today. I will call the supplier this afternoon and we will talk as soon as I have more news. Marianne decided to visit the home of her birth, Tanzania. She booked this trip in September 2019 for £4,400. She was due to go in March of last year, and she decided to book this holiday following the death of her husband. She was going on a safari on her own.
He'd been ill for years, and I looked after him, and to be honest, it wore me out. So I thought, I'll treat myself to a holiday. Well, with all this COVID, they said that I could rebook it for the 31st of October. Well, then it was all stopped again. It was all cancelled. So I phoned them up and they said, get in touch with your insurers and they will give you the money. Well, I phoned them up and they said, no, it's not down to them. It's down to the travel people to get the money back. They've agreed to give me it back, but it's going to be at the end of March. I want my money back because I've waited so long for this holiday. I'm not bothered whether I go or not now. And the £4,000 is a lot of money.
Well, Charmian says they've had her money for 16 months. Why on earth should she have to wait for another 3 months? Very good point. We've been speaking to the company. Charmian's back again on the JVS show. Hello again, Charmian.
Hello.
We must stop meeting like this. Now, I know that Tara was telling us earlier that she's been off to speak to the company and they came back and said, we have issued a credit note. And it is absolutely fine. If Charmian wants to translate that into a financial refund, we can process that. But they seem to be making it sound as if they were not aware of you wanting a financial refund. They thought you were happy with the credit note. But you said that's not true. You've spoken to someone and you've said, no, I want my money back, please. So, Tara, you were going to put Charmian in touch with someone at the company. Have you done that?
I have indeed done that. And it was only about 10 minutes later that Charmian gave me a call back. So I gave her a name and a number, which we won't be revealing, just to state that you wanted that refund in money back into the bank account.
What have they said, Charmian?
Well, they've said I spoke to a young lady. She said what they're going to do is send me a form to say that I want my money back. And all I've got to do is fill my name and address and everything in, sign it and send it back, and as soon as they get it, they will put it back into my bank account.
And had they'd never offered that to you in the past?
No.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, it's just the trouble is, as I mentioned earlier, it's just very difficult for us to prove absolutely that you had demanded the refund because it was all done verbally and not in writing. But look, I mean, let's just hope that as soon as they get that paperwork, they will then issue you with the refund. Can you get that done and get it in the post today?
Well, she says that they're going to send it me, and when I receive it, fill it in and send it to them.
Well, there is an issue that you don't have access to email, do you?
That's
Charmian?
right.
So they're sending the refund claim form in the post.
Yeah.
And I've also had an email from the director who says they do need the claim in writing, but they're going to make sure, he is going to make sure, that a full refund is issued as soon as it is received.
OK. Charmian, can you please keep us posted? By the way, what can I hear in the background? I can hear some kind
it's
of...
my little puppy whining for attention.
I thought I could hear a puppy. What kind of dog have you got?
It's a little dachshund.
A little what?
Sausage dog.
A little sausage dog. I'm seeing a lot of them. And what's his or her name?
It's Benny. I named him after my husband that passed away. There he is.
Oh, there we go. Benny's heard his name mentioned. Oh, lovely.
I'm
Well,
on
there
the
we go.
phone.
Oh, who's that now? Honestly,
That's
it's all-
the son.
What's all going on, isn't it?
I mean, with his dog.
Oh, well, there we go. Right, listen, Charmian, please keep us posted, and fingers crossed, as soon as they get that form, they'll get your money in the bank account, OK?